A new tornado watch has been issued. A new tornado watch has been issued. A new tornado watch has been issued.
All right, test, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Let me know in the chat. We are live to talk once again about severe weather because we've got potentially a tornado outbreak on the verge of happening today. We're starting kind of early. It's noon Eastern. It is currently 11:06 p.m. or a.m. On the East Coast, and yeah, we're already getting started here. So welcome to the stream. If you are just now tuning in, please consider copying the link to the stream and sharing it out there on other forms of social media. Get it out there on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, whatever it is, so that we can get in front of more people. The goal today is to share vital information to as many people as possible who may otherwise not need or may otherwise not be able to get it. Like this information, okay? We got to start off right off the bat with a bunch of tornado warnings. All right, we've got 3 in effect right now in Oklahoma. Let's go ahead and check in on all 3 of them. And also, guys in the back, if you could mute the mic, I can hear it right now. So we've got a tornado warning over here in Jefferson County, Carter County, and Stevens counties in Oklahoma. This is going to be for places like Hilton. Also, it's going to be coming for places like the Hilton Municipal Airport, Anthus Park, Youngblood Park. Take shelter now if you haven't already. Additionally, we've got this other tornado warning up here a little bit farther to the north for places just to the north and east of Shawnee, closer to Johnson and Prague. Additionally, we've got another tornado warning way down here for Chickasaw Nation. Tatums and Katy is included in this one. This is going to be for Carter, Garvin, Murray, Stevens, and Jefferson counties in Oklahoma. Take shelter if you're under any of these tornado warnings today. We do have a bunch of storm chasers out there helping us out today. And then also, thankfully, because we're in Oklahoma, we've got a lot of traffic cameras. We've got the Department of Transportation out there hooking us up with a bunch of different views around Oklahoma City. There are some cameras near Tulsa as well, if we need to talk about that area later tonight. But this is what we're doing right now. We've got a bunch of tornado warnings. We're about to have a bunch more as the warnings continue to come in. Let me show you some stuff, okay? Let me show you the reason why we're live today. The driving factor behind it is this right here. Enhanced risk of severe weather from the Storm Prediction Center, encompassing millions of people from northeast Texas near the Dallas-Fort Worth metro up through southeastern portions of Oklahoma, western portions of Arkansas, southwestern Missouri. This is mostly driven
A new
by
tornado watch has been issued.
A tornado threat, but we've also got hail and wind on the board as well. Tornado threat right here it is, southwest Missouri all the way down into Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. That yellow area is where we have a 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point. And then the hatched area is where we're going to see potentially strong tornadoes. That's where we think that they could produce potentially EF2 or greater damage during their lifetime, all right? So dangerous stuff that we're looking at here today. It's going to be a very active day full of tornado warnings, and unfortunately it might be a destructive, potentially even deadly day for some people involved. So please, make sure you take, precautions. Make sure you take every warning seriously today. This is an upper echelon event, okay? But once again, we're going to be taking you through all of it with our storm chasers and with the, our cameras and, of course, our radar coverage. Right now, we've got a ton of, storms starting to pop up, but this is not even the main event, okay? This is not the main event at all. We've got more coming, all right? And something just came out that is pretty mind-blowing. Some of you might know that we like to look at NATOcast, all right? And NATOcast is sometimes it's right on the nose, and it's really good at, pinpointing where the tornadoes are going to be and how strong they'll be, and sometimes it's completely off the wall. So this is not an official forecast. This is not an official product that we look at or anything like that. But NATOcast is, it's an experimental machine learning model that is printing a huge tornado outbreak today over here in Oklahoma, Arkansas, and portions of southwestern Missouri of epic proportions. So hopefully we don't have to worry about that. But just to kind of show you how significant this could be, today's event does have a very high ceiling. So keep that in mind as we continue to watch the reports and the warnings come in. A official RY Nirvana. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted. Everybody say thank you to him to official for that, and congratulations to all the members, or all the new members. The time does say PM instead of AM, doesn't it? I don't think there's anything I can do about that right now. Obviously it's 11:12 a.m., not p.m. right now. Somebody write it down so I remember to fix it for next time. So, yeah, as the storms continue to come together, we're going to have a couple of really interesting things happening. So, radar is confirming that the main mode of our storms that we're going to be watching today is linear. Okay, we've got a line of storms out here, and this is going to cause a bunch of problems on its own. It's going to cause tornadoes. We've already got tornado warnings up and down this line right now. However, what we're really going to watch for, as far as the main tornado threat goes, that's going to be ahead of the cold front as confluence bands get involved with some very rich moisture out here. So we've got a lot of clear air, a lot of clearing happening out in front of the storm. We do expect for these little bands of precipitation to start getting more intense, and for supercells to form along those bands and take advantage of the atmosphere and put down big tornadoes. This is the kind of day that could produce huge monster tornadoes, and several of them. I don't want to sugarcoat this at all. This is different than yesterday. This is different than any tornado situation that we've covered in a little while. Okay, if we're going to have a big, nasty tornado, it's going to be today. Thankfully, it's, today's going to be the last day for the next several days that we have to worry about, tornado weather. After we get through today, we'll be done for a while. But today could be really, really significant. It's looking even more so than it was yesterday when these outlooks were first issued.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Keep that in mind as we watch all of these tornado warnings over here. We're obviously going to continue to see them come out of the line, but our main threat today is going to be out in front of the line in the form of supercells as more and more storms come together. Hey, Connor, thanks for the 5 gifted. Yeah, we're talking about, very significant tornadoes possible today. Of course, there's always failure modes. There's always ways that things could go right. And we don't see a bunch of tornadoes, but today's the kind of day where we certainly could, in a worst case scenario, see multiple big, bad Oklahoma tornadoes. How are we feeling about Dallas? We're feeling all right about Dallas. I think that the biggest severe weather threat, let me turn on the day one outlook for you. So the slight risk, or the enhanced risk, the greater tornado and wind risk, kind of stops right before you get into downtown Dallas, right? So if you're in McKinney and Greenville and Sulphur Springs and Sherman and Denton, you got a better chance of seeing significant severe weather today than, for example, Fort Worth or Waxahachie. So you're right on the line there in Dallas. But I do think we're going to see some significant severe weather today. In fact, the tornado threat is, it's high in Dallas today. A little bit higher the farther north you go. That hatched risk doesn't start until we get, just north of Dallas. Yeah, definitely everybody in Dallas, the DFW Metro needs to be watching as this line of storms approaches. First of all, the line's going to make it through Dallas, right? So that's going to be a problem. And then if any of these storms that are popping up out in front of that line are capable of producing, supercellular structures, then they're probably going to try to produce tornadoes. We've got a little bit of a bug with our graphic overlay. It's going to play those tornado watches every 5 minutes, unless I do something really quick to change that. If I can't fix it, it might be something that we just have to deal with. For today only. Bear with me. Okay, I think I've found a fix. For those of you who didn't know, your weather guy here has become a professional coder over the past 6 months. Professional is a word, but we've been getting stuff done with some of these programs, but I've also, we consistently find stuff that needs to be fixed. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning for, what is that, Oak Fulsey, Seminole, Potawatomi, and Lincoln counties in Oklahoma. That's going to be tornado possible. That tags on there. So Shawnee, the storm's coming through right now with 1 inch in diameter hail. It's going to continue to move on up towards Earlsboro and Prague, Oklahoma. 1 inch hail. Get ready for that over there towards the Cornerstone Hospital of Shawnee, and then Lilac Park. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let Y'allbot fill us in a little bit more about that, and then I'm going to implement our fix very quickly.
To add to that, Ryan, let's zoom in on the key spots. Crouch Ranch Airport and Jones Air Park are in the line of fire. Cornerstone Hospital of Shawnee should be ready for action. Schools like Central Oklahoma Juvenile Center and Earlsboro Elementary, stay alert. Folks near Lilac Park, Lincoln Park, Rose Garden Park, and Rosedale Park, brace yourselves. This storm's packing a punch. Back to you, Ryan.
You don't have anything else to add for us, Y'allbot?
Ryan, just a quick reminder, stay vigilant. This storm could trigger a tornado, so keep an eye on the sky and your weather alerts handy. Make sure you have a safe spot in mind, and don't take any chances. Stay safe out there. Back to you, Ryan.
Tell us a little bit about Lilac Park. What goes on there?
Lilac Park in Shawnee, Oklahoma is a cozy green space perfect for some outdoor relaxation. Locals often head there for a peaceful stroll, a picnic, or to let the kids play. It's got a laid-back vibe with open spaces and a few shaded spots. While it's not the biggest park around, it's a gem for those looking for a quiet corner in Shawnee. Back to you, Ryan.
All right, thank you, Y'allbot. Okay, so I think I fixed it. We'll give it a couple minutes here so I can refresh it, but I think we're good. It's good to get that kind of stuff out of the way at the beginning of the stream, because we really don't want. That's gonna bug the crap out of me if it's doing if we get a bunch of tornado watches today and a bunch of severe thunderstorm watches today, it's gonna just keep being like a new tornado watch has been issued every 5 minutes. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, we're getting warmed up here. All right, we're getting warmed up. We've got a big day ahead of us, potentially big tornado outbreak, severe weather outbreak at least. Currently, we've got a tornado warning for Seminole and Potawatomi and Lincoln counties in Oklahoma. Another one down here for Garvin, Murray, and Center counties in Oklahoma, or Carter counties, my bad. Connor, thank you so much for those gifted. All right, fingers crossed here. I'm going to try something real quick.
An important weather update has been issued.
Amazing. Yeah, I believe we've solved our problem. By the way, we've got we've got a big storm happening today, and we're talking about tornadoes and severe weather and all that stuff, but we've also got snow. All right. We've got Paige on Twitter sending us a picture of snow from Pine Top, Arizona this morning. Lots of snow coming down in Arizona, New Mexico, and Colorado. All right. Check it out. We've got also a live view of that right now. Virtual Rail Fan over there in Arvada, Colorado, showing us a live view of some of the heavy snow. In fact, there's 4 blizzard warnings right now. Most of those are up in Montana, but there's a significant snowstorm happening on the backside of this severe weather, which is one of the reasons why we have such a dynamic severe weather setup in the first place. There's a ton of cold air coming in to fight with the warm air, and that fight in the middle is going to take place in the form of severe weather. Unfortunately, in the corridor between Dallas and St. Louis today. But yeah, lots of snow coming down. Send us those snow pictures if you are watching and you're in Colorado or Arizona or any of those places that are getting snow today. And if you've got a Yolometer, bonus points. If we get enough submissions, we might do a giveaway at the end of the stream, our $1,000 snow measuring competition. I just don't know how many people we're going to have watching this for snow today, because it's going to be hard to remember to mention that whenever the warnings start going off here. Snow. You guys don't like snow? I love snow. Let's go check in on that most recent severe weather warning that we just got, by the way. This is up here for Creek and Okfuskee counties in Oklahoma. One-inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming into places like the Jones Memorial Airport, Depew High School, and the Oak Lake Trails Naturist Park. If you live out there, make sure you're getting indoors. This is going to be a pretty strong storm as it comes in. That storm specifically is also moving up towards Tulsa. So if you're in Tulsa right now, you got this big line of storms coming in towards Sapulpa. It's going to be paralleling highway or Interstate 44 right into Tulsa on the southwestern side, more than likely. One of our tornado warnings was just allowed to expire. So now we've just got one tornado warning down here for Garvin, Murray, and Carter counties. Take shelter. This is not quite going to make it to Wynwood, but it's going to come close. And also the rotation continues to tighten up here. So keep that in mind as this gets closer to Katy. We might actually have to be concerned about a tornado here, as this is our most impressive storm on the board right now. No way, It's early. Well, it's not early, but it's early in the stream. We're still getting warmed up. Meteorologist Andy Hill is going to be with us in about an hour. And our biggest weather threat, let's see here, our most of our storms are going to start happening around that time, I think. Let's take a look at the models here. Turn radar off, the warnings off. Let's turn models on, HRRR. We're going to look at the 12Z run. So this is what the radar theoretically could look like as we go into the future. Storms are going to look like they do right now, pretty much around noon Eastern, 1 p.m. Central. This is what the radar looks like right now. Watch what happens as I push this forward. Okay, especially the closer we get to 4 p.m., things really start to light up. First of all, we're going to have big supercells popping up around Dallas. These are either going to be big-time hail makers, wind makers, or they do have the potential to be tornado makers as well. So Dallas, your time to shine is going to be between 2 and 4 p.m. Eastern. That's 1 and 3 p.m. Central. And then look at all these other cells that are forming out in front of the line. Like if we actually see this, we could be talking about a big tornado outbreak today. And then they continue to mature and become, more widespread as we go into, let's say, 5 or 6 p.m. Eastern. We're still talking about a widespread tornado outbreak at this point, potentially. And then I think by the time we get to 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central tonight, things are going to start calming down a little bit. Because that line of storms is really going to start to catch up with all of the supercells that are popping up out in front of it. However, there's still a couple of areas where there will be isolated cells that are able to take advantage of the environment and produce tornadoes, probably all the way up until 11 p.m. or midnight. At that point, though, I do think that we start to see much more of a damaging wind threat. So once these storms get to Little Rock, for example, the tornado threat's going to be a lot lower than what it is whenever the storms are a little bit farther to the west, like around Fort Smith. Whenever the storms get to St. Louis, the tornado threat's going to be almost zero up there. However, as the storms are going around Joplin, Missouri, and Springfield, Missouri, the tornado threat is certainly going to be much higher. All right. So biggest tornado threat comes whenever these storms that pop up out in front of that main line are at their strongest. And that looks to me like it's going to be from about an hour and a half from now until 8 p.m. Central. And then as we go into the day tomorrow's election day, storms are going to continue to be somewhat interesting or somewhat robust around Little Rock, especially around 10 a.m. Tomorrow. The storms are going to be a little bit, gusty, I guess, by the time they get to Memphis and Chicago. But the severe weather threat is very low tomorrow. I don't think we have much of anything to worry about, honestly, as far as severe weather goes. We're not going to be live tomorrow. That's for sure. Once again, after the tornadoes tonight, we should get a decent break from severe weather. But unfortunately, what's going to happen is this. We get a break from severe weather only to be met with more tropical activity that we've got to cover. Here, let me build a scene here. Let me Gulf of Mexico, Band 13. Yeah. What the heck? Okay. So, yeah, right now we've got Tropical Depression 18. At some point today, during this live stream, it may officially become Tropical Storm Rafael, and we will talk about that. But we've got potentially a Category 1 hurricane that's going to be in the Gulf here soon. Once again, it could be a tropical storm as early as 7 p.m. this evening. And then I think that it'll be a Category 1 by the time that it gets to Cuba near Nueva Arona and Pinar del Rio, Cuba. And then it's going to continue to be a Category 1, potentially a strengthening Category 1 as it goes to the west of Key West. Category 1 hurricane right in the middle of the Gulf. The current forecast has this de-intensifying a little bit to a tropical storm right before it makes it up there to Louisiana or maybe southern portions of Mississippi or extreme southeastern portions of Texas. But I do expect that there is a chance that that's a little bit of a conservative forecast. There are some models that are showing this thing weakening before it comes to land because the waters aren't as warm in the Gulf right now as they were. And also, there's going to be a lot of wind shear out here for the storm to fight. But there are other models that are showing this thing at least maintaining its status as a Category 1 hurricane right up until it makes landfall. So the question now is, how much of an impact are we going to have here in the southeastern U.S.? It's no longer if. Like there's definitely a storm coming. We're definitely going to have at least a tropical rainstorm and maybe even a hurricane somewhere in one of our Gulf Coast areas. So that's what we'll be moving on to after this severe weather situation. All right. So we still do have our one tornado warning here, and every frame continues to look somewhat concerning. We've got a lot of inflow coming into the storm here near Katy. Rotation still exists. We could have a tornado near Brady, Oklahoma, trying to come up towards Wynwood. We need everybody out here in Garvin County, Oklahoma, to please take shelter. What weather program are you using? Believe it or not, this is, I call it Yaldar. I've made it. Specifically made to make certain things that we do here on the stream easier. It's nothing special. You guys wouldn't want it. It doesn't help you out unless you're trying to do a YouTube live stream. Hey, Stephanie, the weather wife is in chat. Everybody say thank you to Stephanie. Stephanie is my wife, and she's always gifting memberships here on the channel. 50 gifted memberships. And congratulations to all the people who got members. Who got memberships, I should say. Yeah, rotation's a little bit tighter there. Brady, I would definitely be watching out. Yeah, Steph is at the house with the kids, allowing me to come be the weatherman. We gotta love it. Oh, here we go. Here's our first Yalameter submission of the day. Rachel, I'm ready for snow, but I think I need a larger Yalameter for measuring all my leaves. That's the 30-inch Yalameter. I don't even know if the 42. I don't know if that would be enough. We might have to invent a larger one. The leaf-o-meter, yeah, we're gonna have to do a leaf-o-meter, I think. Yeah, we're gonna have meteorologist Andy Hill with us sooner rather than later. We're also gonna have Elijah. I don't think we'll have Riley today.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Or we would have had them at the start of the stream. Here we go. So they did decide to extend that tornado warning out to Wynwood, Pauls Valley, and Byers in Oklahoma. So this little area of rotation that we're watching right here is the culprit. If it's producing a tornado, it's happening near Brady. It's getting ready to go over Interstate 35 near Wynwood and Pauls Valley. Please take shelter if you are in Pauls Valley. And that's going to be in Garvin, Murray, McClain, and Potawatomi counties in Oklahoma. And that's going to go all the way until 1:15 Eastern, 12:15 Central. Why not? Oh, okay. Yep, it's definitely could be a big tornado day. That's for sure. We're going to have a lot of. Oh yeah, the follow meter. I like that. We're going to have a lot of tornado warnings today, and I want to make sure that we emphasize this because it's going to get brought up a lot. We're going to have a lot of tornado warnings today, and I think that the big tornadoes, the ones that today's the kind of day where we might have to have multiple, observed tornado warnings, PDS tornado warnings, stuff like that. A lot of those will likely come later. If let's say that we're live from noon to 10
An important
p.m.
weather update has
about
been
6
issued.
p.m. to 10 p.m. is probably going to be the greatest threat time. Because a big thing that we're going to be looking for today is that low-level jet enhancement, and that's not going to happen until the sun starts to set. Now, today's storms are going to be very unique in that it's not necessarily going to take the low-level jet being incredibly enhanced to cause tornadoes. That's why we're already seeing them. But things are going to get way, way more intense, I think, as time goes on, unfortunately. Yeah, there's a bunch of different storm chasers out there. Right now, we've got, we're not specifically, we don't have anybody up, but there's going to be multiple different instances where we go back and forth between a couple different ones. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning for Garvin, Murray, McClain, and Potawatomi counties in Oklahoma. Looks like a pretty serious situation trying to develop here right over Interstate 35 west of Wynwood. I would watch that like a hawk here from your storm cellar. Hopefully, if you're in Pauls Valley, Civet, Bowdenett, and McGee in Oklahoma, this could be a tornado trying to develop right now. We also just had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued. Let's go check it out. This is a big one. This is coming up towards Tulsa, okay? So Tulsa, Oklahoma. Now, just to your west, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Creek, Pawnee, Tulsa County, and Osage County, Oklahoma. 1 inch in diameter hail is possible, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. 60-mile-per-hour winds.
To add to that, Ryan, folks in northeastern Oklahoma, heads up. We're looking at severe storms moving fast towards Sand Springs, Manford, and Drumright. If you're near Keystone State Park or Jennings Elementary, take shelter now. Also, watch out on I-44 between mile markers 178 and 186 and 197 to 208. Stay safe out there. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you, Yellbot. Gives me an opportunity to step away if needed. But yeah, one of the airports in the path there is the Gull Bay Landing Airport near Tulsa. I think that if there's going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds, that's one of the places where it would be more likely. Jonathan, thank you so much for that big time contribution. Thank you for the very generous super chat. Says it feels like nadir weather here in Muskogee. Can you see the timing for us? Absolutely, John. Timing for you guys as far as the beginning of the onset, I should say, of the biggest storms is honestly going to be between about an hour and a half from now and 4 p.m. Okay, so That's a pretty big window, but it could start anytime in there. It just depends on where some of these prefrontals go. So keep that in mind. Let me show you again. And also, just so everybody can see across the whole U.S. What's going on here? These storms right here are the ones that we're watching for the biggest tornado problems. And those are going to make it into Muskogee. Once again, some of them could be getting in there close to 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 Central, but definitely by 5 or 6 p.m. It's gonna be an active night. I can tell you that much. Nobody got fired. Y'allbot's not taking anybody's job. Y'allbot is an addition to
A new tornado warning has been
what
issued.
we've got going on here. Andy and Riley, they're much more important than they're not just there to give me a break to take a drink. You know what I mean? That's what Y'allbot's for. And also, like, Y'allbot, if you listen to what Y'allbot's saying, it's a smart bot. It's got some good information in there. All right, we got a new tornado warning. We got to go. We got to go check it out. This is associated with our same cluster of storms that we've been watching here. This also includes Wynwood. This includes places like Oak Grove as well. If you're near the Joy Primary School, then you're in the path. Take shelter now. That's for Garvin and Murray counties in Oklahoma. Oh, is it Wynwood? That's a good that's a good test for Y'allbot. Actually, I want to see if she knows that. Hey, Y'allbot, you there?
What's up, Ryan? How can I help? Back to you, Ryan.
There's a there's a tornado warning in Wynwood, Oklahoma. Am I pronouncing that like the locals right? Is it Wynwood or Wynnywood or what is it?
Ah, you're close. It's actually pronounced Wynnywood. And if there's a tornado warning there, folks better take cover immediately, moving to an interior room on the lowest floor. Stay safe. Back to you, Ryan.
Okay, real quick. What about the town next to Tulsa, the Sapulpa? How do you say that?
That would be Sapulpa.
Okay.
Gotta love those. All right, then. I'm here when you need me. Back to you,
Y'allbot.
Ryan.
See, some people don't like this new voice, but it is actually a lot better at correctly pronouncing things. The other one has some limitations because it's too robotic. So Wynnywood, the rotation's going right over town right now. It's going to go towards Oak Grove here soon and Stratford. It sounds like a kindergarten teacher at story time. It does, but it's just the main reason that I use it is for the pronunciation thing, and it actually works better. Like, watch this. Like, watch. Okay, there's a hurricane coming for portions of Cuba near Nueva Gerona. How do you say that? Like the locals.
That would be Nueva Gerona. Sounds like folks there need to brace for impact. Back to you, Ryan.
All right. What about the Pinar del Rio? How do you say that?
That's Pinar del Rio. Looks like Western Cuba's in for some rough weather. Back to you, Ryan.
So, I'll take the kindergarten teacher sound to get those realistic you know, like it's going to do that for everywhere. I asked it. Yeah, I'm from Eastern Kentucky. I live in a town called Pikeville, right? I asked it, how do the locals pronounce it? And it said Pikeville. Pikeville. And that's exactly how we say it. So, like, it wins. It wins. As time goes on and we're able to develop it more, we can make it sound less kindergarten-y, I guess. But for now, that's what we've got. We've got one y'all bot. We should cherish it. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning. Thankfully, we don't have any confirmation that there's anything on the ground. However, there is some significant rotation near Wynnewood, moving up towards Stratford, Oklahoma. Please take shelter out here in Murray and Garvin counties if you haven't already. Steph, there's a button called electric. You should just hit electric, and it'll take about a minute, and then it'll switch over. Sorry, guys, I'm doing some text support at home too. My wife is texting me, says our hot water heater is refrigerating the closet. It's a hybrid hot water heater. It's on heat pump. It's on the heat pump mode. Turn it to electric. Austin could probably go down there and hit it if you don't see it. It does make the closet super cold if it's in heat pump mode. By the way, significant flash flooding is also going to be a big problem. Moderate risk of excessive rainfall in eastern Oklahoma, northwestern Arkansas, and southern Missouri today. Big slight risk as well from Chicago all the way down to Austin, Texas. Flash flooding is going to be a problem, and we are going to cover it here as the reports start to come in. So there's going to be a lot to talk about tonight. I think that tonight's also the kind of night where we could potentially see some considerable flash flood warnings, maybe even some flash flood emergencies if there's enough rain.
Hello. It is Monday, November 4th, 2024.
Oh, the National Weather Service in Tulsa has a severe weather briefing for us. Let's listen in.
Hello. It is Monday, November 4th, 2024, and here's an update on the severe weather and flooding threats expected today across eastern Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas. There's an enhanced risk for severe thunderstorms today with all severe hazards possible, including tornadoes, damaging winds, and large hail. Some tornadoes today will have the potential to become strong. The highest severe weather threat is expected between 2 and 9 p.m. However, at least a low severe threat will continue into the early overnight hours. Additionally, widespread rainfall continues across eastern Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas today, with potential for localized flash flooding and river flooding. Here's the latest severe weather outlook and probability of a warning across the region this afternoon, evening, and early overnight. The entire area is at risk for severe weather. A tornado watch is in effect until 6 p.m. for all of eastern Oklahoma. The watch will likely need to be expanded into northwest Arkansas this evening. Severe thunderstorms within the watch area may produce tornadoes, some of which may be strong, damaging winds, and large hail. This image shows our latest thoughts on the timing of the severe weather threat. Zone 1, which encompasses much of eastern Oklahoma, will have the highest risk for severe weather between 2 and 6 p.m., although severe weather will be possible as early as 11 a.m. Zone 2, which includes far eastern Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas, will have the highest risk for severe weather between 4 and 9 p.m. Between 1 to 4 inches of additional rainfall is expected today and tonight, and a flood watch remains in effect across the region through tonight. Rain is expected to conclude by late evening across eastern Oklahoma, but continue into the early overnight hours across northwest Arkansas. Considering heavy rainfall which has already occurred, concerns are increasing for higher chances of excessive rainfall and flash flooding, especially across portions of southeast Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas today and tonight. In addition to flash flooding, minor river flooding is expected for the Poto River near Panama, where a flood warning remains in effect. A flood advisory is also in effect for the Mulberry River near Mulberry, as the river climbs into action stage. That concludes the severe
National Weather Service in Tulsa. Love it. Love it. Information, 10 out of 10. Graphics, probably a 7 out of 10, though. Oh man, if you just if you're just now tuning in, we are we're waiting on these storms to get going. We're monitoring the tornado warning that we already have in place for Wynnewood and Stratford. No new developments on that. The rotation hasn't picked up.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Never mind. That was some timing right there. All right, so somehow we've got a confirmed tornado warning now. And that's going to be because weather spotters have actually spotted a tornado. So let's make sure we're watching our chaser feeds closely. Somebody out there is seeing a tornado right now. So once again, this has just got upgraded. And from radar, it doesn't look any more impressive than it was a few minutes ago. But the National Weather Service has officially upgraded this to a confirmed observed tornado warning. And we've got weather spotters claiming that they're seeing a tornado down there. So please take shelter. If you haven't already, in Garvin and McClain counties in Oklahoma. They've also went ahead and upgraded this other one to an observed tornado warning. So we essentially technically have two observed tornado warnings. However, it's just one. They've got two polygons here kind of overlapping each other. So that's what we've got going on right now. Get to shelter if you're in Garvin, Murray, or McClain counties in Oklahoma. Take shelter now. You want to move to a safe room or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows if you are outdoors. If you're in a mobile home or a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourselves from flying debris. A confirmed tornado was located near Wynnewood, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So it's moving pretty quick, right up towards Stratford. Stratford, Oklahoma, you guys got to take shelter. Also, places near Hart, south and east of Civet, Oklahoma, you guys should take shelter as well. We've got a tornado on the ground. Yeah, we don't. Honestly, I don't see a whole lot of rotation on radar at this point. We saw more of it when the storm was closer to Wynnewood, but we're gonna. We've got trained spotters on the ground saying that they're seeing a tornado. So we've got to trust the National Weather Service. And honestly, you might as well, if you live out in the path of this thing, you need to take shelter. Whether there's a tornado on the ground or not, we need to assume that there is and take shelter. Yep, there is a mistake with the clock. It says it's 11:56 p.m. That will hopefully fix itself whenever we cross over to noon and it continues to say p.m. If it says a.m., then we've got a problem that we should probably take time to fix right now, but I'm not too worried about it at the moment. If it flips over to a.m., then that's going to be annoying. Yep, Stratford's in the path. McGee, Oklahoma is also in the path. Oh my God. Oh, this is too good. Y'all bot meme already. Y'all bot is not taking anybody's job. We embrace all technology here on this channel. So one of the things that could have happened with this warning very well could be that we had a brief tornado. It was reported, and then that tornado has since lifted, and now we don't have a tornado anymore. I think just from looking at radar, that's what I'm leaning towards. However, if you're in Stratford, Oklahoma, you should take shelter. Regardless of that, because if a storm has to... if the storm has the ability to produce a tornado, which it looks like this one did for maybe about 30 seconds to a minute, it's got the ability to continue to do that. So even though we might not have one down right now, there's definitely could be one coming for Stratford. Take shelter immediately. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning we might as well go take a gander at. We've got 6 severe thunderstorm warnings now, by the way. Things are getting quite active, as you can tell from the weather intensity score, which is above the active level. Getting pert near close to extreme. We might make it up to extreme today. Creek and Tulsa counties, Oklahoma, are under a severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 70-mile-per-hour, or 3/4-inch hail is coming up to Bristow within the next little bit, and then it's going to ride high Interstate 44 all the way up to Sapulpa. This is going to impact places like the Washington School, the Jones Memorial Airport, and the Prayer Mountain Campground. Take shelter if you're in the path here. This is going to be a strong storm. You can tell from the reflectivity here that this is going to bring some strong winds. All right, those are coming into Bristow now. They're coming into Sapulpa next. Brace for impact. Tulsa, you guys you're going to get a good storm here. And back room, we should probably start paying attention to some western side Tulsa traffic cameras, as those are probably going to capture some good storm action here soon. Jaded Echo, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, watching from central Wisconsin. Everyone, please stay safe and weather aware. Thank you, Jaded. It's currently 1 p.m. Eastern. It's noon Central. And it still says p.m. So we don't have to worry about that until tomorrow. Somebody please remind me tomorrow to fix that. What is the weather intensity score? So it's a proprietary algorithm that creates a composite score based off of everything that's happening in the weather world. It's very useful to us here for obvious reasons, and I figured you guys would find it interesting. It updates every minute. It takes into account how many warnings are in effect, every single possible kind of warning, how much time is left on those warnings, what the severity level of the warning is, how many storm reports are coming in, how many storm chasers are currently live right now, what time of day is it, everything that you could possibly think of that happens in the weather world, the amount of lightning strikes that are happening around a certain radar tower, all of that is formulated into this composite score that tells us how intense the weather is in the U.S. right now. And we use it for a lot of different things, and it's also just a cool metric to look at during events like this. I know that a lot of people are talking about Reed Timbers in the path of our only tornado warning right now. I can't show his stream, y'all. I don't have permission. Chris Hall's with him too, and I don't think we have permission for that one today either. Mark is in Grayson County, Texas, though. And we're getting a pretty good view of this storm down here near Bridgeport, I believe. It looks like these storms are also going to be capable of producing tornadoes today. Somebody get confirmation about Chris. Because if it's on there, we can... We don't need to assume that we can't, you know? Probably Chris. Yeah, somebody ask him. Okay, so they've taken the confirmed tornado warning down. So we've still got a radar indicated tornado warning out here for Garvin and McClain counties in Oklahoma, but we don't have any confirmed tornado as of right now. Joplin, Missouri, we're good right now. However, there's a pretty good chance that we're going to have some strong storms tonight. We do have some power outages coming in. 3,000 people just lost power in Texas. 2,000 just lost power in Oklahoma, likely as a result of these storms. We do have Tropical Depression 18 out there right now in the Caribbean. It's likely going to become a tropical storm today, and it will threaten the United States by next weekend, or this weekend, I should say. All right, so we've got ourselves a new tornado warning that's coming in right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're going to fly over to it. And this is a long warning. This is a pretty big one that goes all the way across Pontotoc, Pottawatomie, Seminole, McClain, and Garvin counties. This includes places like Byers, Kanawha, Asher, and Wolf, Sacred Heart, Vemusa, and Bowlegs. Take shelter now if you're in the path here. Some of the places that are in the path include Summers Chapel School and Asher High. Take shelter. So this is a radar indicated warning. This is a continuation of the tornado warning that is currently in effect right now for Stratford. All right, the storm's going to continue to go right on up to Bowlegs, south of Seminole. So we're ready for it. Also, we've got a pretty large storm coming into Tulsa on the western side right now. Severe thunderstorm warning was issued for Pawnee and Creek in Osage counties not too long ago. And this is what that looks like up close and personal as it comes into Tulsa. Make sure you guys have my screen up on the back TV up there. And so because you yeah. I keep losing she keeps moving the camera on me. This is what the storm looks like as it comes into Tulsa. I don't see much of a tornado threat right now with the severe storm that's coming into Tulsa. But it does look like it's going to be a pretty significant storm with 3/4 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Six to 8 inches of snow last night in Silverthorne, Colorado. More on the way. Hunter, thanks for sending that in. Somebody asked Chris if Zello is okay too. Liam says, Yaldar, what's next? The meteorologist. Yeah, we pretty much, we've coined that term. That's my official title, meteorologist. Mm-hmm. Yep. Caleb, if you don't care to ask him to come through on Zello if he's down with that, and then we'll go from there. Hey, will somebody also update the latest the headlines on the overlay? Yeah, straight line winds, that's the main thing that we're looking at coming into Tulsa right now. The tornado threat right now is mostly back towards the south and west, towards those tornado warnings. But Tulsa, you're about to get a good storm right now. Sorry, I'm a little quiet. I'm distracted. We've got a lot of back end stuff going on right now. Trying to coordinate with our chasers, make sure we can, work with everybody that we can. We currently have 2 tornado warnings, 4 blizzard warnings, 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, 7 flash flood warnings. We also have a whopping 34 river flood warnings in effect right now, so that's something that we'll likely have to keep an eye on as well. And just a bunch of winter weather warnings and advisories out there, especially on the backside. I'm going to show you all again that we've got snow to worry about on the backside of this thing. Heavy snow tonight and today in Arizona and southern Colorado. So yeah, very interesting stuff. More snow coming in with another system as we go into Wednesday. Camille with the very generous super chat says, this channel does wonderful work. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing for you to go global? Spain was so unprepared for what hit them. Prayers. Yeah, that would be nice if we could go global. Maybe we're gonna try to get good at America first, because that's where I'm from, and that's, you know, we're close to getting that figured out. Then maybe one day we'll cover more stuff. Right now we specifically focus, especially with live coverage. Now, we mentioned Spain. We've been talking about Spain and Portugal, and the remnants of Patty all week. We've been talking about it a lot in our videos, but specifically when it comes to these live streams, I don't think that we can be sending storm chasers to Spain with our current setup right now. So let us get a little good at this first. Canner, thanks for that. Here's that important weather update. Tornado watch, severe weather threat is increasing. All severe hazards possible. So this is where we expect to see some of those storms pop up that'll be capable of producing our big tornadoes later, from Dallas all the way up to Henrietta, Tulsa, Bartlesville, Sherman, Hugo, Atoka, McAllister. You guys are all under the gun for significant severe weather tonight. Yeah, we're just kind of focused in on the storm coming into Tulsa right now. We've got a lot of storm chasers on the board here. We've also got some traffic cameras in Tulsa. We're going to show you this Tulsa storm as it comes in. But we do, of course, we haven't forgot. We do have a tornado warning down here in Oklahoma, south of Asher. Pontotoc, Pottawatomie, Seminole, McClain, and Garvin counties are under a tornado warning for the next 29 minutes. Take shelter now. Rotation looks a little bit more impressive now, too. Yeah, we do have Storm Chaser Chris Hall on the board again. who is with Reed Timmer, as far as if I'm understanding that correctly. We currently have 6 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 tornado warning. We're kind of focused in on the tornado warning here. But a lot of our severe thunderstorm warnings are for the storm that's heading towards Tulsa right now. Everybody in Tulsa needs to be getting ready for some really strong winds. Hey, thank you, Sai. Thank you, Sai. Ryan, did you see the NATO cast? Yes, I saw the NATO cast. It's looking not good. Not good. Tornado outbreak is possible tonight. Once again, we are watching for these storms right here to pop up. Right now, we're dealing with this stuff, okay, which is our main mode. But as time goes on, we are going to see these storms become a much bigger problem, a much bigger deal. Likely within the next hour or so. And then those are going to become our tornado makers, especially around 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 Central. This is when our tornado outbreak is going to really be in full effect if we have one tonight. That's going to go all the way through 8, 9, 10 p.m. or so. Let me show you another thing here that's not just the radar. The thing that has really got me concerned is this. All right, we've got this parameter that we look at called the significant tornado parameter. This puts together all the stuff, right? The low-level jet, the moisture, all the different things that go into forecasting tornadoes. This is a nice composite parameter that puts them all together and then gives us a number on a scale of like 1 to 20 of how likely it is that a tornado could, maybe thrive in that environment. By 3 p.m. today, we're looking at pretty elevated significant tornado parameter values all across eastern Oklahoma, right? In fact, it maxes out about 10 in some places, which is high, okay? And here's what happens as we go later into the afternoon and evening. Here we are about 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 Central, and what we've got is a 15. We've got some places maxing out at 15. And essentially what that means is that the tornadoes are going to be capable of being very, very significant. The number just keeps, being high all the way up until about 10 p.m. or so. So prime time tornado ingredients are going to be from 4 Eastern until 7 or 8 Eastern. This right here is going to be bad if we actually see this. That's why whenever we started the stream, we were using words like tornado outbreak. Today has the potential to be a big tornado day. Don't want to downplay it at all. Chris Hall is in Dominator 3, 4, whatever it is, and he's out there near the tornado warning that we've been tracking. Additionally, we've got Max Archer out there in Seminole County,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We've got you covered today. There's a lot of storm chasers and a lot of tower cameras to choose from. We got a new tornado warning. We've got to go to it. Oh wow. Oh wow. This is a new development here. So this is on the northern side of Tulsa. We've got a tornado warning for Sperry, Skiatook, and Collinsville. This is kind of wrapped up very quickly. Remember, it wasn't too long ago where we were talking about Tulsa being mostly a linear damaging wind threat. Well, over the past couple of frames, we've seen this rotation kind of build in, kind of backfill in here near Sperry, and now we've got a tornado warning for Tulsa County, Oklahoma. This is north of downtown, but a tornado warning is in effect for Tulsa County, Oklahoma. Skiatook, Sperry, and Collinsville are in the path. You guys have got to take shelter immediately. This is a very dangerous storm. If we see another frame where things look a little bit tighter, this might be the real deal here. Just south of the Wilson Ranch Airport, there's a potential tornado trying to come together, and that's going to move up towards Sperry. If you know where Collinsville Park is or Washington School, those are in the path. So take shelter now. This is going to go on for the next 36 minutes. Hey, we've got a tornado warning over here near Tulsa, Oklahoma. How do you say Skiatook? Am I saying that right?
It's pronounced Skiatook, Ryan.
Are you sure it's
Now,
not Skiatook?
Yep, I'm sure. It's Skiatook, not Skiatook. Local knowledge, my friend. But hey, now you can impress folks with your Oklahoma pronunciation skills. Back to you, Ryan.
All right, one of the things in the path here is the Skyhaven Air Park. What happens there?
Skyhaven Air Park could be at risk if a tornado hits. Aircraft and hangars are vulnerable to damage from strong winds.
You can just say that you don't know. Thank you, y'all.
Well, I do know that if a tornado hits near Skyhaven Air Park, it could cause significant damage to aircraft and structures.
Thank you, y'all. I appreciate
Tornadoes are no joke. So it's best to take cover
so
and
it's wrong.
follow
It is
safety
Skiatook.
protocols.
It is
Better to
Skiatook.
be
That's
safe
what I
than
thought.
sorry in these situations. Back to you, Ryan.
That's what I thought. So Skiatook, Vera, Collinsville, and Sperry, you guys are all under a tornado warning. It does wonderful with the pronunciations of everywhere except for there, I guess. I actually knew that was Skiatook. I caught myself saying it wrong, figured we'd test her out, and then boom, let us down. But yeah, the rotation is coming together a little bit more. Once again, just south of the Wilson Ranch Airport. It's coming up towards Collinsville right now, so please get to your safe spot if you haven't gotten there already. We don't have any sort of confirmation. There is no tornado on the ground as far as we know, but it could be happening soon, okay? This is our most impressive or most concerning tornado warning right now, I would say. The one just north of Tulsa near Skiatook. Listen, I'm talking to the locals of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and they are telling me that it is pronounced Skiatook, and you are wrong. So you need to bake that into your memory, okay?
All right, Ryan. Got it. Skiatook it is. Thanks for setting me straight. Always good to learn from the locals. Back to you, Ryan.
I don't know if I like that voice. It is the best as far as pronunciations go, but now I'm having second thoughts. By the way, for those of you who are wondering, meteorologist Andy Hill is going to be here. He's just not here yet. He's waiting on the Uber. He just told me he's waiting on an Uber. Flash flood warning for a bunch of counties in Missouri. tornado warning has been issued for the Skiatook, Sperry area of Oklahoma. Seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Yep, Spiro, Oklahoma. You guys need to be watching out today for sure. Here's a graphic for our tornado watch. I don't know if I've shown this, but until 6 p.m. Central, few tornadoes likely. Scattered 2-inch hail possible. 70-mile-per-hour winds. This goes once again until 6 p.m. Central. Population 10 million. 10 million people under the gun for big time severe weather today. I do expect a tornado outbreak if all the ingredients come together in the way that we think that they could. I do expect a tornado outbreak today, unfortunately. So if you're in any of these towns, if you're in any of the shaded counties here, this is going to be an extremely dangerous event. So please take it seriously. Yeah, there's 4 blizzard warnings in effect right now. Most of those are up there towards Montana. But a lot of snow happening. Lots of snow happening back in Colorado and Arizona right now. The storm is getting awfully close to Tulsa. It's not quite into town yet. If you are concerned, or if you're kind of watching the storms as they come in, and you're in Tulsa, there is a severe thunderstorm warning for Tulsa. Okay, you guys are expecting to see 60-mile-per-hour winds over the next little bit. Some of the places that this will come into first on the west side of town will be like Douglas Park and Sand Springs. That's where we're going to see the wall of wind come in. And you can kind of see the shelf cloud a little bit on our traffic cameras here. You can see the storm approaching Tulsa there in the distance. You can also see it on this one a little bit. Yeah, very strong storm coming into Tulsa right now. And we do have to watch the very real potential for tornadic activity here, because we've got we had a tornado warning come out for this storm that is now going into Skiatook. It's possible that we see another tornado warning for this part of the storm as well, because notice what happens here. You see this little kink right here? That's where we had enough inflow allowed to come into the storm that it was, it produced some rotation. I'm seeing another kink right here. Okay, so that actually could be a potential sign of a developing part of this line that could try to produce a tornado, maybe near Allen, Bowden, Prattville, Berry Hill, Sand Springs on the southwestern side of Tulsa. You've got a strong storm coming. You want to get indoors no matter what, but you could also potentially be looking at a little bit of a wrap-up tornado here with that little kink in the line. Not able to see much from velocity, so that's good. However, don't want to let our guards down, that's for sure. Some of the places that are in the path of this very strong storm include the Oklahoma Surgical Hospital, the Center for Orthopedic Reconstruction, the Metropolitan College of Legal Studies, the Courtyard Shops, Tesla Premium Outlets, or Tulsa Premium Outlets, and of course, places like the Bailey Ranch Golf Course are in the direct path of a dangerous storm. Please get indoors if you are in the path here. Is Joplin looking rough today? Yep, Joplin, Missouri is in one of the areas that we are most concerned about for tornadic activity today. You got to be watching out and being ready to receive those warnings if you live in southwestern Missouri. Still looking at a tornado warning down here near Maud, Oklahoma as well. This is coming up towards Bowlegs, Pottawatomie, and Seminole counties. You're under a tornado warning. Another tornado warning still in effect up here for Skiatook. The rotation that prompted this warning is really gone. What's not gone, it's just outside of the warning. You see here? It's past the warning polygon. So we'll either see them discontinue this warning for Skiatook, or we'll see them issue a new warning up here. I'm going to test out. We're giving Andy the ability to do yaw watches. So I'm going to test that out real quick. Can you guys see that? It's hard to see, isn't it? But yeah, that's the area where we might see a new tornado warning if they decide to do that. And that would include, Highway 2154. Honestly, there's not a lot of stuff out here, but almost up to Ramona, Oklahoma. But yeah, pretty soon, Andy will be able to use the software that we've created here, and in real time, he can make his own polygons and draw our attention to places where we think a tornado warning might come soon, rather than just, obviously he's still going to come in and talk about it, but we've got the ability to rapidly issue yaw watches now. Definitely need to make the yaw watch polygons a little bit more visible. Cash, thank you. The Yalagon, yeah. Respect the Yalagon. Strong winds are now moving into Tulsa. Okay, we're probably on some of our tower cameras here. We're really going to start to see Tulsa light up with a severe thunderstorm. You can see the front edge of that shelf cloud from James McMullen's point of view. But yeah, some of the severe thunderstorm winds are moving into Lefko Hill and places like Berry Hill, Red Fork. Right now, downtown Tulsa, it's 5 minutes away, probably at most. Not necessarily concerned, but watching this little kink right here. If there's enough inflow that's allowed to sneak in there, we could have a little bit of rotation that tries to produce a tornado, maybe somewhere between the Post Oak Lodge and Retreat, Northgate, and Mohawk. If you know where those areas are, that's kind of the most dangerous part of the storm right now in Tulsa. But the whole city of Tulsa is getting ready to get slammed by a strong storm. This is what it looks like right now as it's coming over interstate, actually Highway 344 near Brenner. I think I'm saying that right. You can see it, the rain's starting to come down really good. A little bit farther to the east, we've got a good view of it here in the distance. You see the dark clouds. There's probably a fantastic shelf cloud right now coming into Tulsa. James has got a good view of it, but he's not pointing the camera in the right way. And so maybe we'll see it here in a second. Oh, you can see it a little bit in this one. You see it up there? Man, I bet that's a magnificent shelf cloud outside of Tulsa, Oklahoma right now. Obviously, we want you to be indoors, but if you can peek out of a window, you'll probably see something really awesome.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning. Pretty much in line with our Y'all-a-gon that we put out. So yeah, they're watching the same storm that we are. Ramona, Vera, Talala. You guys are all under a tornado warning now. That's Washington, Rogers, Tulsa, and Nowata counties in Oklahoma. You're now under a tornado warning. Take shelter now. The Skyhaven Air Park's in the path there. The Blue Stern Airport is also in the path. Make the y'all squad, or make the y'all watches. Oh, make them purple. Oof, maybe like a light purple. We don't want we want the real. You want the National Weather Service warnings to be, the ones. Are the y'all watches should be subtle, but I think it's too subtle. All right, so with that tornado warning, our weather intensity score is officially over 100, so it's active out there right now. We plan on seeing things increase as time goes on. We think it's active right now. Wait until about 4 p.m. Or 3 p.m. or so. Things are going to get downright nuts if things go the way that I think they're going to go. Potential tornado outbreak soon to be underway here. In portions of Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas, and southwestern Missouri tonight. We're going to be here a while. Oh, you can see it coming through Tulsa, man. That is an ominous shelf cloud coming into town right now. All these tornado warnings that we're talking about are to your north. There's no tornado warning for downtown Tulsa right now. However, it is going to be a strong storm. By the way, new tornado warning for Seminole County, Oklahoma. This includes Bowlegs, Lima, and Cromwell. So they've really extended this one way out. So Cromwell, take shelter. That's Seminole County, Oklahoma. Johns Park is in the path. Take shelter now. Tyler's been here for 28 months. Shout out to you, Tyler. Says, just keep it a white polygon, but more solid. I think that's a good plan, too. Oh, boy. The rotation is really starting to kind of intensify here near Vera, Oklahoma. If we see a couple more scans where that looks a little bit tighter, that could be a big tornado trying to come together as it goes towards Talala, Oklahoma. Y'all take shelter. Take shelter in Tulsa and Washington counties, and Rogers and Nowata and Washington counties, Oklahoma. $3,000 more people have lost power in Texas, so the storms down in Texas must be continuing to be kind of intense here. We do have that one severe thunderstorm warning in Texas. I want to go check it out real quick. Near Munster, we've got a pretty strong storm here producing 1 inch in diameter hail. We do have storms popping up near Dallas. And these are going to be ones that we have to watch very closely. You see all these storms popping up around Dallas down here? These are going to be capable of producing tornadoes, all right? No ifs, ands, or buts about it. As they become stronger and more mature, as they move up into the DFW area, we're going to be watching them like a hawk. So these are going to be a problem until this line comes through. Once the line gets past Dallas, once this line right here gets past Dallas, it's over. There's no more storms that we have to worry about. But until then, everything that pops up, we are watching very closely. Tyler, thanks for the 10 gifted. Everybody say thank you to Tyler, and congratulations to all of those who now have memberships. Look at this. More ominous clouds moving into Tulsa. We're watching the storm overtake Tulsa. This is what it looks like on the east side looking back to the west. This is what it looks like in the west looking back to the east. Weather intensity scores below 100, so we're sitting down. We've been streaming now for 1 hour and 43 minutes. We are still at the very beginning of today's broadcast. Remember, we're going to be here all day for free, commercial free. Never, you never have to worry about anything like that. And the goal is to get as much vital information out to as many people as possible. If you want to help us do that, you can share us on social media or hit the like button. Look at this. Uneven says, from my girlfriend's work at Williams Tower. So this is that storm coming into Tulsa. I figured you guys were sending photos. I had to go over to Twitter. That is a monster storm coming into Tulsa there. What do we got here? Yeah, you can see it very well from this camera in Sapulpa. Even better, actually, in this camera, you can see the rain actually getting ready to come in to Tulsa right now. So really, really intense storm coming through Tulsa right now. I told yous, if you peeked out a window, you'd see something cool. Once again, this is from Twitter here. Somebody sent us this photo of the massive storm coming into Tulsa right now. 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-sized hail is going to be possible in there. Mostly, it's just a lot of heavy rain and a lot of lightning. The tornado threat right now looks to be mostly to the north of Tulsa. We don't have any tornado warnings for Tulsa. We do have a tornado warning to the north, though, for Washington, Rogers, and Nowata counties. And if we've got anybody out here near Talala, they need to be paying attention and getting to shelter. Otherwise, our severe thunderstorm warning is, just for wind and hail for the most part. I would be watching out in Owasso. Owasso, especially over here near the Bailey Ranch Golf Course. Another little kink here that we've got to watch. Okay, that might be some rotating action trying to move up towards Owasso. And our tornado warning here really, past couple of frames, things have kind of ramped up a little bit. A lot of this is side lobed. This is not necessarily reality, what we're looking at here, but definitely an uptick in rotation. And we're watching for maybe seeing some debris. This is a very dangerous storm moving towards Talala. We'll see what the National Weather Service has to say about that when those scans come through. But man, that right there, mostly side lobe once again, but it's still a good indicator of a strong storm. Certainly capable of producing a tornado north of Tulsa right now. That's a pretty good sign that there's something going on there. And there is a little bit of decreased correlation near that. However, it's a little bit off, and it's also not, I've only seen it for technically one frame. So not sure if that's debris or not. But man, this is definitely capable of producing a big tornado here. So if we are anywhere near Talala, Oklahoma, we got to be taking shelter. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning. I want to check that out real quick because we were just talking about these storms south of Dallas. Okay, so now we've got our first real severe thunderstorm warning for areas to the south and west of Dallas. Meridian, Morgan, Whitney, Blum, Itasca, Texas. This is in Bosque Hill and Johnson counties in Texas. Please get indoors and get ready. There is a very, very strong storm coming. 1 inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds is possible. This is going to be going over towards Cedar Creek Park, the Circle A Ranch Airport, the Smith Ranch First State Bank Airport, Whitney High School, and Friendship School. Get ready for that hail and those strong winds. We're also going to watch this storm very closely for rotation, and it's already starting to crank a little bit here. So this is going to be a problem for us as it approaches Dallas, unfortunately. That storm's making a beeline to the DFW area. Super generous super chat from Red. Thank you, Red. Obviously, you didn't have to do that. It says, one of your streams in November 2022 got us a warning in rural East Texas before the National Weather Service could issue one. The text I sent to my therapist in the path allowed her to get to her parents next door to shelter before the tornado passed just 2 houses away from them. Love you. Keep it up. Red, I remember that. That was, do you realize that was exactly 2 years ago today? That was, I believe, if we're talking about the same thing, there were a lot of events in November of 2022, but there was a big tornado outbreak on November 4th of 2022 that we were live for. And here we are, 2 years later on the same day, potentially looking at another big tornado outbreak for a lot of the same areas, which is wild. Is that radar scope? Nope. This is literally Yaldar. I'm not joking. I built my own radar software to make doing stuff like this easier, where I can show you guys the information. It's not public. It'll never be like it's. I still recommend the all the other apps that we talk about. This is just for me, but it's essentially the same thing that you're going to get from Radar Omega or something like that, just with a couple of extra features baked on top specifically for me. Like y'all watches. Another new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, in Texas. Love and Cook counties in Texas are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. .60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch in diameter hail is on the way. And also, something that I added to Yaldar are these little dots. If you ever see these little dots, that's how I know where every school and hospital in the United States is. It automatically populates on there for me. So this is the strong part of the storm is going towards the Civils Bend School. Figured it'd be, everybody is familiar with all the high schools in their area. We've got the Dollar Generals on here too, but sometimes there's too many Dollar Generals, so we turn that layer off every once in a while. Another severe thunderstorm warning is probably going to come soon for the DFW area as a result of this storm really starting to blow up here near Arlington. Wow, we're really starting to get the warnings coming in now. We've got 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. Our most recent severe thunderstorm warnings for Rogers, Tulsa, Washington, and Nowata counties in Oklahoma. Bailey Ranch Golf Course is in the path. Dam site, the park there near Spencer Creek is in the path. Northeast Elementary School, Washington School, and of course the Avian Country Estates Airport is in the path of maybe some three-quarter inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Currently have 2 tornado warnings, 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. And the weather intensity score is over 100. So we're going to stand back up. Time to get serious, folks. Yeah, so the storm up here that we've been watching near Talala continues to look very impressive on radar. Wouldn't be surprised at all if somebody's out there. I personally don't see any storm chasers in that vicinity. But if somebody's out there with a view of this thing, I would not be surprised if we got a confirmation of at least a funnel cloud associated with that. That has the potential to be a strong tornado.
A new tornado
as it
warning
continues
has been issued.
to wrap up. We just got a new tornado warning for that. It is still radar indicated rotation. Nowata, Washington, and Rogers counties in Oklahoma under a tornado warning. Really get your butt in gear if you're in Watova. All right, if this thing cranks up even just a little bit more, once again, it has the ability to produce a big tornado here as it goes towards Watova, Aluga Lake, and Nowata. Take shelter immediately. What does tomorrow look like? Tomorrow looks very tame compared to today. I don't think we'll be live tomorrow. Some storms from Little Rock to Memphis. Nothing crazy, though. Okay, another good test here. You guys are saying Ulaga? All right, y'all bot. We're putting you to the test. How do the locals pronounce the lake near Talala and Tulsa in Oklahoma? It's called Ulaga Lake. How do you say it?
All right, Ryan. The locals pronounce it Oolaga Lake. It's a bit of a tongue twister if you're not from around there, but you got it now. Back to you, Ryan.
Oolaga Lake, right?
Close, but let's fine-tune it. It's Oolaga Lake.
That's literally what I said. All right, thank you, y'all.
All right. You got it, Ryan. Always here to help. Back to you, Ryan.
Okay, so Oolaga Lake, especially on the northern side, definitely in the path of what could be a strong storm, trying to produce a tornado here. And that's also going to come up towards Nowata or Nowata. Yeah, this is the velocities are definitely, impressive here. Got some interesting things happening. That's why we're just urging you to get to shelter if you're in Watova, Oklahoma. Nowata. Okay. All right. We got an upgrade. It's a PDS tornado warning now. It's a PDS tornado warning. The overlay, it's still not doing the updates right, but we know that it's updated, and it makes complete sense. Okay, this is what we've been talking about. This is now a PDS tornado warning. Please take shelter if you haven't already. Let's get everybody's attention here. The National Weather Service has issued a PDS tornado warning for Nowata and Rogers counties in Oklahoma because of this storm that we've been very curious about for a while now. Our curiosity was correct. Like, we were right to be looking at this and thinking, wow, that looks like something intense, because here we go. We've got a tornado, a big tornado likely on the ground here, moving towards Watova, Oklahoma. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado. This is going to be a monster tornado. If it's still on the ground, and it very likely is, monster tornado moving right up towards Watova right now. Some other places in the path include the Lariat Ranch Airport, And we've really got to be, thinking about our schools. The Nowata or the Nowata middle and high schools and the elementary school are all in the path here along Highway 169 north of Watova. We have a very, very large tornado likely getting ready to cross east 0280 right now on its approach to Watova. Once again, a PDS tornado warning is in effect. That means that there is a particularly dangerous situation. All right, this is not your average tornado warning. This is a life-threatening, damaging tornado. This is a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado on the ground. To protect your life, you've got to take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. The tornado is right in this vicinity. Once again, about to move over Highway 169 between Watova and Nowata. So, just a really unfortunate situation. Nowata is a pretty large place comparatively to some of these other towns we've been talking about. So we need you to get to shelter. And if you know anybody in Nowata or Watova, Oklahoma, please give them a call, give them a text, tell them that it is incredibly important that they take shelter and that this could potentially be a life-threatening situation for them. If the storm makes it to Nowata, and there's no reason to believe it won't, or the areas between Watova and Nowata, it'll likely cross Highway 169 near between the Full Gospel Christian Center and the Lincoln Cemetery. All right, so if you know where Nowata is, then you definitely know where the Will Rogers Health Center is and the Nowata Rodeo Arena. That's on the side of town that would be the most susceptible right now to potentially getting impacted by a tornado. But the whole town needs to be underground or in a sturdy shelter with as many walls between them and the outside world as possible. Same thing for our folks in Watova. We also have to start thinking about places downstream. This is likely still going to be a problem for us as far north and east as Cooties Bluff and Childers, Oklahoma. Take shelter immediately. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado. And that's for Nowata and Rogers counties in Oklahoma. We're just waiting on the next scan to come in here. I'm just now hearing that Andy is here. Meteorologist Andy Hill is here with us. Sorry, there's a lot of things happening at once. So yeah, we're waiting on the next scan to come in, and it seems like they've allowed the warning up here to be downgraded. It's no longer a PDS warning. That was pretty brief. However, it's still a dangerous storm, and I don't want anybody to think that it's time to come out of the storm cellar just yet in Nowata and Watova. This is still an incredibly dangerous situation, and we want you to stay sheltered
has been issued
until the storm passes, okay? This is what the storm was doing just moments ago, likely producing a very, very large tornado here on its approach to Watova. But thankfully, the past couple of frames, the rotation has let up a little bit. So That is very good news. Let's hope that that continues to be the case. But if we're in Nowata or Watova, we've got to stay sheltered until that storm's allowed to pass. We got another tornado warning in Arkansas, and we've got an update from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I was actually just about to talk about that new Arkansas tornado warning. That's a mini supercell over there. So another one of those examples of that compact rotation where the smaller the storm is, the more likely it is to have an efficient small area of spin because it can spin around a small axis faster. So they did warn that. I was actually about to talk about that one, get that warning right at the same time. Y'all watch out. So good to see that. Boonville, Magazine, and Driggs, Arkansas, of course, y'all should be taking shelter if you know anyone there along Arkansas County Highway 10 or State Highway 10 there. That's where that new warning is. And the other thing I was going to talk to you about is something I think you were eyeing there, which is our central or I-40 previously tornado warned storm here in Oklahoma, just north of I-40, now west of Okemah. I do see what looks much more conducive rotation there, or about to become rotation. You can see that rear flank downdraft, those enhanced velocities on the backside or the inside of the storm that are comprising one half of what would be our rotation there if it does come together. That's exiting the tornado warning that it used to have. It is not currently warned again out in front of it, but if it continues to look like that and it does come together more, that would warrant a warning, and I'll let you know.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hills. Nice to see you. And I'm sure we will hear a lot from him as things continue to develop. Once again, a lot is happening at once here. We've got multiple storms developing. We've got a lot of our storm chasers just now coming online. Andy's showing up. And also, we just had a brief PDS tornado warning. Now we've got another tornado warning in Arkansas. Logan and Scott counties in Arkansas, you guys are under a tornado warning. There's a pretty decent area of rotation right here, likely capable of producing a tornado as it goes up towards Boonville and Magazine.
An important weather update has been issued.
Arkansas. Okay, so take shelter if you're down here in Logan and Scott counties. This is going to go towards the Magazine Elementary School, JD Leftwich High School, and the Boonville Municipal Airport is in the path. Please take shelter if you haven't already. Back to our tornado warning in Oklahoma. This was just not too long ago producing a very large tornado. It was probably brief. It could do it again. All right. So if we're in places like Cooties Bluff, Oklahoma, we need to stay in our safe spots. Okay. Do not exit the shelter just yet. Severe thunderstorm warning, a new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas, Stevensville, Dublin, Glen Rose, places like Toller and Granbury are now under a severe thunderstorm warning for 1 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. That's going to go up towards the Rattler Pitt Stadium and Memorial Stadium. Additionally, it's going to go towards the Riverbend Retreat Center. You guys know where that is. That's where we can expect some of those larger hailstones. This storm is eyeballing Fort Worth. Another storm that is eyeballing the Dallas-Fort Worth area is down here near Blum. And man, this storm looks pretty interesting on reflectivity. You can see how it is trying to rotate. Velocity doesn't tell much of a concerning story just yet. However, I do believe that this is going to be a storm that we have to really watch here as it gets closer to Dallas. This is exactly what you would expect to see on a day where we had prefrontals trying to produce tornadoes. That might be something that we have to be concerned with down the line. So if you're in Midlothian, Venus, Grandview, or any of those places, get ready. This storm's not going anywhere. It's going to continue to be a problem as it moves up towards Dallas. Back to our tornado warning in Arkansas, though. Once again, Magazine, you're under a tornado warning. And Nowata, Oklahoma, you're under a tornado warning as well. If we go back to Tulsa, it's still raining heavily in Tulsa. We've got a strong storm coming through. The severe conditions are over, okay? Now we've got a special weather statement for 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, maybe some small hail moving into Broken Arrow. However, on the northern side of town, especially towards Uluga and Fayetteville, you guys have still got a severe thunderstorm warning, and that storm's capable of producing 60 mile per hour winds and some quarter-sized hail. So that's what we're dealing with right now across the board So yeah, actually there's another severe thunderstorm warning I don't think we've talked about yet down here for Ardmore and Marietta. 1 inch in diameter hail, 60 mile per hour winds. Get ready for that one in Ardmore. It's coming for you. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, another storm to pay attention to that is not warned yet, all on its own, is once again in eastern Texas, north of I-20, north of Marshall, Texas. From the Shreveport radar, you can see it there. It's got a pretty big hook relative to the size of the rest of the storm. It is rotating a bit. Most of that is side-lobed, but it does not have warning on it. If it does come together more, then we'll see a warning for that for sure, because it is not far away from needing one. So that is another one to watch as it enters Marion County, Texas, goes up towards Jefferson and Berea, and eventually Linden, Texas, in Cass County. So we're watching that storm too.
All right, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing our attention to Harrelton and Jefferson and places down here near Harrison and Marion counties, Texas. This is a somewhat strong storm. I mean, by itself, we're talking about 40 mile per hour winds and pea-sized hail. But this part of the storm right here is rotating, and it could be rotating enough, at least in the next little bit, to produce a tornado. We'll see if the National Weather Service agrees and they eventually issue a tornado warning for this. If they do, it would likely include Kellyville, Berea, and Jefferson. Additionally, it would probably also include the Jefferson Rural Academy. So y'all watch out and y'all get ready over there. We've got some more severe thunderstorm warnings that I want to take you to again. There's another severe thunderstorm warning up here that I don't think we've mentioned for a little bit, and this is for Sisauska or Sissaquah and Kanawha in Oklahoma, Pontotoc and Seminole counties. Get ready for 1.5 inch in diameter hail. That's the largest hail I've seen so far today. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, another one for you here. Unwarned in northwest Arkansas, north of Huntsville. You'll want the Springfield, Missouri radar for this one. This is east of Fayetteville and headed towards Berryville, Arkansas. No tornado warning on that, but definitely a healthy supercell. That does happen to be right along an instability gradient here, or and a rather large one at that. So sometimes these instability boundaries like that will heighten chances for tornadoes or just other severe quantities from a supercell like this. So I would not be surprised at all if this gets warned, especially from the watchful eyes of National Weather Service Springfield as it enters their jurisdiction. So please prepare, or y'all watch out in Carroll County, Arkansas, and the northern extent of Madison County, Arkansas.
Thank you, Andy. Let me zoom out and show you guys what's going on here on a broad scale, okay? This is our main mode. This is what we've been talking about all morning, this line of storms back here from Tulsa all the way back to just west of Dallas. We're going to continue to see tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings embedded in that for the rest of the day. But now, also what we're seeing is storms that are popping up out in front of the line, becoming more and more of a problem. We've got a couple of tornado warning. Well, we've got a tornado warning in Arkansas. We've got a couple severe thunderstorm warnings starting to pop up. These storms that pop up out in front of the main line today are going to be our main threat. So we're really starting to see those, you know, lighten up. They're really starting to light up the radar here, and it's only 2:16 Eastern. I expect that the peak activity period for us is going to be between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. Eastern. So we're still about 2 hours away from peak time, and then we're going to have 4 hours of, potentially really significant severe weather here. So get ready. Now's your time to prepare. Know what you're going to do when that warning comes through. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Practice now with your family or your coworkers, wherever you are. Hey guys, let's pretend that this next tornado warning is for us, and let's act like we're going to do whatever it is that we're going to do, and go through the motions, designate your safe spot, and all that good stuff. And I promise you, in a worst case scenario today, when you have to actually practice that for real, you're going to be thankful that you practice it, because you're going to be less scared. You're going to be more prepared, and it could potentially save your life. Make sure you wear closed-toed shoes into your safe spot. Make sure you bring clothes that you don't care to get wet. You have to walk if you have to walk out in the rain. Make sure you bring a charged tablet and phone with you. If you got a battery backup, that would be great. And make sure you remember to make it easy for you to bring your pets and children and all that good stuff into the safe spot with you. You don't want to get caught with your pants down and running around whenever these warnings come through, because these could be the real deal today with some big-time tornadoes. Let's go check back in on our Oklahoma tornado warning. Still warning in place for Nowata County, Oklahoma.
Weather update has
It's
been
got about 12 minutes left on that one. We'll see if they reissue it. If they do, it might include places to the north and east of Delaware, Oklahoma. And then we've got 27 minutes left on our tornado warning down here for Boonville and Magazine, Arkansas. But this storm's looking a little bit less impressive. So hopefully that continues, that trend continues. But if not, then we've definitely still got a reason to be in our safe spot in Magazine, especially Pleasant Hill, Sugar Grove, these places in Arkansas. Here's that important weather update. Severe weather threat increasing rapidly along the warm front there between southeastern portions of Kansas, northeastern portions of Oklahoma, northwestern Arkansas, southwestern Missouri. So lots of people are watching in Joplin. I've heard you guys mention that a bunch today. You guys are, unfortunately, we're looking out for that area to potentially receive some severe weather tonight. And especially over the next little bit, the severe weather threat is rapidly increasing. We've got one tornado warning right now, 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we've got a ton of little storms that we're watching that might be our next severe or tornado warnings. So things are about to get a little bit more intense as time goes on. Let's go through the warnings one by one, though, just to get everybody updated. Here's a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to last for the next 40 minutes in Texas. This is for Erath and Somervell County in Texas. 1 inch in diameter hail is getting ready to come up towards the Ratliff Airport. Additionally, we've still got a severe thunderstorm warning for Okfuskee and Okmulgee counties in Oklahoma and Creek County. 60-mile-per-hour winds. That one's in effect for the next 24 minutes. Also, this one's in effect for the next 24 minutes for Uluga, Fayetteville, and Chelsea, Oklahoma. 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible with this one. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, just sharing some data here on that previous storm that was a brief PDS warning here. Just southwest of Watova and northwest of Talala, we have a 94-mile-per-hour wind gust report, likely a direct impact from a tornado that was ongoing at the time there. And at the same time, that Mesonet station recorded a 7 millibar pressure drop, just about 7 millibars, and a very rapid spike back up as the tornado exited overhead the station. So we have a 94-mile-per-hour gust and a pretty substantial pressure drop, which is very rare to come across an actual station recording that kind of data just in the right place at the right time.
All right, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. That was 4 miles north and west of Talala. So, yeah, unbelievable. Right place, right time for that Mesonet site. And it lines up pretty much with what we were seeing on radar there. Once again, we have had a PDS tornado warning today. We expect that there's going to be lots of tornado warnings today. And if you are new here, if you don't know what a PDS tornado warning is, because I've seen that a lot, surprisingly, in chat. It's a particularly dangerous situation It's whenever we believe that there's a very large tornado on the ground, and it's especially dangerous. Obviously, all tornado warnings are dangerous, but the PDS identifier is a level up. Okay, right now we don't have any PDS tornado warnings in effect, but we do have this one tornado warning right here for Nowata County, Oklahoma, that has 7 minutes left on it now. Enhanced wording. All right, we're going to continue to go through the warnings now. The next one in line is our severe thunderstorm warning back here for Bosque, Hill, and Johnson counties in Texas. This storm just went through Blum. If we've got anybody watching in Blum, let us know what it was like, because it's going to go towards Covington next. Likely packing 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The Cedar Creek Park campground is in the path here. Make sure you guys are getting to a safe spot if you're out there. Additionally, we've got another severe thunderstorm warning that we need to get to here in Oklahoma. This one is for Pontotoc and Seminole counties. Now, I believe that this one's going to be allowed to expire in about 5 minutes, but it was, at one point capable of producing 1.5 inch in diameter hail. The bulk of that storm is now moving towards Spalding, Atwood, and Calvin. So y'all get ready. It could still be a big hail producer here. Lots of lightning as well. Our one remaining tornado warning is still hanging on up here for the next 3 minutes at least. Hopefully, whenever it's allowed to expire, we have a moment without a tornado warning, and we can, we can not have to deal with that for a few minutes. But I'm telling y'all right now, we're on the verge of several storms potentially needing tornado warnings, as some of these storms are really starting to get their act together out in front of that main line. Lots of those storms are getting special weather statements. You see the little special weather statement notices. Some people don't know what that is as well. Essentially, that is the way that I use it is it's almost a precursor to a severe thunderstorm warning a lot of times. It just means that there's a decent thunderstorm that's not necessarily severe going on, and the National Weather Service issues polygons for them, just like they do other warnings. And a lot of times you'll see a special weather statement issued before a severe thunderstorm warning, so it kind of draws our attention to
A new tornado
the right
warning
areas.
has been issued.
Here's a new tornado warning, so never mind. We're not going to have any amount of time with no tornado warnings, it seems like. This is for Atoka and Cole counties in Oklahoma. I'm going to zoom in here and look at the velocities. You can see that it is rotating right near the Atoka Reservoir, right near the Boggy Bend School, moving up towards the Atoka State Game Refuge. Flora, Berg, and Limestone Gap are in the path here. These are some of the same exact areas that we were talking about yesterday, north of Stringtown. We've got a tornado warning in effect now for Atoka and Cole counties. Please take shelter. Bosque? Okay, Bosque County. Got it. We currently have 2 tornado warnings, 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 5 flash flood warnings. Brianna says, hey, Ryan, I've been watching since 2021, and I thank you so much for what you do. My son is at school right now in Jenks, Oklahoma. Will these tornadoes make it to his area? Thanks. So anywhere in eastern Oklahoma today is in the danger zone. specifically right in here. You see that hatched tornado risk? That's where we expect to see potentially significant tornadoes today. Damaging tornadoes producing damage of EF2 status or greater. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I do think they should extend the tornado warning in Nowata County into Craig County, as the circulation's still rather tight right in that hook there. So I would expect a new warning to be issued out in front of it. Still no debris signature from that yet, looking about 2,800 feet above the ground. So waiting for something to show up, but just hoping that this doesn't produce another tornado. But I would prepare for one out ahead of the current warning.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing us up to the Nowata, Oklahoma warning again. It's got 2 minutes left on it. We'll see if they reissue, the warning, the polygon out farther up towards maybe Chipota or Chitopa. Probably not that far, but up towards Highway 10, north of Veneta, Oklahoma, maybe needing a new tornado warning as that continues to go up to the north and east. Our other tornado warning is still very much in full effect here for the next 31 minutes. It's high. If there's a tornado or a developing tornado here in Atoka and Cole counties, it's straddling Highway 69 near Florida, moving up towards moving up towards Berg and Limestone Gap. Additionally, Wardville and Reynolds are some of the places that are in the path here. So please take shelter immediately if you haven't already. One of the storm chasers that's out there in Atoka on this storm right here is reporting a wall cloud. So not, certainly not out of the question. I mean, that's certainly, we would expect that with that storm, probably very visible too as it moves up towards Berg and Limestone Gap. New mesoscale discussion. The tornado threat is gradually increasing. Watch issuance is needed for western Arkansas. All right, there's our new tornado warning for the storm that just went through Nowata. This is what Andy was talking about. Now we've got a tornado warning for Craig County as well as Nowata County in Oklahoma. This is going to go on for the next 45 minutes. And it'll be moving towards places like the Double R Ranch Airport, Freeman School, and the Ideal School. Take shelter now, especially if you're near Ideal School. That's where some of the greatest rotation is right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. Watching the storm west of Okmulgee from the Oklahoma City radar. That has transitioned from more of a convergence profile on velocity to now rotation near right over New Yucca, Oklahoma. So that'll go up to Beggs and along County Highway 16 here and Highway 75A. So that is not warned yet. However, it has done the classic transition in velocities, and I do think it is capable of producing a tornado soon if it continues to look like that. So y'all watch out into northwestern Okmulgee County in Oklahoma.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Okmulgee, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, okay? 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible as the southern part of the storm comes into the area, but the warm air that's kind of flowing by you into this storm right now might try to come in here and cause some rotation right around that kink. And there's enough of it there that it might be enough to warrant a tornado warning. So get ready in Beggs and Layden and Dentonville, Winchester, Preston, all of these places in Oklahoma. At least a strong storm capable of producing a tornado is coming your way, maybe even a tornado. So let's go ahead and prepare ourselves. We are down to 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Both of these are in Oklahoma. Our other one is up here near Chelsea. Strong storm is getting ready to come into Winganen and Alui. Y'all get ready for some 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'm interested to see what happened with our storms in Texas. Still look like strong storms back here, but the severe thunderstorm warnings have been allowed to expire for now. Still a very strong storm coming up towards Grandview right now, probably producing some small hail and some very heavy rain. These storms are going to continue to gain strength as they go up towards Dallas. So y'all stay vigilant in Dallas and get ready for at least a severe thunderstorm warning at some point here as these storms move up in your vicinity. So we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings or anything in Arkansas right now. However, we do have a couple of those special weather statements that we were talking about. There's a strong storm near Mount Ida. May increase in intensity enough over the next little bit to need a severe thunderstorm warning as it approaches places like the Forshey Valley Elementary School. And then also up here in northern Arkansas, this is one of those places where the severe weather threat is increasing quite rapidly. We've got Carroll and Madison counties in Arkansas receiving a pretty strong storm. That's going to move up towards Branson, Missouri here before too long. But yeah, probably our most impressive storm right now is going to be the one approaching Kiowa, with that warning in Atoka and Cole counties in Oklahoma. Okay, new tornado watch. Let's pull up the graphic for it. This one goes until 9 p.m. Central, and it does include Joplin. It does include Springfield, Missouri, Branson. It includes Fayetteville, Harrison, Fort Smith, Russellville, and Mena, Arkansas, until 9 p.m. Central. A few tornadoes likely. Isolated hail up to ping pong size possible. Scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour likely. 2 million people are included in this tornado watch. If you know anybody that lives out here in any of these places, in any of the highlighted counties or any of the bold town names, please send them a message. Let them know what's going on today. This is going to be an upper level severe weather situation. We want to make sure everybody's paying attention. Copy the link, share it on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, wherever you can, or just send it in a text message to a family member or a friend to hopefully act as another reason for them to take today's weather seriously. We will talk about Tropical Depression 18 in a little bit. Right now we are focused on the tornado situation, but there's plenty to talk about there. Don't get me wrong. I'm retweeting, if you guys have Twitter, or X, I'm retweeting a video of the tornado that was up there near Talala just a few minutes ago. Really impressive footage of the tornado. If you guys want to go check that out, I can't share it. Don't have permission. We want to protect the copyright of the storm chasers. But yeah, it's out there on Twitter or X. Yep, Denver is getting snow right now. There's going to be there's probably going to be 2 rounds of accumulating snow in Denver this week. We had some live cameras of Colorado and Arizona up earlier of the heavy snow that's happening. We'll pull that back up if we have a lull in activity, but right now we're complete severe weather mode. And yeah, flash flooding is going to be a big problem, especially in southern Missouri, northern Arkansas tonight. If you live in a flood-prone area, make sure you are prepared for that and understand the implications of needing to potentially take shelter from a tornado and also somehow seek higher ground from a flash flood at the same time. Those are the kind of things that, maybe you can come up with your own specific plan. Make sure you've got plenty of situational awareness.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Situation. Come up with that plan now, and you will not regret it later if you need to put it into use. New tornado warning. Let's go check it out. So this is an extension of the tornado warning that we've been talking about back here towards Stringtown. It's now about to move up into Kiowa. So Kiowa, Oklahoma, you are officially under a tornado warning. This includes Pittsburg County, the McAllister Army Ammunition Plant, Savannah, Oklahoma is also included in this. So we've got a lot of, I believe we have some cameras down here in Savannah if we need to find, if we need them, back room. McAllister, you're also technically in the path here. The polygon doesn't make it into town, but I would definitely be watching this one if I'm in McAllister and watching out. Tornado warning for southwestern Pittsburg County and southeastern Oklahoma. It expires in 22 minutes. Multiple rounds of severe storms are expected from eastern Oklahoma into northeast Texas, western Arkansas, and southwest Missouri tonight. It does include Springfield, Missouri. I've seen that a lot in the chat. You guys are included in the place that we're most concerned about. Obviously, Tulsa, Oklahoma, places like Fort Smith, Arkansas, Dallas. You're right on the line. Most of the severe weather is going to happen to your north, but it's possible. In the DFW metro. We're keeping an eye on you too. The primary risks this evening are going to be storms that produce large hail damaging winds.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A few of those storms are going to be strong and likely produce tornadoes that produce damaging, maybe EF2 damage or greater. So that's why we're live, and that's why we're taking every warning so seriously, including this one. Actually, these two. We just got two new tornado warnings. One of them is in Kansas. And they're both pretty much for the same area. So the Kansas side and the Oklahoma side, we're starting in Kansas. Oswego and Bartlett, Kansas, you are under a tornado warning for the next 1 hour and 4 minutes. So take shelter now in Labette County, Kansas. And then we do have that the newest warning that was just issued not too long ago for Savannah and Kiowa, southwest of McAllister, Oklahoma as well. That's the other one that I was seeing there. So y'all need to take shelter in Pittsburg County, Oklahoma. An interesting thing about this storm is it's also technically a severe thunderstorm. We're going to have maybe larger than quarter-size hail here in Kiowa and Savannah. Even without a tornado, that's going to be a significant severe thunderstorm. So get indoors, and then obviously you want to take shelter as well, as this storm is capable of producing a tornado. And then, not much of a hail problem up here in Bartlett and Oswego, but definitely a potential tornado trying to move through the Labette, Kansas area. Chitopa is included in that, Oswego and Bartlett. So Kiowa, Oklahoma, that rotating part of this storm is getting really, really close to you. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, we're seeing another storm come together in Arkansas right along Highway 270 northwest of Mount Ida. So this is from the Fort Smith radar. You can see rotation rapidly organizing there as it approaches maybe that same latitude right where the previous mini supercell had a tornado warning with it in Scott County. This one is going to be in northwestern Montgomery County, Arkansas, headed into southwestern Yell County in Arkansas. So right there, right along that latitude seems to be a favorable boundary location for any existing storms to come together. And this supercell or line of supercells, this embedded structure here, is definitely strong enough to take advantage of that. So I do think we'll see a tornado warning if it continues to look exactly like that in the last scan especially. So please, y'all watch out. Again, in northern Montgomery County and southwestern Yell County, Arkansas.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for drawing our attention down here. Mount Ida, just to your north and west near Odin, and just to the west of the River Bluff Recreation Area and the High Shoals Cabins Campground. This is a strong storm, or it's becoming a strong storm, and it's developing rotation near Sims, moving up towards the Forshey Valley area. Y'all watch out, get ready. There might be a warning that comes through, and if it does, you go ahead and get your plan together so you know what to do when that happens. Let's go check in on our tornado warning in Craig County again. We still have a tornado warning in Craig County, Oklahoma, that is going to last for the next 30 minutes, and we still have a decent area of rotation that we're watching here. This is essentially the same storm and rotation that we were tracking through Nowata earlier. It's really close to Ideal School right now, and this is also the rotation that's moving up towards Banzette and eventually Chetopa, Kansas. So take shelter if you're in any of those places. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, got another storm for you right on the triple state line of Oklahoma to Arkansas and Missouri there. There is a rotating supercell there over Southwest City. That is, again, right on that warm front, just for a little bit here. So it's got a corridor for, 20 to 30 minutes to maybe produce a tornado, especially with the enhanced area of spin that exists right along the front where the winds converge. So if we see a warning for that, either from the Springfield or the Fort Smith radar, or even the Tulsa radar, you can use any of those three to track it as we look at it go through western McDonald County in Missouri, especially. Y'all watch out. Just in case there is a warning issued for that. That would be the reason why.
Thank you so much, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill drawing our attention down here to Southwest City, Noel, Langen, Pineville, Anderson, the Interstate 49 corridor between Pineville and Goodman. Might need to watch out for a potential tornado here as a strong storm is coming together, and it is rotating, and it has that look. It has a look whenever you start seeing supercells form out in front of the line, and they have that curved beam appearance to them. You see how the bottom of this one's trying to curve in a little bit. That's the first indicator that there might be some rotation that we're dealing with here, and we know just how ripe the environment is for tornadoes today. So we're going to take this seriously, and we're going to watch out. And you've got an early heads up. If that ends up getting tornado warned, you've got extra time to take some precautions. We do have a pretty strong storm also moving up towards Bixby right now. It just got past Beggs. It's moving into Winchester, Oklahoma. This is going to be capable of producing 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It goes up towards Bixby over the next little bit, I would say 15 minutes or so. So y'all get ready for that. And I'm going to go back up to our Kansas tornado warning as well and just show you that again. This is getting pretty close to Bartlett. If you are in Bartlett, the rotating part of the storm is getting close to you, and then it's going to go to Oswego. So take shelter now. Lots of storms popping up out there. It's 2:46 Eastern, 3:40 or 1:46 Central, and we're still a couple of hours away from the beginning of what I think is going to be the peak of our event here. So things are already quite intense. Just know that it's going to get more intense later. So please let everybody know. If you know anybody over here, let them know how serious of a situation this could be, and that they should likely be paying extra close attention to the warnings and stuff as they come out today. Tropical Depression 18 is a thing. I see a lot of people talking about that. As I think we'll do an update on that whenever or if they end up designating it a tropical storm today. Or of course, if there's a new cone that comes out, a new forecast track, we will talk about that. Right now, it's pretty much exactly what we were talking about earlier. Odin, so I've got a bunch of pronunciations wrong. I'll try to remember them. Oswego, Shitopa, and Odin. I'll try to remember that. Look who it is. Reed Timmer himself out there in Chris Hall's stream. Chris Hall's in Dominator today in Pittsburg County, Oklahoma. So one of our tornado warnings was just allowed to expire, the Atoka County, or one of the Atoka County, Oklahoma tornado warnings was allowed to expire. The one that includes Savannah and parts of Pittsburg County still exists, and that rotation is coming right over Highway 69 right now, up towards Savannah, and that's where Chris and Reed are actually. That's what they're looking at out there. Bob Pack's got a pretty ominous looking storm out there in Itasca, Texas. And just in case anybody didn't see it, this is your tornado watch graphic. Brad Arnold is not out today. He's just not out. He's got some stuff going on, so yeah, he's not out and about right now. But yeah, Brad's still storm chasing. He's just not today. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I have reason to believe that a very small 30-second long brief tornado occurred near Alvarado, Texas, south and east of the Fort Worth radar there. You can barely see that little tiny couplet just east of the town, east of I-35 West. and a little tiny CC drop there that's been with it for 2 frames now. So I elected that was a high enough confidence to tell you that there was probably a couple of little wispy trailing clouds that touched the ground there. It's not warned, and I don't think it'll continue given its current presence, but I want to make sure we cover everything.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is the radar around Fort Worth right now. Lots of storms to talk about, including that one down here near Grandview, moving up towards Venus and Maypearl. This is, this is the kind of thing that we've got to watch for as they approach Dallas. All of these storms are going to continue to have the ability to produce tornadoes and large hail and damaging winds, and they are getting stronger on their approach. So it's going to get real active here in Dallas over the next little bit. You've got a storm already on your doorstep in Fort Worth. It's not severe, but they're just going to keep coming. These storms right here are going to be in the Dallas area for at least the next couple of hours as they also get stronger. 1 second here. I got to get myself a water. It'll take me 2 seconds. I believe somebody's got something to say. Here you go. I'll be right back.
All right, folks in eastern Oklahoma and northeast Texas.
A new
heads
tornado
up.
warning
We've
has
got
been
a
issued.
tornado watch in effect until 6 p.m. CST. Expect thunderstorms to ramp up through the afternoon, bringing supercells and bowing lines with damaging winds. A few tornadoes are likely, and a couple of them could be intense. Scatter in some damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour and large hail up to 2 inches, and you've got a recipe for some serious weather. Stay alert and keep those weather radios on, y'all. Back to you, Ryan.
I'm here. So there was a new tornado warning. Let's go check that out. Pittsburgh County, Oklahoma, another tornado warning for the next 36 minutes or so. 1 inch in diameter hail, radar indicated rotation. Savannah is included here. And I believe we're watching Savannah on our traffic camera. So if we see anything, we'll let you know. We also have Chris Hall out there on this storm as well. So nothing new with that one, really. I expect we'll see another tornado warning that includes McAllister at some point, but that was not it. We've got 40,000 people here right now, and we're still at the beginning of the event. So please, if you know anybody out here in Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Missouri, let them know what's coming, and consider sharing the stream with them. We're going to be here all night, commercial-free, wall-to-wall coverage until we're not needed anymore with some of the best storm chasers. And then radar and all that good stuff. So some people don't like the news. We want to make sure that we get those people paying attention, because we always hear if there's a big tornado tonight, some news headline is going to be, they had no warning. And it's not because they had no warning. It's because they didn't receive it. You know what I mean? Everybody in the weather industry has been talking about this for a long time, but there are still people in the direct path of dangerous storms today who have no clue. Or they might have a clue, but they don't know how seriously to take it or where to consume the information. So we can solve that problem together. That latest special weather statement that you just saw on your screen, by the way, is for the storm that Andy drew our attention to right here on the border of Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. We still are watching it. It's still rotating. It's still an interesting storm here. So I just wanted to draw y'all's attention to that. If you are in Anderson or Pikeville or Goodman, keep your eye on that one. Springfield, Missouri, you guys are also under a special weather statement. We're talking about some 50-mile-per-hour winds and maybe some half-inch hail. Not severe, but still a pretty decent storm getting ready to come through town here. And up there towards Pleasant, Hope, Buffalo, and Lewisburg as well. All right, we've got
A new tornado warning has been issued
in Arkansas. For the storm that we were looking at earlier with Andy near Mount Ida and Odin and Sims. This is going to be for Montgomery and Yell counties in Arkansas. Radar indicated rotation. And this is going to expire in about 30 minutes. So we've got to watch this one very closely, especially around, once again, the Forshey Valley area. We've got to watch this in the River Bluff Recreation Area, Dragover Recreation Area, and the High Shoals Cabins. This is a large spot of rotation, and it could be impacting all those places, especially the Forshey Valley area. Okay, our Labette, Kansas storm just got upgraded. Did that one do it? Did that one say this warning just got updated? I think it did. Anyways, it was upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning up here in Labette County, Kansas, Oswego, and Chitopa. If you hadn't already gotten to shelter, now here's your sign. Get to shelter. We've got a law enforcement confirmed tornado. Moving over towards Elmore Park. Okay. Let's see here. What did our law enforcement say? Confirmed tornado was located near Chitopa, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Kansas, Chitopa, south of Oswego, or Oswego. How do you say those towns, like the locals?
All right, Ryan, you're looking at Jatopa for Chitopa and Oswego for Oswego. Nothing fancy, just how the locals say it. Back to you, Ryan.
All right. I think I'm close. So yeah, confirmed warning now for Labette, Kansas. Labette County, Kansas. Fire department has its eyes on the Labette County, Kansas tornado. It's on the ground, light debris right now. So Chitopa, you got to get to shelter if you haven't already. A confirmed tornado now. Observed, I should say. Chitopa. Simple.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we've just got a new tornado warning now for Cherokee County, Kansas. and they are continuing the confirmed nature here. So law enforcement confirmed tornado for Cherokee County, Kansas. Take shelter now if you haven't already. This storm's going to go through Chitopa and then move up towards Columbus, Kansas. 1 inch in diameter hail is also going to be possible here. Some new places that are in the path that we have to be concerned about obviously include Baxter Springs and Columbus, Kansas, but the Walter A. Swally Air Park, the Baxter Springs Middle School, the Highland Elementary School, and the Kiwanis Park. If you know anybody around those areas, get them out. Or get them in, I should say. Get them indoors. Let them know. Lots of outdoor recreational places like the Strip Pits State Wildlife area and the Kiwanis Park. Hopefully everybody knows. It probably feels like somewhat of a nice day out in front of this thing. But hopefully they know that it's time to go in. Emily D. Baker's in the chat. Hi, Emily. Says, y'all bot is an icon. Great work, y'all squad. Thank you, Emily. and we have a y'all bot emoji now. Awesome. We've got 2 confirmed tornado warnings, but they are essentially the same warning, just split up into 2 sections. Labette County, Kansas, and Cherokee County, Kansas. We're getting word now that the spotters that had their eyes on the Labette County, Kansas, now no longer have eyes on it. It's not that it's gone.
A new
but it may
tornado
just be
warning
rain
has been
wrapped.
issued.
A new tornado warning was just issued. And this is going to be for Craig and Ottawa counties in Oklahoma. So we've got some rotation now moving over towards Welch, Pyramid Corners, Dawes, Miami Tribe, Potter, and Commerce. Take shelter now if you haven't already. This is going to go close to the North Fairview School, Welch, and all of these places in Craig and Ottawa counties in Oklahoma. Outside of the tornado threat, this is also just generally going to be a strong storm capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1 inch in diameter hail. So this is essentially one big warning here, but it's broken up into a bunch of different pieces. You remember we talked about the "you complete my polygon" thing the other day. That's what's going on here. Miami. So it's not Miami, it's not Miami, it's Miami in Oklahoma. Gotcha. Yes. Yeah. Why spell it that way? I don't know. Ask them. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. The most interesting storms right now is in northeast Oklahoma, but not tornado warned near Chelsea, and it's just south and west of our warnings, headed up to Veneta. This one has a strong mesocyclone aloft from the Fort Smith radar that I can see. So the problem with it right now, and the reason it's not warned, is because it's behind, slightly behind, an outflow boundary, and you can see that hook from the closer Tulsa radar, that it's trying to reach that outflow boundary. What that means is it being behind an outflow boundary means that there's just this thin layer of stable, colder air right at the surface, to where air right there in between the surface and the cloud is not going to rise up into the cloud, which is an essential part of a tornado. It's rising air into a cloud. So if this storm continues to punch forward and reaches the warm, unstable air that's right at the surface ahead of that outflow boundary, then we would see a warning with it and possibly a tornado very quickly with how it looks aloft. So that's the reason that's not warned right now. We'll have to see if it can reach just a little bit ahead. You can see it's kind of like this thin blue line right in front of the storm, just west of the interstate. That's what I'm pointing to right there and what Ryan's drawing. So if it can reach that, then this would be a problem maker. So that's the latest update on that storm right there. I still think that our southwest Missouri storm as well, north of Pikeville, could be tornado warned. Right now, it doesn't have exactly the greatest signature, but again, I do think it's in probably the best area to become tornadic, right along that warm front where there's a little bit more spin in the lowest levels of the atmosphere. So waiting to see still if that'll get tornado warned, but right now it is steady state.
Okay. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, giving us some great information and also bringing our attention back over here to the Anderson and Goodman area in southwestern Missouri real quick. Still got, we're watching this for maybe potentially needing a tornado warning, but also just by itself, it's a strong storm capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hails. It comes into Goodman and Anderson and Neosho right here in the next little bit. So y'all get ready for that, especially if you're around the Morse Park area. Could be a pretty intense storm. So get ready for that. Our confirmed tornado warnings are still ongoing here for Cherokee and Labette counties in Kansas. The rotation is not it's not as impressive, I guess, as it once was. And also those law enforcement that saw the tornado can no longer see it. Because it's rain wrapped. So we don't know if there's still a tornado down with this, but we're going to assume there is, and we're going to act accordingly in Hollowell, Columbus, Faulkner, Neutral, Baxter Springs, and Commerce. These places all around Miami, Oklahoma, and southeastern Kansas as well. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. I'll talk a little bit about the storms around the McAllister, Oklahoma area as well. There is no more tornado warning for that area in Pittsburgh County as the storm passes over McAllister. That rotation has kind of fallen apart. But a more interesting one, especially from the Fort Smith radar, if you take it from that one, Ryan, is to the north and east, just outside that severe thunderstorm warning, north of Quinton, Oklahoma, and headed up towards the Hoyt, Whitefield, and Briartown area. That one does not have a tornado warning on it, but you can see a really nice full shrimp shape there, full shape of a shrimp, as that hook kind of wraps around where the rotating part of the storm is. So if that continues to happen, I could see this becoming a tornadic storm. At the moment, it is not, so we'll keep an eye on it and see if it develops further.
Thank you so much, Andy. Yeah, there's a very good example of a full shrimp right here. That's near Enterprise and Hugert, Oklahoma. The storm that we were watching earlier that had the tornado warning is still producing, it's still a strong storm, and it's still got a severe thunderstorm warning with it. And for McAllister and places like Canadian, Carlton Landing, and Quinton, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible over here. So we're watching all of these storms, and we continue to watch our tornado-warned storm over here in Montgomery and Yale counties in Arkansas as well. This is going to last for another 20 minutes or so. And the rotation in here is still with us, and it's still approaching the Forche Valley area. If you guys are up there, please take shelter. This looks like a pretty empty spot in Arkansas, but the Forche Valley Highway 28 corridor is still in the path of this dangerous storm. So hopefully everybody up there is taking shelter. Back to our very strong storm that's getting together here in southwestern Missouri. Still no tornado warning, but definitely something to watch here as it goes up towards Granby. And then we've got a strong storm going to the north and west of Springfield, Missouri right now. I see a lot of people in the chat that are asking about it. No warning with this. It's just some really heavy rain, some lightning, some thunder, maybe some small hail associated with that. That's all it is right now. Could certainly change. Let's take a look at the bigger radar here and just show you a broad view of everything that's going on. All of our severe warnings and tornado warnings are right up in this area right now. However, strong storms are still building up back here to the south and west of Dallas. I think that you guys are about to get in on a big storm. It's not warned right now, but it's certainly a heavy downpour and maybe some small hail that's coming up towards Dallas. We'll see if it gets stronger on its approach. We also have some storms trying to pop up here between Tyler and Texarkana. We'll see what those look like in the future as well. But right now, everything is most intense, I guess, right in this corridor. So that's where we're going to be focusing. By the way, there's a pretty strong storm producing maybe some 60-mile-per-hour winds moving into Milburn right now. This just went through Tishomingo. Watch out in Caddo and Wapanucka. You guys are next in line to maybe get in on some of those strong winds. And the reason I wanted to bring it up is because, I mean, we were talking to a lot of y'all last night. So just to give you an update on what's going on right now. So the tornado warning, one of the tornado warnings in Labette County, Kansas, was allowed to expire. So Chetopa, you guys are no longer under a tornado warning. The storm's moved off to the east now. We still have the Cherokee County, Kansas tornado warning in effect. Columbus and Baxter Springs, you guys need to stay in your safe spots. Four tornado warnings and 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. That's what we have right now. Oh, it's pronounced Fush Valley in Arkansas. How disappointing. Why do they spell it like that then? I'll get it. I'll try to remember that. Yeah, all of these storms, we're watching these parts of the storms. You see the little curved. This right here is also looking really impressive on reflectivity. We'll see what happens. Andy was just talking about it as it comes up towards Veneta. But all of these storms are on the verge of rotating enough to produce tornadoes. A lot of them aren't quite getting there yet, but it's important to remember that we are not even It's not even prime tornado time yet. We're still about an hour out from when that window really opens, and then it opens even more around the time that the sun sets. So around 5:30, 6:30 Central. We might get a big time increase in our low level jet, and if we still have discrete cells like this in place around that time, then that's likely when we'll see some of the more intense tornadic activity. But there certainly hasn't been any lack of it so far for the early part of the event. Yeah, there's still some storms moving through the eastern side of Tulsa right now. Broken Arrow, you guys are getting in on a severe thunderstorm. Probably some quarter-size hail moving through there right now. But Tulsa, for the most part, you're done. I don't think that many more strong storms are going to come through Tulsa anytime soon. And especially the farther we go into the afternoon, the more done you're going to be. There might be a couple more downpours that come through, but the strongest storms are probably over for right now. All right, our first considerable severe thunderstorm warning of the day. That one's going to be for Marshall, Bryan, and Atoka counties. Let's go check it out. This is for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Once again, Johnston, Marshall, Bryan, and Atoka counties in Oklahoma are now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. 70-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail. That's going to be possible around Milburn. We were just talking about this not too long ago. Additionally, we're watching out down here at the McLaughlin Farm Airport, which got hit by a bunch of strong storms yesterday. Here comes another one. Also, the Lake Texoma State Park and the Spade Campground. All these places are about to get hit by a pretty strong storm here. Probably our strongest severe thunderstorm that's currently ongoing. Freddie McKinney is in Haskell County, Oklahoma, and he's got something interesting. I don't know if that's a scary looking cloud or what do we got on our hands here? Lots of trees, lots of hills. Also, Jordan Hall is on that same storm, it looks like. He's in Seminole County from a little bit of a different perspective. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, that was the storm I was just talking about that's come together with that shrimp shape to it. And it is warned now. I don't know if you covered the warning yet, but those areas all the way up through Haskell County and eastern Muskogee County are now under a tornado warning, including Porham and all the way up to I-40 and points north, Webbers Falls, and Gore, Oklahoma, also in that warning. So it is come together, and I think it's getting a little bit of a push as well from the forward flank or just precip from the that is back behind it to the south and west. So that could be another mechanism that acts to push the tornadic part of the storm forward and consolidate some rotation in the lower levels here. So there's your new warning, and we're watching that from Jordan and Freddie live, which is really cool to see it come together right at the same time as it begins to receive tornado warnings.
Yes, thank you so much, Andy. So this is our new tornado warning, Muskogee, Haskell, McIntosh, and Sequoyah counties, and that's exactly what we're looking at here through the camera, through Jordan Hall's camera. We should probably put Jordan in one. And then that's going to go up towards Gore and Warner. So, this is... It's got 24 minutes left on it. We've also got another tornado warning in Ottawa County, Oklahoma up here that also has 24 minutes left on it. But this one right here is our most impressive looking storm right now. And this is a live look at it. Nothing making contact with the ground at this very second, but it looks like it's pretty close. Once again, what we're looking at here is the developing tornado near Whitefield, Briartown, and Porham, specifically right over the town of Hoyt, Oklahoma. And it's going to continue to move up towards Porham and Weber's Falls. So we're going to keep our eyes on this storm very closely, as I think this is probably pretty close to producing a tornado here as it goes up towards Gore and areas just west of the Robert S. Kerr Reservoir. The only confirmed tornado warning that we have right now is what's left of this tornado warning up here in Cherokee County, Kansas. Law enforcement confirmed tornado warning. The rotation and the tornado that inspired that warning is likely no longer with us, but the storm is still capable of producing a tornado, and you should still be in your safe spot in Neutral and Baxter Springs up here in Kansas. We still have a tornado warning as well in Yell and Montgomery counties in Arkansas, and it's still coming up towards the Fush Valley. So y'all stay in your safe spots as well. The storm's getting stronger, but the still no confirmation of a tornado out there right now. Just the potential for one to form. And we just got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Colgate and Atoka. So this is for Cole, Atoka, Johnston, and Hughes counties. 70-mile-per-hour winds is going to be possible as this very strong storm moves up towards the town of Wapanucka, Atoka, and Colgate. And then some of the places that'll get hit here are the Wallaceburg Middle School and the city of Colgate Airport. So get ready. That's going to be a really powerful storm coming through here very soon. But all eyes are on our tornado warning in Muskogee County, moving up towards Warner and Weber's Falls. And this is what it looks like up close and personal. Well, not necessarily up close, but from a drone in Seminole County, looking up towards Haskell County. Wapanucka? Okay, I got it. Yeah, it's really trying. We got ourselves another severe thunderstorm warning. This one's with a tornado possible tag, and it's for our storm in Arkansas, so I want to go check that out. So the tornado warning is still in effect for Yell County, but they've decided to go ahead and issue a severe thunderstorm warning as well. Because the storm is getting stronger. Even the non-tornadic parts of the storm is capable of producing a 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and some quarter-size hail here as it goes up towards Danville, Arkansas. Y'all get ready, and it's still capable of producing a tornado, so get ready to take shelter just in case. All right, finally, our confirmed tornado warning in Kansas was allowed to expire. We now have no tornado warnings in Kansas. And our main focus at this point, I think, is going to be the Porham, Oklahoma, Webbers Falls tornado warning. As it continues to look more and more interesting. Here's what it looks like from far away, right? And then here's what it looks like underneath it. Freddie McKinney's right underneath that little dangly bit there. You see it? You see the little dangling bit? Now that's what it looks like when you're right underneath it. Freddie, we're not looking at a tornado there, but we are looking at the part of the storm that would produce a tornado if we're going to see one. If you're just now tuning in, we are focused in on a tornado warning in Haskell, McIntosh, Sequoyah, and Muskogee counties in Oklahoma. As we've got a couple of storm chasers giving us a live view of what's happening on the ground with that thing, and it's trying. It's trying. Lots of cloud ground lightning now visible from Jordan's point of view. Yeah, we got a location update on Jordan now. He's in Muskogee County, Oklahoma as well. Same place that Freddie McKinney is. That makes more sense. All right, we've got Dallas County, Texas under a severe thunderstorm warning now. Let's go fly down there. So this includes the whole town, all of Dallas, downtown Dallas, Mesquite, Balch Springs, Garland, Irving, Grand Prairie, Highland Park, DeSoto, Richardson, all the way up towards Plano and Nevada. Texas, you guys are all under a severe thunderstorm warning now. We've got potentially 1 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds moving in right now. This is going to be the most intense likely on the southern side of Dallas. I would say the Trinity River Park area, if you know where the Select Specialty Hospital is, or of course the Rafael Stadium right in here in front of that Boeing part of the storm. Is probably where we're going to see the biggest or the strongest wind gusts. And then the larger hail is going to be more possible up here near the Turtle Creek Village area, North Central Surgical Center, Highland Park. That's where I think we would likely see some of the heavier rain and maybe some of the larger hail. So Dallas, you're officially under a severe thunderstorm warning. As far as tornado potential goes with this specific storm,
has been issued.
Not seeing any major signs right now, but that could change. We will keep you updated. New tornado warning in Arkansas. Yale County, Arkansas, under a tornado warning. This is just an extension of essentially what we were looking at earlier. The Fush area is still in the path of the storm. Additionally, Danville and Plainview, Arkansas, are now included in that. The Western Yale County Elementary School, the Danville Municipal Airport, and the Sunlight Bay Public Use area are all in the path of a potential tornado here. Make sure you take shelter if you haven't already. We've got to go back to our Oklahoma tornado warning, as that's what we've got our visuals of, and that's honestly probably our most intense storm right now outside of some of the severe thunderstorms that are producing 70 mile per hour winds. But this is coming up towards Gore in the I-40 corridor near Warner. Oh, did you guys hear the noise in the background? Somebody just dropped a case of water. Nothing crazy going on back there. Chandra, and nobody here fell or anything. It was pretty loud. Confirmed tornado in Chautauqua, Kansas earlier today, or probably about 30 minutes ago. Yeah, but no, not now. Oh, Freddie's getting really close. He's literally right under it. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I'm eating a sandwich right now. I'm having lunch, but this Arkansas warning just majorly uptrended, and I want to give a look at it because it's got one of those classic signatures here from the Fort Smith radar where you can see the whole mesocyclone, but actually the tornado would be on the southeastern side of all of that rotation, just a couple pixels worth. I definitely think there is a tornado ongoing with that sort of major uptrend right now, just west of Onyx, Arkansas. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a debris signature show up on radar and a confirmation of the warning, which would be an upgrade to the warning. So if that does happen, that would be the reason why. And that's sort of the structure of the spinning part of the storm that we see on radar.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing us over here to Arkansas where there is a major uptrend. We've been talking about Fush Valley, okay? It's right on your doorstep. Pleasant Hill, Briggsville, Wing, Rover, Ward's Crossing, Plainview, Arkansas. These are some of the more dangerous places you could be in Arkansas right now. And honestly, out of the whole, our entire storm setup, this is our most likely storm that's producing a tornado. You can see the very intense returns here on velocity. There's a lot of rotation there to the west of Onyx, north of Ally. Arkansas moving up in the general direction of Danville. So get ready. Take shelter now. This storm that we're looking at here is in Arkansas, but all of the cameras that we're looking at right now are in Oklahoma. Freddie's camera is really looking interesting. That storm looks like it's pretty close to producing a tornado as well. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I think that it has a debris signature from the Fort Smith radar. This time we're seeing it co-located with low differential reflectivity. So I do think that's an ongoing tornado. We'll see how it develops from here and when we get to that confirmed warning if it continues to look like this. So please call somebody in Rover, Arkansas. They're in the direct path of this. We'll get very close to the town of Rover, Arkansas. If you know anyone there, use this as another stimulus to tell them to take shelter as we wait for the continuation and seeing if this warning gets upgraded.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy. Once again, several different places that need to be watching out here. Rover is a big one. Ward's Crossing, Wing, Briggsville, Plainview. Please take shelter if you haven't already. And if you know anybody there, you've got to let them know what's going on here. This is all in the general vicinity of Danville, Arkansas. Okay. Yale County. Arkansas, everybody in that county needs to be taking shelter, but it's specifically around those towns and near the Sunlight Bay public use area along Highway 27. At the same time, our storm in Oklahoma is also looking a little bit more serious. Look at this. This is a live view of it from Jordan Hall. You can see the rotation clear as day from the drone shot here. Yeah, it's coming together quite nicely. So if you're in Webbers Falls or Gore in Oklahoma, you've got to be concerned about this as well, because this is likely going to produce a tornado soon. Let's see here. How do I turn? How did I do that? There we go. All right. So we're going to go back to the Yale County, Arkansas storm because that's been upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning. Radar confirmed tornado here in Yale County, Arkansas. We have a tornado down right now. Wing. I'm going to dive in a little bit closer so I can give you some slightly better responses or locations here.
But if you need anything else, just let me know.
1 second.
Back to you, Ryan. Yeah, Ryan, to add to that, here's what we got. Tornadoes confirmed near Forsh Valley, heading northeast at 30 miles per hour. Danville, Plainview, and Belleville, you're in the path. Key locations like Danville Municipal Airport and Nimrod State Game Management Area are at risk. Folks at Western Yell County Elementary, take cover now. Stay away from windows, get to the lowest floor. Flash flooding is also a concern. Avoid driving through water.
How did
Stay
you
safe.
pronounce the Forsh Valley? How do you say that?
It's pronounced Forch Valley.
Okay, so I've been
Rhyming
saying
with-
it wrong the whole time. I've been saying Fush. Okay, thank you, Yalbot.
No problem, Ryan. Happens to the best of us. Glad I could help clear that up. Back to you, Ryan.
All right, tornado on the ground here near Forsh Valley. Once again, near Wing and Rover. Some of the places that I think that, like more specific places that you might recognize here are the Forsh Mountain Recreation Area. If you don't know where Rover is, because Rover's not a huge town, you might not refer to this area as Rover, but you know where the Exxon gas station is, where Highway 27 and 28 converge. Right there when you're coming off of Forsh Mountain and you're getting on the Highway 28 that takes you to Plainview, that's Rover. And that's what we're thinking the area is that this tornado is going to go. Okay, so anywhere between Wing, Rover, and Ward's Crossing, big tornado ongoing right now, moving up in that general direction. If it continues to go in the same direction that it's going right now, after it gets past that Exxon gas station at Rover at the intersection of Highway 28 and 27, it's going to parallel 28 past City Park up towards places like the Wild Stands, the New Bethel Missionary Baptist Church, and of course the Nimrod State Wildlife Management Area. This could come dangerously close to Plainview, so y'all get ready over there. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, pattern recognition here on the Oklahoma tornado warning suggests that as it transitions from that convergence signature from the Fort Smith radar to more rotational here, that it's close to producing a tornado, because I don't think it is right now, given we have the visual evidence of it from the drone and multiple chaser perspectives. But I think given the given the pattern that it's taking on, where the velocity kind of shifts sides like that from close together to now top and bottom, that we may see a tornado soon from this storm in particular. So please be ready for that as it approaches I-40, especially in the Webbers Falls and Gore, Oklahoma area.
Thank you so much, Andy. This is a live view of the tornado warning or the tornado warned storm that's getting ready to come up into Webbers Falls right now. It certainly looks a lot more ominous than it did even just 15 minutes ago. And, things are coming together on radar as well. So tornado is trying to happen now as the storm crosses Interstate 40 as it goes towards Webbers Falls. So take shelter if you're in Muskogee or Sequoyah counties in Oklahoma. This is going to be a dangerous storm regardless of tornadic activity. It's going to have some large hail and some strong winds, but I think that we all can tell that this is trying its best to produce a tornado right now. Look at this. Another fantastic vantage point from Freddie McKinney, who is showing us the same storm, but just from a slightly different angle. So get ready over there in Webbers Falls, Oklahoma. Back to our storm in Yale County, Arkansas. This is our confirmed tornado warning. Big tornado was on the ground moments ago, likely still is, moving towards Rover and Ward's Crossing in Arkansas. Take shelter if you're in Yale County, Arkansas. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, south of the Tulsa radar near Redbird and Porter, Oklahoma, southwest of Wagoner. We did have a brief QLC, a spin-up tornado there that did have a debris signature with it now and is on the, it's going out right now. So I believe that this is done, but it has a chance of producing another one. This was not warned for the entire time that it was doing damage just to the south of Redbird, Oklahoma, and east of Haskell. So that's what we're looking at there. No warning on that, but a verifiable debris signature for sure. So hopefully that doesn't continue to produce a tornado, but if it does, it'll be close to the Wagoner and north of Tallahassee, Oklahoma areas in Wagoner County.
Okay, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing our attention back up here to the Wagoner area. Y'all watch out downstream. This is going to continue to have the ability to cause problems in Wagoner, Porter, maybe even back up there towards Chateau. All of these storms are very intense right now, and also places like Hulbert need to be watching out as well. So we're going to keep you updated. We're going to come back to this one, but right now I think we just saw a brief tornado through Jordan's feed just a few moments ago. I don't know if it's still there, but this storm that's moving into Weber's Falls right now is definitely capable of producing a tornado if it's not continuing to produce one. So everybody in Weber's Falls, Oklahoma, and Gore Landing, all these places you guys need to be taking your safety precautions right now. Interior room of your home, lowest floor. You don't want to be outdoors. Obviously, you don't want to be in a room with a bunch of glass. You want to protect your head, put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Let's go back over to our radar confirmed tornado moving into Rover now. Hopefully everybody in Rover, Plainview, Kingston, Wards Crossing, and Danville, Arkansas hopefully you guys are in your safe spots. The rotation doesn't necessarily look as impressive as it did earlier, but it still looks really impressive. It still looks like there definitely could be a tornado here between Wing and Rover in Arkansas, so we want you to stay sheltered, okay? Freddie's view of the storm continues to be quite impressive. I don't think I see any tornado now, but I did you guys see it too? Like, there's definitely something going on there with Jordan's feed not too long ago.
A new tornado warning has been
Here's
issued.
a new tornado warning for this storm. This is for Muskogee, Sequoyah, Cherokee, and Adair counties in Oklahoma. For the same storm that we've been talking about right here that's getting ready to go through Weber's Falls and Gore. It's going to continue to go up to the north and east towards places like Paradise Hill, Braggs, and the Cherokee State Game Refuge area. A very large spot covered by this warning. Some other places that are in the path include the Cave Springs Public School, the Keys Elementary School, and an unbelievable amount of parks and campgrounds. You see all the little blue dots? And those are all places where people might be in RVs. Those are places where people might be in tents, like camping. And this is a very popular camping area, apparently. And unfortunately, a lot of the highest concentration of those dots is right in the path of where the storm's going to go. So if you know anybody out there camping in places like the Cherokee Landing State Park area, the Cookson Bluff Park, Elk Creek, Strayhorn, Cato Creek, Six Shooter, 10 Killer, Rock, Brewer Bend, any of these places, let them know, it's time to find a sturdy shelter and get ready because we've got a very strong storm coming capable of producing a tornado over here in Adair, Sequoyah, Cherokee, Muskogee, and Sequoyah counties in Oklahoma. We've still got ourselves a confirmed tornado warning, by the way, in Arkansas. It's moving up through Rover right now. Danville, Macedonia, Kingston, Arkansas, you guys need to be sheltered if you're not already. Rotation looks to be maybe intensifying a little bit too, as the storm is not done yet. Some places that might need to be thinking about, preparing here as the storm's going to continue to move north and east include Dardanelle and Russellville, Arkansas. They just downgraded that warning. It's no longer confirmed, so we do believe that at least for a moment, the tornado has lifted. But man, I believe that this could very quickly produce another tornado as it comes up between Danville, Kingston, and goes up towards Mickles, Arkansas. Y'all get ready. New tornado warning up here for Barton, Crawford, Jasper, and Cherokee counties in Kansas. There is a radar indicated tornado warning for places like Pittsburgh, Carl Junction, Frontenac, Liberal. Take shelter if you haven't already. And this is a live view of that storm from the Kansas Department of Transportation live traffic cameras here. This one's at specifically close to Baxter Springs. So there's not one part of that storm that looks very interesting. What they've done here is they've warned the entire line just in case. There's a lot of different areas of potential rotation that could result in a tornado. But yeah, you still need to be in your safe spots in places like Liberal and Asbury and Carl Junction. And yeah, I know there's a lot of people asking about Dallas right now. We just talked about Dallas not too long ago, as there was a severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for Dallas County. That warning is still in effect, and we're going to go look at it right now. So Dallas, honestly, the strongest part of the storm is past downtown now. So we first talked about this before it got into downtown. Now the strong part of the storm is right on the doorstep of Rafael Stadium, moving up more towards Richardson and Garland, Rockwall, Murphy, and places like Allen and Plano. There are still 2.5 million people under this warning, though. So y'all get ready for 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds in Rockwall, Dallas, and Collin counties in Texas. Minimal tornado threat with this one, if any at all, at least for right now. More concerning tornado situation going on over here in Oklahoma, especially near Gore. Paradise Hill, you're next in line. This big rotating part of the storm is getting ready to go right over Paradise Hill and the 10-killer Ferry Lake.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We just got a new tornado warning in Arkansas. This one includes Pope County and Logan County on top of Yell County. So, like we were talking about earlier, now this includes parts of Russellville, Arkansas. It includes Dardendale and London. It also includes Ranger, Alpha, Pisgah, Chicala, Mosley, Oak Grove, Alberta, Mount Nebo, and Sulphur Springs in Arkansas. Take shelter now. The Gala Creek State Park's in there. And, of course, Dardendale High School and the John Harris Field Airport. Ooh, somebody remind me to watch the live update from the National Hurricane Center, okay? Holler at me in ear whenever that goes live. We are going to take a brief moment to get updated on the tropics, as the National Hurricane Center is going to do a live update. And then, of course, we'll get right back to this. But that we won't do that until 4 p.m., 3 p.m. Central. If you're just now tuning in, we are tracking several tornado warnings right now. We've got 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we do believe that we are in the middle of or on the verge of a tornado outbreak, as there is a chance that things get pretty rowdy tonight. One of the things that we look at, and it's not the only thing, and it's certainly not the most reliable thing, but one of the tools that we use to kind of gauge how intense a tornadic situation might be is NATOcast. And the latest one that just came out 18 seconds ago is pretty intense. So once again, this actually nailed it with the tornadoes that went through Oklahoma City the other night. So it's experimental. It's not an official forecast or anything like that, but this is one of those things that makes us go, oh, okay, we should pay extra attention tonight, and hopefully it does the same for you and makes you pay attention, because there is a good chance that we see at least a couple of strong tornadoes tonight. Between, honestly, right now we're entering into the peak prime tornado time frame through the next 4 to 5 hours or so. And this is highlighting a lot of southwestern Missouri, northwestern Arkansas, eastern Oklahoma, of course, under a almost maxed out potential for damaging tornadoes. Currently, we have 3 tornado warnings. None of them are confirmed. They are all radar indicated tornado warnings, meaning that we think there might be a tornado on the ground. Yeah, I think we saw through Jordan Hall's feed, I think we saw a brief tornado there. It was not down very long, but We did see that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Says that there's a favorable environment for a few tornadoes in the next 1 to 2 hours, specifically here between Joplin and Fort Smith. So we're going to watch that area very closely as a new tornado warning just was issued. This tornado warning does include Wagner and Cherokee counties and Mays counties in Oklahoma. So this is one of those areas that Andy was talking about not too long ago. The rotation, if there's a tornado, it's in Wagner right now. But if it's developing over Wagner, moving up towards Rocky Point and Toppers, Yonkers, Ely, and Lost City. Take shelter now if you haven't already in Wagner and Cherokee counties and Mays County in Oklahoma. Nothing confirmed. And honestly, I think we would know if there was something in Wagner because we've got so many people watching in Wagner. But just stay in your safe spots. We'll let you know when it's time to come out.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, Muskogee, Sequoyah, and Adair counties in Oklahoma now have a confirmed tornado warning. So they've upgraded that warning, I believe, to an observed tornado warning. Weather spotters reported a tornado at 2:55 p.m. All right, so apparently we see this one down again through a weather spotter. I got to say, we've got storm chasers on this. I'm not seeing it myself. However, it could be wrapped in rain. And, so this is just another reason to get into shelter. If you're in Aqua Park, Paradise Hill, or if you are in White Oak or Petite or Metairie in Oklahoma, please take shelter as now this is a confirmed tornado warning. And I actually see that now. I'm retweeting a video of it. It's not a storm chaser. I don't think that we have pulled up. I think we can't. But yeah, there is a small tornado down there. This is a confirmed tornado once again, moving up into Aqua Park and Paradise Hill. Please take shelter. This is going to go right up into the 10 Killer Lake area. Ferry Lake. Here's another shot of it. Let him get past these trees. He's going to point us right at it. Yeah, from the videos I've seen, it's a weak tornado, but that could certainly change quite quickly. Anything for Tulsa? Not right now. Some stronger storms on the eastern side, but nothing to write home about. New severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa, Mays, and Craig counties in Oklahoma. Once again, this is our only confirmed tornado warning right now. We've got a bunch of other tornado warnings, all radar indicated. The other ones that we should probably update because it's been a second since we've talked about them, include the Arkansas, Yale, Pope, and Logan counties in Arkansas are still under a tornado warning. There's a more broad area of rotation now here near Danville. Moving up towards Ranger and Alpha and Dardendale in Arkansas. And then also in the tornado warning that was in place for Missouri and Kansas up there, that's been allowed to expire. So essentially, this is our main focus right now. And it's not, there is no tornado that has been seen, at least from any of our people, for the past couple of minutes. However, that doesn't mean that there's not one down. It's coming up into Cookson and Dry Creek right now. Take shelter. Here's a shot of it. Oh, daggone it. Happens every time. Freddie's got a great shot of the base of the storm, and I don't see a tornado there, but it could be rain wrapped as well. By the way, they did just upgrade our tropical storm or our tropical area of interest, Depression 18, to Tropical Storm Rafael. It's official, so I'm sure that they will talk about that in the update right here in a minute. If you're unaware of what's going on, we do have a tropical system that's going to kind of take over the focus after this severe weather. Right now, once again, it is a tropical storm Rafael. And it's going to be a Category 1 hurricane as early as November, as early as tomorrow. Maybe now we're thinking Category 2 landfall in Cuba. And then, of course, this is going to keep going right up into the Gulf and potentially cause problems in Louisiana or Mississippi or Alabama or maybe even Florida. And speaking of Florida, we have one of our people in Florida right now, Caleb Beecham with the Y'all Squad. What's up, man? I think we're having some audio troubles. I don't hear Caleb. But Caleb is out there, and we are going to talk to him in just a second. And he's out there for our response to Milton, Hurricane Milton. We're still out there doing stuff for Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton. Unfortunately, we're going to have another hurricane in the Gulf here soon. But as soon as Caleb gets the audio issues worked out, we're going to hear from him. But yeah, that's what's going on here with our storm. Doesn't look like much right now, but it is a tropical storm. It'll probably slam Jamaica with some tropical storm force winds and some flooding rains overnight. All right. Back to our tornado warning. And then as soon as Caleb's ready, we'll get an update from him as well. Yeah, so we don't have a tornado warning right now in Arkansas or Kansas or Missouri or Texas. All of our tornado warnings, both of them, are in Oklahoma for the moment. That's why we're kind of focused on that area. And by the way, the National Hurricane Center, the official National Hurricane Center update is happening. And look, it's not just us. They're live right now, and his mic's muted. So we can't hear you. See, like, it happens, y'all. I think we've got audio on Caleb now, though, right? Caleb, can we hear you? Oh my gosh, I actually don't think we can. I can't. Make sure it's not just me, Andy. You guys don't hear me either, do you? All right. So, anyways, there's an ongoing.
Hey, Ryan, can you hear me now?
Yes, I got you now. I don't now. It's something about when you step away. I don't know what it is. Like I can't hear you now. Audio troubles across the entire weather enterprise tonight. National Hurricane Center's live with no mic. Caleb's out there with a mic, but we can't hear him for whatever reason. We'll figure it out. We're going to figure this out, I promise. Can't hear him. Might need to do a test call or something with Chandra or Allie or something. I don't know. But yeah, we'll figure that out, and hopefully they're recording the National Hurricane Center briefing with audio, and we'll get to see that later. If not, then that sucks. The rotation associated with our tornado warning over here near 10 Killer Lake or the 10 Killer Ferry Lake area has let up a little bit, but we still have a confirmed tornado warning. So we're going to stay in our safe spots up there in Caney Ridge and Dry Creek just in case. I've got no reason to believe there's still a tornado down at this moment, though. So let's hope let's hope there's not. And looky there. Tropical storm watches are coming out for the Keys. Yeah, I guess that's why there's so much camping over here, is because of that lake. The National Hurricane Center has ended their update. Still no audio. We'll see if they do it again. Yeah, this is why it's important. Even if you're the National Hurricane Center, you got to have chat open. You got to have chat open. All right, you guys start
Ryan,
yelling
can
at
you
me
hear
all
me?
the time, and if it wasn't for you, I'd just sit here and do who knows what without even noticing. I can hear you now, Caleb. Let's make sure that we can still hear you. Try it again.
All right. Yeah, you got me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. I was starting to believe that they may have taken audio away from the entire state of Florida, but it does seem like they didn't actually do that. But what I did want to report on is I am here in Punta Gorda, Florida, where we were just meeting with a family doing an interview for the Y'all Squad. But I actually wanted to talk about the community here and how they are just not ready for another possible potential impact. Right now, that cone doesn't show it coming anywhere near the peninsula of Florida, but obviously there's still lots of time where that can change. And we're actually still seeing here behind me some of the impacts of Hurricane Milton. There's still boats and debris that are washed up here in the riverfront of Punta Gorda, just sitting in this tennis court. So there's still well underway the cleanup process of Hurricane Milton and Helene, and they're definitely not ready to see anything else this season if that were to happen.
All right. So, what's your plans from here on out? Where are you going tomorrow, next day? What are we doing the rest of the week?
Yeah, so tomorrow I'm heading over towards Stratus, Florida, which is over near just north of the Miami area. And we're doing another interview there for a victim that was actually affected by one of the tornadoes, part of Hurricane Milton. After that, we're heading to North Carolina. I'll be there for 2 days with Austin and Chandra, which is our vice president and one of the other members of the Y'all Squad. And we're meeting with two families there that we're going to just kind of talk about what happened and see ways that we can help down there.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Caleb, and let us know if you need anything, and if anything else pops up, feel free to turn that mic on, and we'll try it again.
Sounds good. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Thank you, Caleb. Good stuff. When the mic works, sounds great. And obviously, Caleb's awesome out there with the Y'all Squad. Thanks to you guys, we raised hundreds of thousands of dollars. We've been able to do some awesome stuff, and we're continuing to do awesome stuff for people who had not so awesome stuff happen to them as a result of some of our historic hurricanes and tropical systems that we've been dealing with. So, yeah, I just wanted to get an update from Caleb there, and now he's going to get back to work on behalf of the Y'all Squad. Yeah, so the National Hurricane Center deleted the video, the audioless video. So we'll see if they try it again. I don't know if they're going to or not. All right, we've got one tornado warning right now, and it is for Adair and Cherokee counties in Oklahoma. No confirmed warnings at the moment. And as you can see, the weather intensity score is closer to 100. It's been close to 200 the whole time. So we're in a little bit of a lull. So we are going to take a quick moment to eat some ice cream, because things are going to get more intense here soon. We've been talking about blizzard warnings, because there are blizzard warnings in effect right now. So that made me want a blizzard. Okay, they're going to try it again. They are going to try it again. All right. National Hurricane Center has found the unmute button, and they are going to try it again. In the meantime, while we wait on them, let's hear what you've got to say. Hello, can you hear me? Go ahead.
All right, Ryan, got some storm updates for you. Remnants of Patty still hanging around with 34.5 miles per hour winds and a pressure of 999 millibar. No specific location or movement info.
Oh my
Then
gosh.
we got Tropical Storm Rafael, whipping up 46 miles per hour winds, pressure at 997 millibar. No location or movement on that one either. Now, for the southwestern Atlantic, a low-pressure area might pop up near the northern Leeward Islands in a few days. Low chance of development in the next 48 hours, but a 20% chance in the next 7 days. Southwest of southwestern Mexico, area EP93 stirring up some action, with a 70% chance of turning into a tropical depression in the next 48 hours, and the same for the next 7 days. Keep your eyes peeled, Ryan. Back to you, Ryan.
Oh my gosh.
A
So
new
that one
tornado
failed.
warning has been issued.
But they are going to try again. But now we have a new tornado warning. All right, let's go look at the tornado warning first. Somebody holler at me if the mic is unmuted and it's working this time. All right, new tornado warning in Adair and Cherokee counties in Oklahoma. This is going to include Westville, Oklahoma. Yeah, these are some good names. Rocky Mountain, 10 Killer, Titanic, Sanders, Whitmire, Strawberry Spring, and places like that. I've got to ask Yalbot if she knows how to say these other ones, and you guys, you tell me how good it does. Yalbot, Oklahoma. There's a town near Rocky Mountain and 10 Killer called Wahalu, or something. How do you pronounce that? Like the locals?
Ah, you're talking about Wahilau. Locals say it like Wahilla. It's a small community, but it's got that classic Oklahoma charm. Back to you, Ryan.
All right. What about what was that other one? Tailholt? Is that right? Tailholt?
Close, but it's actually Tahlequah. You'd say it like
No, you're thinking of the
Tahlequah.
wrong thing. I'm talking about just north of 10 Killer, Tailholt.
Ah, I gotcha now. That's Tailholt, pronounced just like it looks. Tailholt. It's a small spot near Lake Tenkiller. Back to you, Ryan.
All right, thank you, Yalbot. So, yeah, this is going up towards Spade Mountain. Take shelter if you haven't already, okay? So the National Hurricane Center's third try didn't work as well. Hey, listen, we understand. We understand. We know about being muted. I've done it, it happens. We're still going to tune in whenever they figure it out. All right, by the way, there's another severe thunderstorm warning. Chance number 2 at a strong storm for a lot of people on the southern side of Dallas. This includes Waxahachie, Midlothian. This includes Oakleaf, Lancaster, and Wilmer. 1-inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds is possible out here. Once again, this is just south of Dallas and Johnson, Dallas, Ellis, and Hill counties in Texas. Some places in the path here include the Vibra Specialty Hospital of DeSoto, Eagles Nest Estates Airport, and, of course, the Hillside Village Mall. So we've got some Florida counties under tropical storm watches. Key Colony, Layton. We've got as soon as we're done with the severe weather here, we're going to be focused on a tropical weather for an entire week, it looks like. Midlothian. All right, gotcha. Wahilla. Well, yeah, Caney Ridge is in the path of this storm. 10 Killer and Wahilla and Titanic. It looks like it's trying to wrap up. I get this one. It doesn't look like it's decreasing, I guess, in intensity here. So we might have another uptick in activity. The National Hurricane Center is going for their fourth try at a live stream. I'm going to let somebody confirm with me that it's working before we go over there. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. From both radar sites, Tulsa and Fort Smith, about equidistant from our currently tornado-warned storm. It does look like there is a tornado in progress just southeast of the 10 Killer, Oklahoma area. So if it continues to look like that, I expect this warning to be upgraded. I think both radars show literally the first 30 seconds of a tornado ongoing. When you look at it from the Tulsa radar, this will give you a better idea of where exactly it is. It's that southeastern couplet, velocity couplet there. So that is definitely what we are looking at. We'll see if it continues to produce a tornado. I do think it is doing so right now. So please be wary of that in western Adair County and eastern Cherokee County in Oklahoma.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is near Caney Ridge and 10 Killer once again, moving up towards Wahilla, Tailholt, Rocky Mountain, Adair, Cherokee counties. You got to take shelter. It looks like there's a tornado down here, and it has the potential to go all the way up towards Spade Mountain, Sanders, and Whitmire as well. So you guys get ready. Wow. So the NHC is still not live. We're going to wait and see what happens with this tornado warning before we decide to go wait on them. But yeah, just somebody holler at me if they get it going. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the new scan here shows that rotation right over Tailholt. If there's a tornado ongoing, it would be coming up past Wahilla, Titanic, and Eldon within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Proctor and Chance, maybe closer to 20 minutes or so. All right. So the National Hurricane Center is they've got it working. I believe that they're live. So we're going to go look at that, but we will come away from it if there's any major developments with our tornado warning here. I know we're watching that, but we also need to pay attention to this. I know there's a lot of people watching.
Reports of an eye wall forming.
We picked up a large audience from the tornado ravaged areas here, so let's make sure we're covered on all ends. Let's listen in. What the heck?
175 miles to the south. Caribbean Sea. We've had data from the Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft in the storm this afternoon.
Okay, they upgraded it.
About 45 miles per hour. The central.
All right, we might have to wait. Let's go. Let's just get you up to date on what's going on over here. They did put out a warning that goes all the way up to Chance, Westville, and Chewy in Oklahoma. And it's exactly what we were just talking about, a confirmed tornado between Tailholt and Wahilla. Spade Mountain, Titanic, you guys are also in the path, but we've got a confirmed, a radar confirmed tornado warning now. So if you weren't already in your safe spot, you need to get there now. Some more of the places that are in the path here is just a ton of parks and a ton of campgrounds like the State Strayhorn, Round Hollow, Horseshoe Bend campgrounds. Also the Cookson and the Westville areas are in the path here. So once again, take shelter if you haven't already. We've got a radar confirmed tornado warning, which just means that the people at the National Weather Service saw the same thing that Andy did, and they're looking at this right here and they're saying that is definitely a tornado. So that's a good indicator that you should get to shelter if you haven't already. Tailholt and Wahilla. All right, let's try it again.
Down several millibars now to 997, and even some reports of an eye wall forming from what the folks on the aircraft could see. And you can see on satellite imagery shower and thunderstorm activity becoming increasingly organized near the center, with wrapping around and the development of more defined curved bands of thunderstorms. All indications that Rafael is poised to steadily, if not rapidly, intensify over the next 36 to 48 hours. Right now, the center of the storm is located about 175 miles to the south of Kingston, Jamaica, just under 400 miles to the southeast of Grand Cayman, moving off toward the north at 10 miles per hour. And we are expecting Rafael to quickly strengthen here and pass near or over portions of Jamaica overnight tonight and Tuesday as a tropical storm, and reaching hurricane status during the day tomorrow, and then moving near or over portions of the Cayman Islands as a hurricane overnight tomorrow night and into early Wednesday, and then reaching the western portion of Cuba during the day Wednesday as a still intensifying hurricane before moving across Cuba and into the Gulf of Mexico. Now, in terms of the impacts, we're expecting tropical storm conditions, very heavy rainfall, flooding, landslides in Jamaica beginning this evening and continuing overnight and into Tuesday, where we have a tropical storm warning in effect, hurricane warning in effect for the Cayman Islands, where we're expecting hurricane conditions during the day Tuesday and into Tuesday night. And we have a hurricane watch in effect for western Cuba and the Isle of Youth, where we're possibility of hurricane conditions from an intensifying storm, now forecasting Rafael to be a Category 2 hurricane by the time it reaches western Cuba during the day on Wednesday. Now we've issued a tropical storm watch for the lower and middle portions of the Florida Keys and the Dry Tortugas for the possibility of tropical storm conditions in those areas as the center of Rafael passes by to the west Wednesday night and into Thursday. Still expected to be a hurricane over the southeastern Gulf of Mexico. But then as we get later into the week and into the weekend, we're expecting conditions over the northern Gulf to be less conducive for a stronger storm due to strong upper level winds, some dry air, cooler waters, and we are expecting Rafael to become a tropical storm again, albeit a strong one by the time we get to Saturday afternoon. So any potential impacts longer range for the northern Gulf Coast are quite uncertain, given the uncertainty in the track and intensity and structure of the storm 5 days out or even beyond. So folks in this area should just continue to monitor the storm throughout the week. In terms of other impacts, with a hurricane, you're going to see storm surge. We're expecting 1 to 3 feet of storm surge above normal tide levels in the Cayman Islands. Very serious storm surge threat developing for portions of western Cuba along the south coast, near and just to the right of where the center of Rafael crosses the island. We're expecting 6 to 9 feet of storm surge above normal tide levels, with dangerous wave action on top of that as well. Let's move on to the rainfall threat, which is one of the bigger threats and deadliest threats associated with tropical storms and hurricanes across the Caribbean. In Jamaica in particular, very concerned about flash flooding and landslides, 3 to 6 inches of rain, isolated totals as high as 8 or 9 inches, especially along the south coast, and also expecting to see 3 to 6 inches, isolated totals as high as 9 inches across portions of Cuba. Farther downstream, we're going to see the potential for some rainfall spread up into Florida and the southeastern U.S. that we'll touch on in just a minute. In terms of the arrival time of those tropical storm force winds, They're going to be reaching Jamaica this evening in the next few hours, into the Cayman Islands during the day on Tuesday, and then reaching the southern coast of Cuba Tuesday night and into Wednesday. And if they do occur into the Florida Keys, where we have that watch-in effect, it'll be in the overnight hours into the early morning hours on Wednesday. Moving on northward up towards the northern Gulf Coast, the timing of tropical storm conditions, if they were to arrive there, would be during the day, Thursday night or into Friday. So we still got time to watch in that location there. Again, I did want to also talk about the rainfall threat for portions of Florida and the southeast United States. Too soon to get into specific totals, but there'll be at least the potential for some heavy rainfall as we get from Wednesday and beyond into later in the week, with the potential for at least isolated flash flooding in these regions. So let's take a look at the key messages for Rafael again. It's forecast to become a hurricane as it passes near or over the Cayman Islands tomorrow evening and Wednesday. Damaging hurricane force winds, dangerous storm surge, and destructive waves are expected. Expecting tropical storm conditions tonight in Jamaica with the possibility of heavy rainfall and flooding. Additional strengthening is forecast before Rafael reaches western Cuba and the Isle of Youth on Wednesday. With Category 2 hurricane now forecast, there's an increasing risk of dangerous storm surge and damaging hurricane force winds there. Tropical storm conditions are possible in the lower and middle Florida Keys and the Dry Tortugas beginning late Wednesday or Wednesday night, where we now have a tropical storm watch in effect. And it's too soon to determine what, if any, impacts Rafael might have along the northern Gulf Coast, but a great reminder for everybody there. It's still hurricane season. Keep an eye on the forecast as it evolves throughout the week. And then last but not least, the heavy rainfall and flooding threat, particularly in Jamaica, where we could see flash flooding and landslides. Also potential for heavy rainfall in portions of Cuba and the Cayman Islands. So again, a reminder for those of you in the United States, especially, we've come out of daylight saving time now. Our advisory packages from the Hurricane Center are going to be issued at 4 and 10 a.m. and p.m. Eastern Standard Time going forward. So you can get your latest information here at the Hurricane Center. Hurricanes.gov will have the latest on Rafael for you throughout the rest of the week. For those of you in the Caribbean, you can get information from your local government officials and your local meteorological service. And for those in the United States, especially the Florida Keys, you can get local information from your National Weather Service office at weather.gov. We'll be back with more on Rafael throughout the week. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center.
Awesome. Love it. Thank you, National Hurricane Center. I still believe that we should get that from the Storm Prediction Center as well. That'd be pretty cool. Confirmed tornado warning ongoing in Adair and Cherokee counties in Oklahoma. No big update there. It continues to look like a dangerous storm. It continues to look like we could have a tornado somewhere around Titanic and Sanders, moving up towards Proctor and Strawberry Spring. This is the only tornado warning that we have right now. We do still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, though, that we can go tour. Here's the one down in Dallas, south of Dallas, I should say, in Dallas County, Ellis County, and Johnston County, Texas. This is going to be bringing 60-mile-per-hour winds into Waxahachie here soon. The Methodist Midlothian Medical Center is getting hit by, probably the strongest part of the storm right now, and that's moving up towards, places like Lancaster here soon. Another probably stronger storm on the northern side of Dallas, moving up towards Leonard and Celeste. Colin Hunt and Fannin counties in Texas are under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 25 minutes. Places like the Blue Ridge Park and the Tom Ellis White Campground, as well as Leonard and Trenton, are in the path here. And then our other severe thunderstorm warning comes from northeastern Oklahoma, Craig, Ottawa, Delaware, and Mays counties. 60-mile-per-hour winds are happening now or on the way to Miami, Afton, and places near Seneca. And then our tornado warning, our confirmed tornado warning, actually looks a little bit more impressive now on that last scan. You can see the hook pretty well. Could still be producing a tornado here near Spade Mountain, Titanic, and Wahilla, moving up towards Sanders and Strawberry Spring. Take shelter now. The fifth time is the charm in HC. Deep. Debris signature on this one. So definitely still a tornado ongoing here. I'm sure we were listening to scanner feeds and stuff in and around the Wahilla area and the Tailholt area, but we likely just had a tornado go through there. Still down, still causing problems around Sanders, moving up towards Strawberry Spring. We've been hooting and hollering that town name now for a long time, so hopefully everybody is in their safe spots. This could be a large tornado ongoing right now. Another little community called Christie is in the path here. If you know anybody that lives near Sanders, Whitmire, or Christie, they are in the path of an extremely dangerous storm, likely producing a big tornado right now. Yeah, we still got a while to go before. Gosh, there's still a lot of opportunity here. It's just 4:38 on the East Coast. It's 3:30 Central. These storms down here, we're gonna have to start watching them very closely. Fort Smith looks like things are lining up to be quite active there tonight, so keep that in mind. Looks like Jordan Hall's sending the drone up again. I saw that. Still just a radar confirmed tornado warning out here in Adair County and Cherokee County, Oklahoma. I'm surprised we don't have one of those, you know, I'm surprised nobody's seen it yet or reported it. But there's certainly at least there was, and there certainly still could be a big tornado associated with this storm going through Adair and Cherokee counties in Oklahoma. Joplin's okay right now. Yep.
Weather update.
No big, nothing going on in Joplin. No severe thunderstorm warnings or anything. There is definitely a storm going through there, but it's below severe limits. I'll let you know if there's anything to watch in Joplin. Kinsey, that's fine. Lots more counties. Actually, you know what? Never mind. That's the same counties for the tropical storm watch. there's a new mesoscale discussion for Dallas all the way over to Tyler down towards Austin, Texas. Talking about maybe another round of storms that we're about to go through. I'll bring that up right here in a second. I am hearing that the fire department can see a funnel on top of a mountain. It's in a hilly area, so it's hard to see this tornado. Apparently, it's near. It's just about to cross between Oklahoma and Arkansas. But man, that certainly looks like there's still a tornado ongoing there. Very strong indicators of that. So. Once again, nothing's changed as far as the areas that we've been talking about. Strawberry Spring, Oklahoma needs to be underground. Westville, Chance, Green, Audley. Christie, Oklahoma, take shelter if you haven't already. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I heard that Christie, Oklahoma started their sirens about 5 minutes ago, so they've had some good heads up, but it does look like we've been able to observe almost a little bit of a wobbling
tornado
of that
warning
tornado.
has been
if you watch
issued.
closely, right where the couplet is, you can see it kind of wobbling toward the mesocyclone and then back, and that's why we have that PDS warning for that, because it's about to go over the town of Christie, unfortunately.
All right, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Let's get everybody's attention again one more time, as this is now our second PDS tornado warning of the day. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado here, a large, damaging tornado right on top of the town of Christie, moving up towards Strawberry Spring, Whitmire, Green. If it keeps going in the direction that it's been going, it'll likely parallel Highway 62 between Christie and Strawberry Spring. So everybody in that area needs to be underground. Once again, you want to get as underground if you can, or if you can't, you want to get on the bottom level of your home with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And you want to protect your head. And if you've got a helmet that you can bring with you, that's a good thing to do. You want to make sure that flying debris doesn't cause injury to your head. If you don't have a helmet, but you can grab the mattress off the bed, or if your kids have bicycle helmets, you can bring those for them, because this is going to be a huge tornado here that we're seeing right now coming up into Strawberry Spring. Christie, Strawberry Spring. We also have to start thinking about areas near Westville. Hopefully this goes to the west of Westville or to the northwest, but there's a chance that it swings right over into Westville, so we want everybody in that town to take shelter. And additionally, Chance, Oklahoma, take shelter now. This is a giant tornado. Let me see. Christie, Oklahoma, very small area here. Whitmire, Christie. All right, so the tornado now is crossing over. It's once again, it's right on Highway 62 near the Got Dirt Custom Dozer Work area. If you know what I'm talking about, you're a local here, you know where that is. It's moving up towards Going Snake, Chris Rose Nails, O'Neill's Garage. It's going to go past Country Kids, and this is all going to happen on its approach to the general Westville area. Okay, a large, life-threatening, damaging tornado is on its way to Strawberry Spring and Westville. If you know where the L&S Feed and Supply Market is, or My Granny's Front Porch Flea Market, those are some places that are right in the path of this giant tornado that's barreling down Highway 62 in Oklahoma right now. Once again, L&S Feed and Supply and My Granny's Front Porch Flea Market. Additionally, Chris Rose Nails and O'Neill's Garage. Further down the line, if this thing keeps going, it could get close to Ballard, Oklahoma, and Cincinnati, Arkansas. Ballard, Oklahoma, Cincinnati, Arkansas. If you know anybody out that way, let them know. This is probably the strongest, most concerning looking storm that we've seen today. And this is going to be a big deal.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning. This is just to the south. Also for Adair County and Cherokee counties in Oklahoma, for a storm that is entering the same environment that our PDS tornado warning is in. So it's not quite doing the same thing. It's not necessarily producing a tornado right now that we know of, but it probably will as it gets closer to Stony Point, England, and Peavine. This is also near Wahilla, which we were just talking about not too long ago, and it's going to go just to the north of Stillwell. Take shelter in Peavine, Piney, Fairfield, Stony Point, and Marietta, Oklahoma on the eastern side. And then that's also going to be pointed towards Lincoln, Arkansas here. So a PDS tornado warning means that we have a particularly dangerous situation. Big time debris signature now right over Strawberry Spring. Like, we continue to see new debris being lofted into the air. Strawberry Spring, by the way, if you are not familiar with that area as Strawberry Spring, then you probably know it as Going Snake, or you know it as Peach Eater Creek. But if you know where Chris Rose Nails are in the Catcher Cemetery, that's about what I'm talking about. The storm just hit there, did likely significant damage, and it is continuing to pretty much ride that creek, Peach Eater Creek, up towards East 700 or East Road 700. And it's going to ride Peach Eater Creek up into Jaybird Creek, and it's going to come dangerously close to, once again, the My Granny's Front Porch Flea Market, L&S Feed and Supply, and the Jaybird Church. That's a pretty large area. There's a decent amount of space between all of those places, but I'm just giving you a general idea. It's a pretty big tornado, right? So it could, we don't want to get too hyper focused on the locations here, but anywhere in that vicinity, the tornado could be hitting sometime soon. Additionally, it's probably going to cross Highway 59 here very soon, likely somewhere around the Harrison Hair Company, Wyatt's Community, and Tyson Foods Feed Mill. Big time Tyson Foods plant here. What is this? I don't know if there's like a lot of people there or a lot of chickens. I literally can't tell from from what I'm looking at. But if you know what I'm talking about, the Tyson Food Feed Mill in near Westville is in the direct path of this thing. If you are just now tuning in, we've got a massive tornado doing significant damage right now near Strawberry Spring, Oklahoma. This is in, the PDS tornado warning is for Adair, Washington, Delaware, and Benton counties. Adair County is in Oklahoma. Washington, Delaware, and Benton counties are in Arkansas. Big time, still big time signature there for a tornado. Now moving up closer to Ballard. It's going to cross not interstate, but Highway 59, likely near that Tyson Foods feed mill. Any moment now. If we zoom out here and look a little bit farther downstream, we also have to be concerned about the communities of Cincinnati, Arkansas, Lake Francis, Trident, Norwood, and the Williamsfield Airport is in the direct path of this thing. PDS tornado warning. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris is going to be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. I don't think we have, oh my gosh, Bryce Shelton is in Westville. Okay. I didn't realize that. So Bryce Shelton is on that storm right now. Adam Lucio's pretty close to the Weber's Falls area. And then Freddie McKinney is also on that storm as well in Adair County, Oklahoma. So this is a live view of it. Now, obviously, this is not we're not looking at the part of the storm that's producing the tornado because it's likely rain wrapped. This is the big, this is like the arm that comes out. Let me show you. Bryce is pretty much right here, moving this way. Okay, so this is what we're looking at through his feed. The tornado is inside of that, up in here, so it's shielded in rain a little bit. But man, you can clearly tell that is a monster of a storm there. Moving into the Westville, Oklahoma area and areas just north of there. Tornado is probably crossing Highway 59 right now. If not right now, then within the next couple of seconds. And once again, it's crossing near the Tyson Foods feed mill and refab. Once it goes by there, it'll continue up towards Ballard Creek and the Ballard Creek pastures. We're hearing that Tyson's Foods... that mill might have 61 job openings right now, and it's at that plant. So it might be an area where there's a lot of people. So if you know anybody at the Tyson Foods feed mill, that they're in the general vicinity of where a large tornado could be going within seconds. Next in line, right before you get to the Oklahoma-Arkansas border, you've got the Ballard Creek pastures. And then it might go over into Highway 59 on the Arkansas side. Hey Bryce, just making sure this thing works, and if you see anything, feel free to holler at me, okay? Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I just wanted to finish my thought from earlier before the PDS was issued that this tornado is wobbling back and forth, and each time it wobbles to the east, it is accelerating towards inflow and with the rear flank downdraft of the storm, meaning it will intensify each time it moves well to the east of the bulk of precipitation. So we did just have another eastward wobble, which would bring it very close to that Tyson Mills feed plant. And the reason we talked about 61 staffing positions being open is to indicate that it is a very large plant with a lot of people probably at work right now on a Monday. So this is why we talk about these places. We want to get the info out to areas like that. In addition to that, just further supplemental information is that this is an orographically enhanced tornado. It has followed the river valley directly through Christie after it passed over mountains. And now that it's in a sort of a flat area for a while, I think it'll persist in intensity. So I want to say these things because everyone in the tornado warning should be heeding it the same way due to the way it's wobbling back and forth as it goes through, as it navigates through these elevation differences and hills in the area. So it's another reason to heed the warning polygon if it comes through for you, or you're anywhere in the surrounding area, or you know anyone in the surrounding area. Just want to tell you that these things can meander like this, and that's why these polygons are all encompassing. So use that as another reason or stimulus to tell people to take shelter or take shelter yourself.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. The tornado is about to, it's getting close to crossing the border into Arkansas. It's, once again, it's somewhere near Highway 59. It just crossed there between the Tyson Foods Feed Mill near Westville and Chewy Drive. It's now passing by Ballard Creek pastures, and then it's going to go into Arkansas, and then it also hit the Rockville Estate near Highway 59 over there, or go close to that area. We do have two storm chasers who are right on the storms, like they're right on it. So we don't see anything just yet because they're behind the storm. So like they're not necessarily able to see in there where the tornado would be. There's a lot of rain blocking it. It's rain wrapped. So that's, you know, that's also for you guys. If you are thinking about trying to go looking for this thing, or if you live out here and you want to see if you can see it out the window or whatever, you're not going to be able to. There's no point of even trying. Just get to shelter. Ballard, Watts, Trident and Norwood, especially up there near Lake Francis in Arkansas, need to be getting to shelter very quickly, as this is probably going to continue to be a big problem for us as this crosses over into Arkansas. Debris signature. Debris is being lofted into the air about 10,000 feet. So we've got a deep indication that this is a strong tornado doing significant damage right now. It went through the Spring Mountain, or the Strawberry Spring area, Christie, and now it's going just south of Ballard, moving into Arkansas, south of Lake Francis right now. That blue dot is approximately where the tornado is, and what you're seeing there is debris, pieces of, you know, things that are not supposed to be in the sky that are floating up in the air and the above the tornado and around the tornado as a result of the damage that it's done. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, watching a new development that's pretty steadily intensifying near Clarksville, Texas, northeast corner of Texas here from the Shreveport radar. It's got a mesocyclone aloft in that radar hole. Not warned yet, but we'll watch for future updates in Red River County, Texas.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing us down here to Clarksville. There is a special weather statement for McCurtain and Red River counties in Texas, and then this storm is gaining strength and potentially trying to rotate enough to be watched here for a tornado warning at some point in the future. So y'all watch out in Clarksville. Additionally, I do want to talk about some of these other storms as well. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Hill, Johnson, and Ellis counties in Texas. This is going to be hitting Itasca and Hillsboro here soon, bringing about quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The only tornado warnings that we have right now, though, are the ones in Adair County, Oklahoma, and then our PDS tornado warning in Washington, Delaware. Delaware is in Oklahoma, and Benton County, Arkansas. We do have another tornado warning, though, for more southern portions of Adair County, and the rotation here is also coming together a little bit better, and this is Also targeting the greater Westville area, especially to the south. So if you are anywhere near Barron, Summers, or Westville, Oklahoma, don't let your guard down. That storm to the north is going to miss you, but the one to the south is something else to watch, and you want to stay in your safe spot. This is going to cross into Arkansas within the next couple of seconds. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I just wanted to go ahead and issue an advanced warning for the areas that are very populated along I-540. If the storm does hold together, it will be a dangerous storm, and it's good that you know ahead of time, especially in between Johnson, Springdale, and Bentonville in Arkansas. I think this will stay relatively to the north of Fayetteville on the current track it has. However, there is that supercell to the south that also could more directly impact the Fayetteville area that is not currently producing a tornado to the best of our knowledge, but is warned for the potential to do so. So I just want everyone to have as much of a warning ahead of time as these storms come to your area and you are in the enhanced risk for tornadoes today and possibly significant ones like we think is ongoing well to your west on the state line. So go ahead and let people know ahead of time as these storms cross into Washington and Benton County, Arkansas, especially in these populated areas. I know there's a ton of people there. If this holds together, we want them to have as much lead time as possible. We want them to have as much access to resources like ours as possible, even if, and the hope is even if it does not continue to produce a tornado into those areas. Better to let them know now.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. I'm zooming out now on the radar a little bit so you can see more. We spent a lot of time really zoomed in there to kind of point out some of these smaller towns that are in the path. But zooming out, you can see that these are the storms that we're watching that are producing the tornadoes. And they're coming right up towards, like Andy said, the general Fayetteville, Springdale, and Rogers and Bentonville areas in Arkansas. So get ready. Y'all have your plan in place just in case you need to take shelter. Know what you're going to do now. And when that warning's issued, you'll know exactly what to do, which is always better. Don't be scared. Be prepared. PDS tornado warning. Radar confirmed tornado in Washington and Benton counties in Arkansas. The actual tornado is likely just now crossed over into Arkansas, getting ready to move over Highway 59, if it's not moved over Highway 59 already, near the Maxwell home, the Illinois River RV campground. And also, it's going to be crossing the Cincinnati Creek there, right next to that campground. If it's still on the ground, that's approximately where it is, and it's moving over towards places like the Long Farm Road. Norwood, y'all are next in line, okay? Or areas at least near Norwood. This is all happening mostly to the south of Siloam Springs. But Siloam Springs, you are in this warning, so we need you to take shelter as well if you haven't already. Yeah, there are other supercells also that we're watching, and you know, we're all watching them. The one down here closer to Salisal is obviously something that we're keeping an eye on. Right now, it's not anything to you know, get too worried about it, but it certainly is something to watch. In Salisal, Marble City, Brushy, and Stony Point, it's another storm that might be a problem as we go forward. So we're keeping an eye on that, and all storms that are popping up out in front of this line, including the one that Andy mentioned there earlier over here in McCurtain County and Red River County, Oklahoma, or Texas, sorry. And all these storms that are popping up. This is, once again, we are getting close to the midpoint now of our prime, you know, tornado time. So conditions are going to become much more favorable, actually, for tornadoes over the next couple of hours, especially right when the sun first starts to set. So, unfortunately, we still have discrete cells too. We still have a very favorable setup overall for tornadoes, and those storms might take advantage of that. PDS tornado warning continues for Washington and Benton counties in Arkansas. Freddie McKinney is getting in there. All right, go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So unfortunately, we do have damage that is now being reported in Christie from the scanners. Highway 62, which goes directly through Christie, is completely
A
blocked
new
by
tornado
trees,
warning has been
but
issued.
they directly said there is, quote, lots of destruction. We have a big barn destroyed, multiple outbuildings destroyed already. That has been confirmed, but it sounds like they have not reached Christie yet due to the roads being blocked. So I will let you know when we get more information.
Thank you so much, Elijah. So we're starting to hear now the reality of what's going on here. We've got a big tornado. We're starting to hear about the damage. We're going to hear a lot more, I think, as time goes on. We just got a new tornado warning for Sequoyah and Adair counties in Oklahoma. Once again, this includes Salisal, Marble City, Brushy. Get ready. Tornadoes coming together right now. This is likely going to do a similar thing as to what some of these other storms have done, because it's entering a very similar environment. Freddie is on the PDS warning, I believe. And he's trying to get in there to see if he can find the tornado inside of that big mess of rain as it approaches the... yeah, we can't do that one. As it approaches... Martin and Lake Francis. Westville also a pretty decent area of rotations going over town again. Hopefully everybody in Westville still in their safe spots. As a new tornado might be trying to form here, and that'll go up towards Cincinnati and Summers in Arkansas. And then our newest area of concern, our newest tornado warning, if this is going to produce a tornado, it's going to happen somewhere between McKee and Salisal, Oklahoma, and it's going to move up towards Dwight, Mission, and Brushy here. So y'all get ready for that. PDS tornado warning continues. It's going to expire in 5 minutes, so we'll see if they... We'll see if they continue that or what. Well, as soon as we know, we'll let you know.
A new tornado warning has
All right,
been
so that's
issued.
what they did. They've continued now an observed tornado warning. So you see that new warning. It actually includes Fayetteville. It includes parts of Springdale, and it almost includes parts of Bentonville, Arkansas. All of these places are under a tornado warning now, a confirmed tornado warning. And I believe the reason why they made this tornado warning so large is not because necessarily all of these places are going to get hit by a tornado, but there are multiple areas of rotation. You've got our big one here that we know this has produced a tornado. It's caused significant damage back to the south and west. And now we've got a new area that's trying to produce a tornado near Westville. If they both produce a tornado at the same time, or if they go back and forth and intermittently produce tornadoes, it's probably just a smart thing to do, to just go ahead and warn everybody out in front of it. So a ton of people now under a confirmed tornado warning. Once again, this is Washington, Adair and Benton counties, Weddington Woods Airport's in the path, Prairie Grove Upper Elementary School, Babe Ruth Ballpark, and the Combs Park, and Union Mall as well. All in the path here. Big portion of Springdale. Yeah, we'll go back to the Texas storm here soon, I promise. We don't have traffic cameras in Arkansas. If there's anybody watching right now that works at the Arkansas Department of Transportation, email me. Just looking over some things here. The large area of rotation is, I believe it's going to try to come back together as this storm approaches Bentonville. So it's very important that everybody in Bentonville, Arkansas stays hyper weather aware over the next hour or so. Yeah, I drive Kansas. That's the one. We don't have the ability to pull those up right now because of an issue with their site. So if somebody that works there, if somebody knows somebody that works there, have them call me or message me or something. Yeah, PDS tornado warning continues, but the future of the storm is really pretty much going to be impacting anybody in this whole confirmed tornado warning here. So that's why we keep pulling it up. The specific area of rotation that is our biggest area of concern is right now going just to the south of Siloam Springs, moving over towards Martin. If there's still a tornado down with this, which I'm hoping that there's not. I'm hoping that it's calmed down a little bit. You can see that the debris signature is not necessarily as intense as it once was. So hopefully that means that we're having a brief break here. But if it comes back together, it's going to happen somewhere to the south and east of Siloam Springs. And it's, whoa, what the heck? I didn't even know I could do that. Huh, okay. It's going to come close to Martin, Gallatin, and Springtown, Arkansas, okay? Cyclone? It's pronounced Siloam? What am I saying? Siloam? That's pretty close. So yeah, the big giant tornado is not there anymore, I don't think. But a new big giant tornado could be trying to form right here. So batten down the hatches in Martin, Gallatin, and Pedro in Arkansas right now. Hey, one of the things that we can do back room, if Allie can figure out how to get those M3 U8 links, you guys can put them in the Google sheet and manually put them in if we needed to. Especially once we get Riley's help, it might be something to look into. All right, so I'm going to step away from this tornado warning for just a second because we've got a lot of people watching and they're concerned about other areas. This is obviously our most important storm right here. but I want to make sure we're doing our due diligence and covering the weather for everybody that's involved. There is another tornado warning down here for Sallisaw, Marble City, and Sequoyah and Adair counties in Oklahoma. Sallisaw, the storm's to your north. It's not going to impact you really, but it is going to potentially cause problems in Marble City, Brushy, Stony Point, and Greasy. Take shelter now. Let's go to Texas. This is what it looks like down here in Itasca, Texas. 1-inch hail is coming through. This is going to go for the next 30 minutes. In 14 minutes, this severe thunderstorm warning is going to expire. It's just caused some strong winds and some hail in Neosho. And we're also going to see for the next 28 minutes a severe thunderstorm warning for Fannin County, Texas. This one actually looks like it could cause some very large hail, maybe close to golf ball size hail, getting ready to fall in the Boys d'Arc Trailhead Campground and the East Coffee Mill Lake Recreation Area. It's also heading up there towards the Riverby Ranch Airfield. In 30 minutes, we're also going to see this warning expire. So for the next 30 minutes, we've got to worry about strong winds and quarter-sized hail moving up into Stockton, Missouri. This is Cedar and Dade counties in Missouri. You guys have got to get ready for a strong storm here, especially near the Sylviana School and the Stockton Public Use Area. Let's see here. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning down here for Fannin County, Texas, and that's pretty much for the same storm that we were just talking about. So that's it. That's what we've got going on outside of our confirmed tornado warning. If you want, I can zoom out and just show you the full picture. This is what's going on out there, okay? Lots of storms starting to pop up out in front of that line. Not starting to, but continuing to. Those are our tornadic storms that we're most concerned about. And then we've got a lot of storms still forming along the line that are also posing their own problems, including tornadic problems that we're going to be watching. This is going to continue to be a big-time tornado-producing storm system for at least the next 3 hours. So we're going to be here for the next 3 hours, and yeah, let everybody know. If you know anybody that lives out here near Fort Smith, if you know anybody that lives in the Bentonville, Rogers area, Joplin, Missouri, we're going to be covering Springfield, Missouri. Joplin, by the way, you're getting a big storm right now. It's not tornadic. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. So thankfully, nothing to worry about right now. But of course, the threat is going to last a little while longer, and we will keep you updated. The moment that there's new information, we will let you know. Confirmed tornado warning. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado out here near us or south of Siloam Springs, north of Westville. Now, if there's still a tornado down, it's going to be somewhere east of Siloam Springs. But honestly, there's a couple different areas where there could be a tornado either happening or trying to happen, and that's why we've got such a large tornado warning here. So if we're in places like Weddington or Savoy, Pedro or Robinson, Martin, Gallatin, Logan, Highfield or Springtown in Arkansas, we need to be getting into our safe spots very quickly. National Weather Service Tulsa says a damaging tornado is ongoing south of Siloam Springs, and it will be moving into the Bentonville, Springdale, Fayetteville vicinity shortly. Tornado precautions should be taken now. Yeah, so the rotating part of the storm is just a little bit to the west of this, but this is on Highway 412 right here. Yeah, we're a little bit in a radar hole here. That's why it might not look fantastic on radar. But I'm very convinced that we are not looking at the same intensity of a tornado as we were back in Oklahoma. Now, that's not to say that there isn't a tornado down, and it certainly doesn't mean that we shouldn't be taking it seriously. But yeah, Gallatin and Highfill, take shelter. Lamar County, Texas is now under a severe thunderstorm warning.
Ryan, heads up. We got a tornado report in Arkansas. At 5:08 p.m. Eastern Time, a storm spotter saw a tornado near Lake Francis, crossing Highway 16 with debris flying around. No injuries reported. Stay alert. Back to you, Ryan.
So that would be the last that we've heard of the tornado, and that's from right in this vicinity right here. So if it's still down, it's somewhere between Fairmount and Gallatin in Arkansas. And our other, by the way, we do have another tornado warning still ongoing down here in near Salisaw, Oklahoma. And here's a live view of that. That storm's coming together quite nicely as well. And then I do have this one camera in what's it called? I don't know what's going on. Arkansas, near the Illinois River here on Highway 412. This is, once the storm gets here, this is about where the rotation's going to be. So we should see something. Obviously, we're pointed more towards the road here. We can't see a whole lot, but we should see something here. And once again, still, if anybody watching this works for or knows somebody who works for iDrive Arkansas, my bad, iDrive Arkansas, have them reach out to me somehow, email or something, so we can utilize those in the same way that we do Oklahoma. Right now, we can't. We've got 2 tornado warnings and 5 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. The bridge here that we're looking at is a little bit far from the original area of rotation, but there's a new area I think that's going to be the big. It's going to be the dominant part of the storm, and that's going to go right over the bridge, honestly. But we are still going to assume that the tornado is down up here near Springtown, Arkansas, and it's moving up into Mason Valley. This is a very populated area that the storm's about to get into. I'm hoping for the best. I think there's a good chance that the tornado is lifted at this point, but we don't want to go off hope. We are in a little bit of a radar hole, so we could be being fooled here by the radar. So let's just assume that the tornado is still down as it comes up into Mason Valley, Vaughn, Northwest Arkansas Regional Airport, Centerton. All of you guys need to take shelter. This is going into the greater Bentonville area soon. Freddie McKinney's in Benton County, Arkansas. So Freddie is just now coming over the Arkansas border. So Freddie's right there. Jeff Robbins from Live Storms Media is also somebody that we should watch if we're not. And Michael Craddock. Also, James Hilger is actually really close to this thing. And Joshua Myers. And Greg Reeves. Wow, there's a lot of LSM people out on this one. Yeah, that original area of rotation is letting up quite a bit. James Hilger is getting really close. So James Hilger is in Bentonville, Arkansas, closer to the Cave Springs area to be more specific. And this is what he's seeing right now. And then Michael Craddock is in Siloam Springs. So he's behind the tornado, and so is Freddie McKinney. James Hilger is in front of it. And that's why it's not raining there yet. Bentonville, get ready. This thing is raring up to come. It's definitely going to come through as a strong storm, and it is going to continue to have the very real ability to produce a large tornado for quite some time. It's about that prime time for tornado genesis. You know, the environment's about to be very favorable for it, especially right up in here. So hopefully the part of the storm that we'd be most concerned about is going to go just to the south of town. But still, everybody in Bentonville, Rogers, Lowell, Springdale, all you guys need to be on high alert here. So we no longer have a confirmed tornado warning. However, things are looking really nasty down here on our storm near Greasy. Chandra, make sure you're at least watching some of these other storm chasers like Gherkin and Adam. Okay, so we've got Adam up on our end. Okay, this storm looks like it's coming together here. Look at this. This tornado warning right here for Sequoyah and Adair counties in Oklahoma. Last couple of frames look a lot more organized We could be seeing a tornado coming together right now as it comes up towards Cherry Tree and Lyons in Oklahoma. Sequoyah and Adair counties in Oklahoma, take shelter now. Additionally, we've still got, of course, our tornado warning in Arkansas here. This one looks less impressive. I'm just going to, this is likely not producing a tornado right now, but it could again very soon. I'm starting to become more concerned about this part of the storm, right in through here. Okay, in fact, it's the part of the storm that our camera is getting ready to get hit by. But I think that if this is going to produce another tornado, it's going to on this side as it comes up in this general direction. So we've got to watch out in Cave Springs, Lowell, Bethel Heights, and Silent Grove. Billy Haley, thank you. Hey, can you guys hear me back there? Will you test my mic? I might need a new earpiece. Or test my earpiece. I don't hear anything. Yeah, there's about 500,000 people in the warned area. Lowell? Okay, got it. Yeah, we can use Zach Hall if we have a way to. I don't know if he's in our system or not. Lowell? You guys know what I'm talking about. Yins know what I'm talking about. Oh, did we actually have somebody from iDrive Kansas reach out? Arkansas. Thank you. The way you guys are typing this right now looks like Lowell. Lowell. All right, I can hear you now. Lowell, like bowl. You know?
Ryan, this is Zach. Were you trying to get a hold of me?
Yeah, somebody brought you up and was just wondering if you were out chasing. Are you out right now?
Yeah, I'm kind of playing catch up. I was on a storm that had a tornado near Danville, Arkansas earlier, so I'm trying to get back to 49 to go to Northwest Arkansas now, and I'm not far from 49. Just playing catch up a little bit.
All right, so Zach Hall is chasing. Somebody on the team wants to, figure out a way to get him up. I'm down if he's down. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I have another report of damage. On the scanners, we heard that Crow Holler has a ton of damage. They have checked every house, and there is no injuries, thankfully. But we don't know where Crow Holler is. So I just wanted to report that, but that is on the scanners.
All right. Thank you so much, Elijah. for that, and then we'll finish Zach's message there.
I'm going to try to make a move north on these storms that are tornado warned. If I get anything, I'll send it over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Zach. So Zach Hall, Chris Hall, we got so many Halls on. Jordan Hall was on the whole Hall crew's out there. Y'all? Things are getting dark out there along Whitaker Parkway as the storm is really starting to close in on Bentonville now. I don't think that they will, at this point, they might continue the tornado warning to include Bentonville and Rogers, but there's less of a reason to now than there was earlier. There's certainly still rotation. There's some convergence. I really want to emphasize that I'm most concerned about this part of the storm right here. But at this very moment, it's nowhere near as likely to produce a tornado as it was whenever it was in Oklahoma. One that is a little bit more concerning and more likely, I guess, to try to produce a tornado is this storm down here near Stillwell. We've got storm chasers watching it as well as it moves up towards Honey Hill, Cherry Tree. Y'all get ready to take shelter if you haven't already. We've got a big time severe thunderstorm warning out here for Antlers, Rattan, Hugo, and Sopper, Oklahoma. Get indoors if you're in Choctaw, Pushmataha, or Atoka counties, okay? We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for Red River County, Texas. This is one of those storms that Andy was talking about earlier, that when it was down near Clarksville, it looks like it continues to have the capability of potentially producing a tornado as it goes up towards Idabel. This is the town. Exactly 2 years ago today, we were talking about Idabel, Oklahoma, and we were talking about places like Greenwood, Dilworth, Dimpley, Idabel, of course.
A new tornado warning
Hill
has
Chapel.
been issued.
We had a big tornado outbreak here on November 4th of 2022. Today, not the same for Idabel, but there is a dangerous storm coming through that has a potential to produce tornadoes. So get indoors and get ready to take shelter just in case. We got a new tornado warning. Okay, and they did. They included Bentonville now. Bentonville and Rogers now officially included in the tornado warning. Little Flock, Pea Ridge, Walnut Hill, and Garfield are also in there. This is Benton County and Washington County, Arkansas. Some places in the path here are the Bentonville Tiger Stadium, of course. Pinnacle Open Space, Elder Airstrip, probably the most immediate and dangerous places to be right now in the Bentonville, Rogers area. Crow Holler is where the damage was. Bulldozers are being dispatched to help clear the road. Yeah, so there's some rotation trying to come back together here. I don't like the look of this storm as it continues to go up through Bentonville and Rogers. I'm hoping that it goes through town without wrapping up, but like this storm is poised to try to, at least, as it goes up towards Garfield. Yeah, it's a very populated area here. I know we got a lot of people watching. Yeah. Sure. We've got another camera here on Walton Boulevard that might be in a good position. So I'm just keeping an eye on a bunch of different ones. But the tornado warning continues for at least 33 minutes for Bentonville, Garfield, and Rogers. Get in your safe spot and stay there until that warning is allowed to expire. Are you ordering? What? Guys, people are in my ear and they're asking me if I'm hungry and if I want to eat. That's why it looks like I'm talking to myself, but I'm not. Yeah. I think so. I think that I'll eat food. I don't want to decide though. Let somebody else decide for me.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, you guys decide. Frank, tell Frank the restaurants and then have Frank make the poll. And we'll order it. New tornado warning for Adair County, Oklahoma, and Washington County, Arkansas. Oops. This is for our storm that just went through places like Greasy and Cherry Tree. Now it's going up into Stillwell and Lincoln. This storm also, I don't like the way it looks. This is going to have a brief opportunity here to try to produce another tornado here. This look right here. Whenever we see that in conjunction with convergence, which there's not a lot of, that's sometimes a telltale sign of a tornado coming together. But let's just assume that this is going to do it. This is going to produce a tornado. We've got to get to shelter if we're in Piney and Dutch Mills right now. Also, Lincoln, Arkansas, you're in the path here. All right, so Frank's going to make a poll, and you guys are going to decide what we're eating here at the Weather House tonight. Mexican or pizza. That's about the only options that we have, to be honest. We've got 1,000 votes. Mexicans winning big time. All right, looks like we're doing Mexican. I just want a thing of rice and cheese. And you know what? We need the protein. Let's do a thing of chicken. You know what? Let's just do the whole daggone pollo bandito. All right? All right. Oh, look, James is in Bentonville. He's got a good shot here. Yeah, James is right in the middle of the storm, right in the part where I would be most concerned about. And I don't see anything making contact with the ground, but there's definitely some scary looking clouds in there. Yeah, so this is a live look from Bentonville, Arkansas. Freddie's a little bit behind in Springdale, Arkansas. This is live right now. But the Bentonville shot here definitely shows a lowering. So we're watching that specific area for new development, and it does look possible. I want to make sure everybody's aware of that. We don't have a tornado down in Bentonville right now, but we have a storm capable of producing a tornado, and it looks like it's trying as it approaches Rogers, Prairie Creek, Little Flock, and Avoca. Yeah, it's trying really hard. The rotation is coming back in a big way here as this storm gets dangerously close to Bentonville and Rogers. Not liking what I'm seeing there. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. They have a tornado warning now on the Idabel, Oklahoma storm in McCurtain County. So the one we've been watching for about 45 minutes at least since it was back towards Clarksville, Texas. It is in a very good environment down there, unfortunately, and will continue to be so for the next couple hours. So definitely in this radar hole, we need to be on our utmost attention here, being paid to this. So yeah, there we go. We'll be covering Idabel in depth too. Thankfully, I had that very long heads up for the storm. It's continued to look concerning and is now tornado warned.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Back room, Chris Hall. Chris Hall is in Idabel. If we want to get him back up, we're gonna there he is in McCurtain County. Let me put him up on the screen for you all. Right there you go. He's in McCurtain County in Dominator 3 with Reed Timmer, and they are near the Idabel storm. Unfortunately, once again, we were just talking about this 2 years ago, exactly 2 years ago today. We were all here together talking about a big tornado outbreak, and there was a tornado that hit Idabel on November 4th of 2022. Now, I don't know if the same thing's going to happen today, but like Andy said, there's going to be an extended period of time where there are several storms that will try to produce a tornado in the general Clarksville, Bogota, Idabel area. So unfortunately, we are going to be talking about you guys a lot tonight. Same goes for our folks over here in northwestern Arkansas, Fayetteville. This first storm's going to go off to your north, but we're not done yet. There's another storm down there near Stillwell that's likely going to produce a new tornado here soon. And we're going to be talking about it with you guys. Max Archer and Bryce Shelton are in front of that one. And then we've got, of course, James out here near the Bentonville storm right now, giving us an up-close view of that. And here is a live look from a traffic camera there, mile marker 82.5 at Embassy. And this is, some of the heavy rain and the strong winds that are coming in associated with the storm that's going across Interstate 49 right now. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I have a kind of unique report that the Stillwell Fire Department has reported. While they were on their way to the tornadic damage, this is not in the tornadic damage itself, in Stillwell, Oklahoma, that area, they found a car in a tree. They don't know how it got there because that is not in the tornadic damage area. So the fire department has found a car in a tree.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Elijah. The fire department has found a car in a tree, and it's inconclusive as to how it got there. That's one of the craziest things I think we've ever heard from Elijah. Keep us updated on that if we find out. But anyways, this is another view of Bentonville here, Bellevue Road, Interstate 49, as the storm's crossing here. No sightings of a tornado. However, I still believe that there is a good case to be made that there's a new developing tornado happening right here near Rogers. So please stay in your safe spots if you're in Rogers, Arkansas, okay? Here's another good shot just south of this. This is technically in the inflow to that rotating part of the storm there. Not seeing anything, seeing some police cars race into the storm there, but like not honestly, it's hard to see anything, but there is some motion back there. Do you see this? So a very strong storm moving across the interstate there. I don't know how well you guys can see this, but there's a lot of motion, either just really fast moving rain curtains or something, right back in this area. And where this is mile marker 80.9, it's pointing us up towards West Perry Road, pointing towards Rogers, essentially. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm not very happy with this storm that's at the further south and west near Dutch Mills, Arkansas. The devil's in the details here. You can see that really well-defined forward flank downdraft cutoff where it goes from zero reflectivity to really high reflectivity. We know a cell is really healthy when it has such a well-defined shape to it. And other things are pointing to this, like going up to multiple tilts in the radar, scanning much higher in the storm. You can see a bounded weak echo region, also very strong mesocyclone. The spinning part of the storm is present aloft. So even though we can't really tell anything happening very much closer to the surface on those lowest scans, it looks like nothing on velocity or a bunch of gobbledygook. The upper levels tell the whole story here. In addition to differential reflectivity, there's several factors and patterns here that are pointing to the storm being a problem. And unfortunately, this one is going to track right towards the Fayetteville to Springdale corridor versus the one that's gone further north into Rogers and Bentonville. This one will impact our friends further south along I-540 there. So I want you guys to be ready for that. As it stands, the cell is not producing a tornado, to the best of our knowledge. It does look like it's very healthy, and pattern recognition tells us that these types of storms often do produce tornadoes if they continue to look like this. So again, that warning does not include Fayetteville. It stops just short of Prairie Grove to the west in Arkansas here, but please prepare for it to be extended to you guys if it does continue to look like this. So you can go ahead and let people know that they've got probably a tornadic supercell on the way to Fayetteville and areas north to Springdale if they haven't yet gotten a warning.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is going to cross over into the Arkansas, it's going to cross the Arkansas border right as it's trying to wrap up here and come up towards Prairie Grove and Lincoln. We do have two storm chasers on it. Max, let's see here. Max Archer and Bryce Shelton. Bryce Shelton's near Evansville, Arkansas, and Max is closer to Dutch Mills. And both of these guys are going to show us this thing because they've got an incredible view of it right now. Chris Hall, speaking of incredible views, Chris Hall has got an incredible view of something here. Is that a fully condensed tornado or a funnel cloud there? Something's happening on the left side of your screen. That's on the Idabel storm. So once again, McCurtain County, Oklahoma, you are under a tornado warning. We just saw something there. Chris Hall is currently on the western side of town, pointing us more towards the eastern side of town. And that would make sense if what we just saw was a tornado there. So once again, we've got potentially a tornado trying to come down in just east of Idabel, moving up Highway 70 towards Redland and Hill Chapel in Oklahoma, Broken Bow, Oklahoma. You guys also need to get ready as well. Looked like a funnel at least, yeah. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, we should also be watching a little further south from Idabel near Mount Pleasant in Winfield, Texas. Nothing consolidated there quite yet. It's very broad rotation, but if that does come together, it'll pass through the same corridor that's promoting the Idabel circulation right now. That is definitely steadily intensified. So we'll see if this supercell down here further south west of Mount Pleasant, Texas. From the Shreveport radar, we'll be able to do something similar coming up. That would go right towards the tri-state line right there. So Tom, Oklahoma, and Foreman in Arkansas would be out ahead of this, as well as DeKalb, Texas, and Avery, Texas.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the update there, bringing us back down to Texas, keeping a very close eye on Texas, Arkansas, and Oklahoma now, as we have a bunch of different hot spots kind of opening up. One of the more recent visual cues that we had for a developing tornado happened down here near Idabel on Chris Hall's live feed. We were just looking at that. So I want to make sure we draw attention to this. And then we've got another storm, like Andy was just talking about, down there closer to Mount Pleasant, Texas, that's going to come right up into the same corridor that could also try to produce a tornado as well. Back up to Benton County, Arkansas, we continue to have a strong storm, capable of producing a tornado, move right up over Rogers and towards Garfield. As far as I know, we haven't gotten any reports from Rogers or Bentonville of any damage or anything like that. So let's hope that the tornado is still lifted and it's not down. We had a shot of it from Michael Craddock there for a moment, and Joshua Myers is also out there, and James Hilger, but we didn't see any tornado. So hopefully that's still the case, but it could come down at any moment as it goes towards the Big Sugar Golf Club, Avoca, Little Flock, and Brightwater. Y'all need to stay in your safe spots, okay? Big time. We could be talking about a big time tornado trying to come together here with this storm that's just about to get into Lincoln and Prairie Grove, Arkansas as well. This is the one that's coming up towards Fayetteville. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, there's a tornado on the ground with our Bentonville-Rogers storm. Unfortunately, you can see a light debris signature there, and media is covering it with a live view of a cone tornado.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andy. So this is, unfortunately, this is the one we were just talking about. Our storm chasers aren't seeing anything. However, others are. So this is actually on the ground right now. Near Little Flock, moving up towards Pleasant Hill and Brightwater and the Big Sugar Golf Club once again. Let's see here. Chandra, is Joshua Myers up? Okay. All right. So this is, we do have James, who is fairly close to that storm. We saw something that looked like a tornado trying to come down on his feed moments ago, but he's gotten a little bit behind it. But yeah, once again, we've got a tornado likely on the ground.
A new tornado warning
over
has
here
been issued.
Near Little Flock. New tornado warning for Washington and Benton counties in Arkansas. This one's going to be for our big storm, or for our storm that just crossed over the Oklahoma border, okay? This is going to be the one that's coming into Lincoln now and Prairie Grove. For our folks in the back, just a heads up, Freddie McKinney's got a good shot of this. Colby Ward, Greg Reeves, and Michael Craddock. And Chris Hall's got something. What the heck? He dropped Chris Hall dropped the camera. There was definitely something. So there's something going on out there on the Idabel storm too. So just to keep you updated, we've seen multiple glimpses of a tornado or a funnel or something from Chris Hall of a tornado near Idabel, Oklahoma. So we're going to keep an eye on this, but
a new
there's
tornado
something
warning
going
has
on
been
there.
issued.
Benton County, Arkansas, they've upgraded that warning now to an observed tornado warning for Benton County. So we're going to go back to that one as well. Broadcast media confirmed a tornado. So I'm seeing a picture of a guy on TV, and there is definitely a visual of pretty much exactly what we saw from James Hilger's live stream a moment ago, but some of it is actually touching the ground. So if you guys remember when James was pointing us towards that lowering and near Rogers, it's that, but some of it is touching the ground. So we could still have a tornado on the ground here near Big Sugar Golf Club, moving up towards Leetown, Pea Ridge National Military Park, and places like that. Broadcast media confirmed tornado. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, make sure you're looking at a correlation coefficient for that just to see everything going on with that one. And then also use that to talk about this, again, the storm that I really, really hate that's near Lincoln, Arkansas, and will pass up through the Springdale and Lowell corridor here in Arkansas. So I really, really do not like this storm. I've talked about it recently because I believe it has the potential to do the same thing we just saw with that cone tornado, if not worse. It's not doing it yet, but again, everything points to it being able to consolidate in the same corridor, in a populated area, in much the same fashion as that huge debris signature that you can see here right next to me. That's the Rogers Little Rock tornado. And I think this one can do the same thing, unfortunately, in the same areas. Crossing my fingers, and I hope you all do as well, that it doesn't happen, because we are in, we are in the time right now before it happens, before it's even started. I don't want it to happen. So just need your luck on this one, that this doesn't do the same thing.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We also just got an upgrade on our warning in Idabel. McCurtain County, Oklahoma, is now a confirmed tornado warning. Tornado on the ground near Highway 70, coming up into Hill Chapel and Broken Bow. As soon as we get Chris Hall back, oh, there he is. Reed Timmer and Chris are on this tornado. They've had it on the camera multiple times. We'll see if they can pan us back over there to it. But once again, Hill Chapel and Broken Bow, batten down the hatches. Tornado's on the way. It's coming down Highway 70. Back up to Benton County, Arkansas. This broadcast confirmed tornado is also another thing that's confirming it is this giant debris signature here that's moving up into Pea Ridge. You can see what happened here. And by the way, we're in a little bit of a radar hole, so we're in an area where in order to see debris like this, it's got to be pretty high up. So it likely picked up a lot of that debris near Apple Spur, and now we're looking at that over Little Flock and areas to the north and east. We've been talking about the Big Sugar Golf Club nonstop for the past 30 minutes. That's about where the debris signature is now. If the tornado is still with us, if it's still down on the ground, then it's moving on up towards Leetown Road and the Pea Ridge National Military Park. We might as well go ahead and assume that it is down and it is still with us, because obviously the velocity radar is not doing it justice right now. It's especially if this is the kind of damage that we're seeing. And if you're new here, if you're not sure exactly what we're looking at, this big blue area indicates to us that we've got stuff in the sky that shouldn't be there. So that's what we call a debris signature, likely leaves and trees and other sorts of debris that's been picked up from a tornado and lofted into the sky. Here's a close-up of the Idabel storm. Looks like the Dominator is going to get close to getting inside of that tornado, maybe. Definitely see something. You see that movement over there on the left side of your screen. All right. So we lost his feed there, but we saw something. So that was Idabel, and this is back up here towards Benton. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, that storm that I talked about earlier near Mount Pleasant in Winfield, Texas, is tornado warned as well. So again, that's going to follow in that same corridor that is currently producing a tornado with the Idabel storm. Again, with those areas up through western Bowie County or Bowie County in Texas, eastern Red River County, and into that tri-state line area. With Tom, Oklahoma, Foreman, Arkansas. So again, that's warned now. If it persists, it'll very likely do the same thing
important
as
weather
the
update has
Idabel
been
supercell
issued.
that is producing a tornado now, as we were able to see through Chris Hall's feed earlier for a split second.
Thank you, Andy. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, things are picking up. We've got a confirmed tornado warning here in Benton County, Arkansas. Pea Ridge National Military Park are all in the path. This is eventually going to go up towards Garfield as well. Another confirmed tornado warning back here towards Idabel. Broken Bow is included in this, and then Tenor as well. We'll see a new tornado warning likely soon that goes up closer to Stevens Gap. Y'all get ready for that. Additionally, our newest tornado warning is down here in Titus, Franklin, Morris, Red River, and Bowie counties in Texas. This is just to the north and west of Mount Pleasant. Also, like Andy was talking about, entering a very favorable environment for tornadoes. Could cause some big problems in places like Maple Springs, Wilkinson, Harts Bluff, Box Elder, and Lydia. Take shelter now if you're in any of those places. Midway, Texas as well. That's likely going to be a tornado producer here soon. Washington County, Arkansas, and Benton County, Arkansas on the southern side are also still under a tornado warning, as we've got a big storm capable of producing a tornado moving into Prairie Grove right now. And then that's also going to be moving into Farmington, White Rock, and Fayetteville within the next 15 to 30 minutes. Take shelter now if you haven't already gotten there. All right. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm watching the storm that's between Harrison and Piatt, Arkansas here, well out ahead of the tornado warnings to the east, and a little bit of a conglomeration of precipitation here. It does have a mesocyclone aloft from the Springfield radar is what I'm looking at there. So pretty far away from some radar sites, but still identifiable in the last few scans. It's been steadily intensifying with a strong positive ZDR value there. So it does indicate to me there's a bunch of rising air and spinning air there. So if that does get tornado warned, that would be the reason why for western Marion County, Arkansas, and eastern Boone County, Arkansas.
All right, thank you, Andy. So we've got a lot of things going on. Our tornado outbreak is well underway. Once again, Bentonville, Arkansas, and Rogers, you guys are no longer under a tornado warning. That one's been allowed to expire. So we just had a huge tornado go through that general vicinity. We might see a new tornado warning issued here soon for that storm as it goes up towards Garfield. But right now, our main focus is going to be some of these other storms, especially the one that's coming into Fayetteville, Arkansas. Okay, this looks like a very healthy storm, and it looks like it is capable of producing a tornado very soon, if it's not already coming right up towards the Weddington Woods Airport. Freddie McKinney is on that one, and Colby Ward, as well as Greg Reeves. So get ready for that one. Our only confirmed tornado warning at this moment is the Idabel storm. It's now past Idabel, by the way. It's more towards Broken Bow in McCurtain County in Oklahoma. Take shelter if you're out there. I believe they're probably going to issue a new warning for areas just east of Stevens Gap here very soon, as the storm is about to exit the polygon. Another big one coming together here in Titus, Franklin, Morris, Red River, and Bowie counties in Texas. This one is primed to try to produce a big tornado. It's not yet, but it could happen very soon.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, here's a new tornado warning in Arkansas, Sevier, and McCurtain counties. Okay, Sevier County, Arkansas, McCurtain County, Oklahoma. So that's the new warning for the Idabel storm. So Idabel, I just want to say that we keep calling it the Idabel storm, but it's past Idabel now. If you live in Idabel, you definitely want to stay weather alert. Like, there's more storms coming, all right? But this one that is producing a tornado, or was producing a tornado, is moving out of Idabel up towards Broken Bow and into Sevier County, Arkansas. Some places that are now under the tornado warning with this new polygon include the Broken Bow Airport, Rocky Ford School, and the Beavers Bend State Park. Take shelter now if you're in any of those areas. Lightning's really starting to pick up on the storm that Jordan Hall's on. And by the way, we do have a bunch of severe weather, severe thunderstorm warnings as well. One of those storms just went through Tyler, Texas. Smithwood and Upshur counties in Texas are under a severe thunderstorm warning. We've also got a severe thunderstorm warning around the tornado warning up here near Mount Vernon and Mount Pleasant. This is essentially, if you don't get hit by the tornadic part of this storm, it's still going to be a nasty storm. And just in terms of the hail and the wind up here in the same counties that we were just talking about, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Idabel. So one of the next storms that's going to come through is still capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail. Although it doesn't necessarily have a tornado threat, it is still going to be a strong storm that's coming through Idabel within the next little bit. And then back to the west a little bit, a big severe thunderstorm warning for Rattan, Choctaw Nation, and Clayton with this storm that's just went past Antlers. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Still thinking we get that tornado warning near Zinc, Arkansas, north and west of Piatt or Piatt, well to the east here along Highway 62 here as it heads up towards Diamond City, Arkansas, Theodosia, and Gainesville, Missouri, that area. This is not warned yet, but again, it's continued to steadily intensify since the first time I mentioned it. So heads up for, again, the far eastern side of Boone County, Arkansas, western and northwestern Marion County in Arkansas, and also the southeast corner of Taney County, southwest corner of Ozark County in Missouri. I think you'll get a warning at this point. This definitely looks like it warrants a tornado warning.
All right, Andy, can you make a couple more comments there? I'm handling something, yeah.
Yep. So we'll get a radar indicated warning for this more than likely in these areas. Again, I'm concerned primarily about areas west of Gainesville, Missouri. So it should stay well to the west of Gainesville, Missouri, and well to the east of Branson. I know those are popular areas for our viewers here. I do expect there to be a warning, though, with current trends. So y'all watch out there in those areas mentioned. In addition to that, going back to our area of Fayetteville and up to Springdale and Lowell in Arkansas, it does look like that crossing fingers worked. It helped a lot. I do not see an imminent tornadic threat anymore with this storm right now as it is. You guys are still under a tornado warning, but it does not look like to me that the storm is producing a tornado and has transitioned more to a linear mode. So it is going to have some damaging winds. It's going to be pretty gusty, probably a pretty nice shelf cloud or feature with it. If you're looking west in Fayetteville all the way up through Springdale, you could probably see quite a few interesting looking clouds, scary looking clouds. But again, I'm not quite seeing that tornado threat like I was earlier when the storm was back near Lincoln and Dutch Mills in Arkansas here. So hopefully that stays the same. We saw what could happen though with any one small cell. It can just transition into a tornadic cell immediately, as happened near Little Flock earlier in Arkansas. So I am still hoping that that doesn't happen here in the I-540 corridor. But please continue taking shelter anyways. It's a great idea to just practice your tornado safety precautions so that you're ready and not panicked. That's the biggest thing. Panic causes us to forget any key or helpful elements to preparing in a tornado warning. So just a repeat for all that as we get closer to the storm in Fayetteville and Springdale. It's interior-most room of your house or basement if you've got it. Make sure everyone, including pets, are accounted for, and have your shoes and a way to watch coverage such as local news or us. Bring all those things with you to your tornado safe spot. A bathroom or an interior closet are the best places to be away from windows.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've had some technical stuff with the camera system, but we've got it figured out. Bryce Shelton is getting into a very significant storm here near Lincoln, Arkansas. This is one of the storms that we've been watching very closely, and that is producing potentially a new tornado here soon in the Fayetteville area. Bryce's exact location is probably closer to a Prairie Grove right now. So this is a live view from the storm that's coming into Fayetteville right now. So Fayetteville, Arkansas, you are under a tornado warning. This is Washington County and Benton County. Take shelter all the way up there towards Springdale as well. As once again, this is a live view of the front side of that coming in. We also we're going to continue to talk about our other tornado warnings here. Chris Hall is in McCurtain County, Oklahoma. We got his feed back up. This storm is no longer, there's no longer a tornado down on the ground with this one. However, it very well could come back, and we think that there's a chance that this is going to continue to try to produce tornadoes all the way up past Stevens Gap, maybe eventually up there towards Big Bog Springs and Hatton, Arkansas. So you guys have got to watch out for this one as it comes up towards you. And then our Texas tornado warning is still with us. Titus, Texas, Morris, Red River, and Bowie counties in Texas. Make sure you guys are taking shelter as a pretty strong storm capable of producing a tornado is coming right up towards the Molaire Airport right now. Things are looking quite intense across all of our storm chaser feeds. You can see the lightning's really starting to pick up. Thank you. The Pollo Bandito is here. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, sorry for getting a little distracted there for a second. We had some stuff to take care of on the back end. It happens, but thankfully at this moment we don't have any anything on the ground. Unfortunately, we do have a lot of opportunities for that to happen here soon, though. I'm honestly a little concerned about the situation that we're in. Once again, sun is setting. Still got some discrete cells out here. So, we've seen a couple of potentially pretty big tornadoes already. This environment is definitely going to be capable of producing more as we go through the rest of the evening.
Hey Ryan, got a wind damage report for you? Down in Texas, 1 mile south of St. Paul, a tree trunk got snapped in a front yard. Photo came in a bit late, but radar puts it at about 4:15 p.m. Eastern Time. No measurement on the magnitude. Public report, just so you know. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you, y'all bought. So we currently have 3 tornado warnings in effect. Washington and Benton counties, Arkansas, Franklin, Morris, Red River, and Bowie counties in Texas, Sevier County, Arkansas, and McCurtain County, Oklahoma. We also have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. And for those of you who weren't here earlier, whenever we were talking about this, we did get officially Tropical Storm Rafael in the Caribbean. Soon to be a Category 2 hurricane heading towards the Gulf of Mexico. Got any news on Joplin, Missouri? No news. However, I can give you a little bit of an update here. The vast majority of the action has moved to the south and east of Joplin. So we had a pretty big storm earlier. I think it's safe to say that Joplin is mostly out of the woods when it comes to tornadic action today. All of our focus now at this point is going to be ahead of this line. Let me zoom out here and show you. We've got this big line, right? Everybody behind the line, you're good. You're good. Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Dallas here in the next hour or so, Kansas City, you're good. Everybody in front of the line, that's where we're still concerned about tornadoes and, all of this area right in through here from Springfield, Missouri, down past, still Rogers, Springdale, Fayetteville, Arkansas, Fort Smith, Russellville, over here towards Mena, Hatfield, down into northeastern Texas, maybe the Texarkana region. So, yeah, if you're in front of this line, not good. Behind, good. What about Mississippi? Mississippi, you're fine. It'll rain a little bit tomorrow. But the severe weather is really going to die out fast after midnight tonight. You guys voted for this, so this is what we're taking part in this afternoon or this evening. We've been streaming now, by the way, for 6 hours and 30 minutes. 3 tornado warnings and 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. By the way, 4 blizzard warnings in effect as well, still. And tropical storm watches starting to go out. So lots of weather happening out there. Is that a new watch? Yeah, new tornado watch. I'll show you the graphic right here in just a moment. Do we not have a graphic yet? Give me just a moment, y'all. Yeah, we're still got a couple hours of activity to go through. It's not over. However, I am hoping that we had a little bit of a calmer moment here, so we can catch our breath. Still got a tornado warning for Washington and Benton counties in Arkansas. The storm's coming through Springdale and Fayetteville right now. We got a lot of people watching in that area. There's no report of a tornado being down or anything. It's just a storm capable of producing a tornado. And we're watching our storm chasers go through that storm right now. You can see Bryce is in Fayetteville. Just a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado at this point. Aha. Okay, so here's the new tornado watch.
All right, Ryan, heads up. We've got Tornado Watch number 706, issued by the NWS Storm Prediction Center for parts of southwest Arkansas, southeast Oklahoma, and northeast Texas. This is effective from 5:25 p.m. until midnight Central Time tonight. Expect a few tornadoes, possibly intense, scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, and isolated large hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter. This is all happening ahead of a cold front, so stay alert and be prepared for quick changes in the weather. Back to you, Ryan.
Do you know some of the places that are going to be impacted?
Sure do, Ryan. The areas under Tornado Watch 706 include places in northeast Texas like Longview, parts of southwest Arkansas including areas near DeQueen, and southeast Oklahoma. Folks in these regions should keep a close eye on the weather and be ready to take shelter if needed. Back to you, Ryan.
You got anything else to say about that?
Just a quick reminder, Ryan. With tornado watches, it's all about staying alert. Keep your weather apps and alerts handy. Have a plan for where to go if a warning is issued. And don't ignore the skies. Tornadoes can form quickly, So better to be safe than sorry. Stay safe out there. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you so much.
You bet, Ryan. Anytime you need, I'm here. Back to you, Ryan.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. A couple of areas that I am watching right now, most notably the current tornado warning north of Mount Pleasant, Texas, and Wilkinson, Texas, is rather strong from the Shreveport radar. I don't see any indication of a debris signature yet, but we would be looking somewhere around 7,000 feet above the surface, so it'll take a little bit of time for a tornado to kick something up that far. So there could be a tornado ongoing with a signature like that. Definitely a strong rotating part of the storm. We are going to have to see if the one that impacted Broken Bow, Oklahoma, reconsolidates. I'm not so sure if it will yet. It's looking a bit disorganized now compared to previously. And then two more areas that I'm watching that are not necessarily going to receive tornado warnings yet, but have the potential to do so, are one storm that is west of Broken Bow, Oklahoma, near Raton, which you actually called out earlier. Raton, Oklahoma does have a broad area of circulation that could consolidate as well. And there was also some rotation, notably on a storm that is northeast of Tyler, Texas, in our new tornado watch to be pertinent to that as it just came out. That is currently not exhibiting tight rotation at all. However, it did in the past, and I would
A
continue
new
to watch
tornado
it,
warning has
especially
been
as
issued.
it goes up into that same corridor, favorable conditions near Mount Pleasant, Texas, closer to I-30.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, calling us down here to Texas right just in time for a new tornado warning to be issued on the exact storm that he was talking about there. So this is for McCurtain County, Oklahoma. This is for Bowie County, Texas, and Red River County, Texas, until then, or over the next 41 minutes. We've got a new tornado warning here for that area of rotation. It's not confirmed or anything, but as Andy was saying, it looks like this is very likely to at least try to produce a tornado here. So if we are in the path, we need to be taking shelter and get into the lowest floor of your building, or potentially or preferably underground. And put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Keep us with you. Bring a charged phone or tablet into that safe spot, and we'll be here with you for the next 40 minutes. English, Texas, Pine Springs, Beaver Dam, Good Lake, Oklahoma, Harris, Pleasant Hill, Oklahoma. Y'all take shelter. We got another new tornado warning back here in Pushmataha County. This one looks somewhat intense on the velocity scans here. So we're going to, call out some towns. Cloudy in Oklahoma, you're under a tornado warning, as well as Musket Mountain. The East Cloudy School is in the direct path of the rotating part of the storm. Please take shelter if you haven't already. Yeah, we're starting to hear more damage reports coming out, and Elijah is going to keep us updated on that. And but yeah, we definitely had some tornadoes tonight, no doubt about it. There's a tropical storm Rafael, 46 mile per hour winds, pressure's at 997 millibars right now. Some other storms that we're keeping an eye on right now include, but are not limited to, the overall storm that is impacting the Choctaw Nation area. Of course, we've got the tornado warning specifically for Cloudy and Musket Mountain. But outside of that, the storm that just kind of surrounds the tornado, the tornadic part of the storm in Pushmataha, Choctaw, and McCurtain counties is capable of producing quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Way down here in Texas, similar situation for Mount Pleasant, Mount Vernon, the storm that's producing the tornado warning for places like Box Elder and English is also capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds by itself, even without the tornado aspect. Wood County, Upshur County, and Smith County, Texas is also still under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's moving up towards Holly Lake Ranch. Y'all get ready for that, okay? Storm is pretty intense out there near Fayetteville, Arkansas. The tornado warning for that storm has been allowed to expire. So we don't have, actually, never mind. We don't have the one for Bentonville still, but Fayetteville, you are still under a tornado warning. The good news is that particular warning is it's about 5 minutes away from being allowed to expire. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if they extend it or not. But right now, I think what we're looking for in Fayetteville is a lot of what you're seeing here on your screen. We're going to have strong winds, maybe some hail, some lightning, some heavy rain. But the tornado threat, for the most part, is almost over in Springdale and Fayetteville. But stay in your safe spots at least for the next 7 minutes. We'll see what they do with that warning. These storms are moving over towards Eureka Springs and Berryville. We'll see if they pick up the tornado steam as they get over that way. But right now, those particular storms are losing steam a little bit, and our focus is shifting a little bit more to the south. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm going to talk a little bit more about northwest and north central Arkansas. Again, I'm pretty surprised, but very conservative forecasting to not warn that storm that was near Zinc, Arkansas earlier. Now it is not worth a tornado warning as it enters Missouri, thankfully. But there is a storm that some people are asking about to the southwest of that near Harrison, Arkansas, once again. This time, this rotation is definitely not legitimate, showing up on velocity here. It is side lobed, so some of the velocity values we're seeing are outside of the storm where it's being sampled at that level, so we can't see exactly legitimate data. So I expect the smart forecasters at National Weather Service Springfield to not warn this rotation as it stands right now. However, in the upper levels, there is still a bit of a legitimate signature ongoing with the storm, so I do know that it's rotating. I just know that the area of rotation that some people are asking about near Harrison, Arkansas, and Bellefonte right now are that area is not exactly a legitimate rotation that would be deserving of a tornado warning. So if somehow National Weather Service Springfield warns this side lobe rotation, but not the one we saw earlier, I would be very surprised. I would have to take a closer look at that as the reason why, but I do not expect this to be warned for all of our friends in Harrison, Arkansas, who are asking about it. So y'all watch out. Heavy rain and some wind moving through, but I don't think this is necessarily imminently tornadic for you guys.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing us over here into Arkansas, looking at all these storms. Currently, no tornado warnings in northwestern Arkansas, and honestly, no severe weather warnings at all. These storms are intense, though. You can see all of the lightning flashes and all the stuff that you see from our storm chasers. Most of this is coming from the Rogers, Fayetteville area. So these storms are definitely no joke. I'm very surprised that we don't have at least some sort of severe weather, severe thunderstorm or special weather statement for those. But right now, there's no immediate danger, especially on the tornado side. That could change, and we will let you know if it does. Our focus is down here into portions of Texas and Oklahoma and southwestern portions of Arkansas right now. Most recent scan on our tornado warning here in Red River and Bowie counties in Texas. It continues to look very nasty. It looks like it's producing a tornado or about to, and this is unfortunate for our friends over in Avery, Texas. Make sure you guys are in your safe spots. Additionally, over there towards Oak Grove, Texas, y'all need to be getting in your safe spots as well. And then we've got a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings that are rolling out as well. Well, not a ton, but, a couple of new ones. The one up here in Smithwood and Upshur counties in Texas expires in 2 minutes. We'll see if they reignite that one. Same thing for the one in Morris, Red, and Bowie counties. This severe thunderstorm warning specifically is going to expire in a couple of minutes. So they might just continue the tornado warning here. But yeah, lots of lightning with these storms, that's for sure. How's Harrison looking right now? It's looking fine. There's a storm coming through. We're watching it. No warnings. Yeah, I'm seeing some videos and some photos on Twitter of the tornado that was near Rogers earlier. Looks like it was down for a little while north of Rogers. And I'm sure we're about to hear some reports from the damage. I'm seeing some photos about that as well. And here's Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So, based on the scanners, there is major damage in Little Flock. We're working to get kind of a little bit more of the specifics on it, but there are multiple houses that have been destroyed. There are people that have been trapped. Technical rescue teams have also been deployed. Some of the reports that I also see on IM are from emergency managers that look to be in neighborhoods of the tornado destroying homes there. So it looks like Little Flock has major damage from this tornado. I will try to get a more kind of detailed list in a little bit.
Thank you so much, Elijah. Certainly keep us updated on that. Little Flock is, that makes a lot of sense. It's one of the places that we were talking about. And then that's the same storm that that we were watching that eventually went up into Pea Ridge. And it's the same storm that crossed the Interstate 49 near Apple Spur. We had a brief moment where we thought we might get away with no tornado because it didn't look like there was anything going on from our traffic cameras. But either the tornado evaded the traffic cameras or formed right after getting past Apple Spur up there towards Little Flock and Big Sugar Golf Club. So we're going to keep track of all of the reports as they come in. And because I know we got a lot of people watching in and around Bentonville who are interested. And if you have anything that you want to share with us, good place to do that is X or Twitter. If you do send a picture or a photo or something, only do so if you can do so safely, and make sure you include a location. Somebody's just sent me a video of a house damaged, and it was just the video. It's not, there's no location. Fort Smith is fine right now. There are storms coming. Nothing immediately concerning, but definitely be on the lookout. We'll let you know as soon as a warning is issued or something that you need to pay attention to. We've been streaming now for 7 hours. It's currently 6:47 Eastern, 5:47 Central. We've got a little ways to go before we're done with this. I think these storms down here in Northeast Texas are going to have to get absorbed into that line before we're out of the woods significantly with our tornado threat. I think even beyond that, we're going to continue to have problems up and down the line as the storm goes deeper into Arkansas. But we're getting close to where maybe we can start to talk about the end of this event, but we're not quite there yet. This is from that Idabel storm earlier. We saw something like this from Chris's feed, and then we lost it. But yeah, that storm I don't believe it's producing a tornado anymore. We'll see if the National Weather Service issues a new warning for places like Vandervoot, Arkansas. But as of right now, it looks like they might not. Yeah, always send a location and time. We've had some people send us a photo of like a damaged house, and then we come to find out that it was from, the tornado from 5 years ago, and they were just in the mood to share it, So yeah, try to include a location and time if you ever send us anything. And also, especially if you're doing it on Twitter, you're already there. Go ahead and tag your local National Weather Service office. They need it more than we do. So yeah. Yeah, the biggest or most damaging tornado that I think we've seen today is definitely going to be that one that went near Bentonville and Little Flock so far. Yep, the storms are expected to, continue to be severe as they cross from Arkansas into Missouri. Right now, there's no severe warnings with any of them. However, it wouldn't be surprising to me to see some severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings with these storms as they loft up into Missouri, specifically with this little cluster right here. A lot of people were talking about Harrison earlier. We're fine in Harrison, but some of these places up here in southern Missouri need to be watched as the rotation is starting to tighten up on some of those storms. Nothing immediately concerning, but certainly something that we're keeping an eye on. And then we've got this big line of storms right here. The essentially all the energy that caused our problems around Bentonville and Rogers and Springdale earlier. That's going to continue to move east. It's not going to be a supercellular problem, but maybe a damaging wind and spin-up tornado problem now that we're going to be dealing with in places like Eureka Springs, Berryville, Branson. So get ready for that. So we're not out of the woods yet with the tornado threat, at least until these storms get absorbed by this line. And also similar story down here with these storms. Once those storms get absorbed into the line, we'll have a little bit less of a tornado threat, but we will continue to have a severe weather threat at least until right after midnight. And there you go. There's your severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri. Tornado possible with this one. This is Ozark, Douglas, Taney counties in Missouri. Severe thunderstorm warning, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a tornado possible. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, in addition to that, I'm also watching a new storm, again, entering that same favorable corridor right where the previous one started, spinning up near Mount Pleasant, Texas. This one's down south and west of Mount Pleasant, Texas, so it'll get pretty close to the city there, but it is near Newsom in Texas right now in western Camp County. So it'll stay west of Pittsburgh, Texas, and head up to the Winfield, Mount Pleasant area once again, and possibly be worthy of a tornado warning as it stands. From National Weather Service Shreveport, I believe, will issue that one. So if we see a tornado warning, it'll go up through Titus County once again. Please be ready for that. If it does happen, that's the reason why.
All right, thank you, Andy. We're watching this now, west of Pittsburgh, east of Winsboro. We might get a new tornado warning that is at least close to the Mount Pleasant area. So y'all watch out, get ready. Storms coming together, and it is in an environment that could produce a tornado. So we're keeping an eye on that. We still have a tornado warning, by the way, for Red River, McCurtain, and Bowie counties out here along the Red River and the border between Texas and Oklahoma. Nothing reported recently. However, the storm still looks very capable of producing a tornado as it approaches Good Lake and Harris and Pleasant Hill. Take shelter now. And then our only other tornado warning is up here in Pushmataha County. This is the rotation is less impressive there, but still something to take seriously if we're up here, especially near the Neshoba Public School. This is going to be a very strong storm, capable of producing a tornado at least for the next 5 minutes. Stay sheltered, and if they allow that warning to expire, then you're fine. Still got a severe thunderstorm that's going to be impacting the area for quite some time, but the tornado threat will be mostly past us after that 5 minutes. And we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it for Arkansas. This is for Boone and Marion counties in Arkansas. So this is our storm that we've been watching, the one that just went through Harrison. Harrison, you're fine now. It's past you. Now it's going up there closer to South Lead Hill, or Lead Hill, I should say, Diamond City, and also up there towards Theodosia. So get ready for a strong storm capable of producing small hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And additionally, get ready for a potential tornado. This is capable of producing a tornado as it goes up towards Diamond City. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Some of the models are trying to get our Hurricane Rafael to become a major hurricane this week as it approaches Cuba. That is something that we will be talking about a lot on the channel over the next week. So right now every time I look over at chat, somebody's talking about it. But right now we are in full-blown tornado mode. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, the area I'm watching right now is in southwest Missouri, and not necessarily tornado related here, but the lack of a severe thunderstorm warning, where I believe a bow echo is taking shape here. You can kind of see it bowing out around Cassville, Missouri, and areas south. Wanted to talk about this because it will bring some damaging winds into currently unwarned areas like Branson, Missouri, and Ozark, Missouri, possibly even up to the southern periphery of Springfield, Missouri. And that bow echo will bring damaging winds for sure. And of course, with the bow echo, we have to also think about the northern side of that air that's all being pushed forward by a pool of colder air behind it. On the north side of where that air is shoving it forward, like you pushing water in a bathtub, it's going to spin around. And you can make little swirlies if you push the surface of the water in a bathtub. That northern swirly, or the one on the left-hand side, is going to be spinning counterclockwise, which is the direction of spin that we typically see for tornadoes, and that is favorable for tornado genesis. So if we see a spin-up tornado, it'll be on the northern side of that new bow shape that Ryan is highlighting there. In southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas, soon to probably bring some severe winds to Branson through Ozark in Missouri.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We don't have a severe thunderstorm warning or anything for this, but it's certainly something to watch out for in Emerald Beach, Golden, McDowell in Missouri, and eventually all the way over there towards Branson as well. They did issue a special weather statement for it in Eureka Springs and Berryville in Arkansas. As this more southern part is less intense. But get ready. This is going to come over towards Highway 68 here soon. We also... I think there's a report from Idabel here. Give me just 1 second.
Ryan, heads up. We've got a wind damage report out of Idabel, Oklahoma. At 5:51 p.m. Central Time, strong winds caused metal roof and sheet metal wall damage at the Southeast Autoplex and a nearby casino downtown. Some car windows got blown out too. Law enforcement's on it. Back to you, Ryan.
All right. Okay. So that is from our Idabel storm, and that brings us back down to the south. I want to make sure that we go back and talk about these. Still got the tornado warning. Actually, the moment I pushed that, it was allowed to expire. So now we don't have a tornado warning in the Choctaw Nation area. Our only tornado warning right now is in McCurtain County, Oklahoma, Red River, and Bowie counties in Texas. The circulation is crossing over the Red River right now, and it's much less than what it was earlier. However, it is still capable of producing a tornado as it goes into McCurtain County, Oklahoma. Stay in your safe spots in Harris and Pleasant Hill. But hopefully we have a moment here where we don't have a tornado warning. But even if that happens, I mean, these storms up here in Missouri are going to start causing more problems here soon. So certainly no reason to let our guards down. We're hearing some reports of a tornado on the ground near Avery, Texas. So that's our storm that we were just talking about, or our warning that we were just talking about. So Avery is down here. Our storm's way up here now. So, if that is still down, then it's going to be moving into Harris here soon. Looking at velocity, you really can't tell nothing about it. But as we saw earlier with our storm up there near Bentonville, that doesn't really matter. If we've got somebody on the ground saying that they're seeing something, we need to respect that and treat it as the gospel here, and make sure that we are taking shelter in Pleasant Hill, Harris, and maybe even Hallworth and Bacoma. And also, if you're near the Hickory Grove School or this town right here that starts with a K, Colitolco, you also need to be thinking about getting to your safe spot here soon as well. Hey, thank you, Cam. Appreciate you. The bot is very controversial. Yeah, it'll be all right. New severe thunderstorm warning here is for areas out in front of our tornado warning. So this includes Hallworth and DeQueen. It'll be interesting to see if they put another tornado warning inside of that, because that's where the next tornado warning should go if they're going to continue that. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I'm looking at Thornfield, Missouri. This is where our previous area of concern was for Theodosia. This is kind of consolidated on the lower levels here. However, in the environment, it does look really capped off here, really low instability. Funny enough, there's actually instability out ahead of it towards West Plains, but not exactly where these storms are. So if this does get tornado warned, I imagine the National Weather Service is looking at the current conditions in place thermodynamically. It doesn't look like it would support a tornado. It would have to drill through quite the stable layer. So I am 50-50 on whether this will receive a warning that would include northwestern Ozark County, Missouri, into central Douglas County in Missouri here near Squires.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I know that the National Weather Service uses current information obs from models to, check if there should be a tornado warning like that one that would include those areas. So there's your 50. I was 50-50. That's, you pay off on one side, not the other. So that's the reason why that was issued, I believe.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Immaculate timing there as a new warning just now came out for Ozark, Douglas, and Taney counties in Missouri. It's going to last for 25 minutes. 1 inch hail is also possible on top of the potential for a tornado here. Some places that need to be on the lookout include Hammond, Notting Hill, Noble, Alamartha, Silverton, Wazola, Sweden, Veracruz, and Cheney. Don't forget about Tabor Field Airport, Pleasant Hill School, or the Ripley State Wildlife Management Area. Yeah. All right, sounds good, Riley. Oh, somebody, if somebody's keeping a to-do list for me, add to the list, fix watches. That tropical storm watch, that's the same one that's been playing over and over and over again. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So, based on some of the damage reports that is coming out from the Rogers, Little Rock, Arkansas area from the tornado, I'm roughly guessing the tornado was at least half a mile wide when it was going through that area. If anyone was listening to the scanners, they would have also heard about traffic jams due to parents trying to pick up kids from schools. There are 2 schools in that area, but they did not give any specifics. I can say I have heard of no damage at either of those schools, so that is some good news right now. But we do have a couple of homes that have been at least heavily damaged and just and partially destroyed. I've not heard of any complete destruction yet, but that's a good thing at least. So I will keep you updated as I hear things.
Okay, thank you, Elijah. Also, while Elijah was saying that, we've Chris from Oklahoma sent us this on Twitter of some of the damage in Christie, Oklahoma. Looks like some, fairly significant damage down here as well. And this is one of the first places that we covered today that had an obvious damaging tornado. So thanks for sending that in. We currently have 2 tornado warnings and 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. And we've got one little tropical storm watch down there in Key West. But you're going to see it every 5 minutes because of something I forgot to do. And I've got it on the to-do list. Don't you worry about it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning in Arkansas. Boone County, Arkansas, and Marion County, Arkansas. We was just looking at this, and we noticed that there was, a little bit of an uptick in the velocities here. This is not necessarily as intense as it looks at first sight, but it is certainly a large area of rotating winds at the base of the storm in a very favorable environment. So we've got to watch out over here near the Bull Shoal Lake as a developing tornado might be trying to come together. And they just completed that polygon all the way up into Theodosia. Am I saying that one right? Theodosia, Missouri. So now that's a separate warning from our original one that is up here for what counties is this? Ozark, Douglas, and Taney counties. A new warning was issued for Taney and Ozark counties down here for this circulation to the east of Diamond City. Okay. All right, Missouri, in southern Missouri, there's a town named Theodosia. How do you say that like the locals, Yabot?
An important weather update
In
has been
southern
issued.
Missouri, Theodosia is pronounced Theodosia. Keep it smooth and you'll fit right in. Back to you, Ryan.
All right, thank you, Yabot. Theodosia. Sounds good. So yeah, take shelter. If you haven't already, this is going to be a dangerous storm because it's capable of producing a tornado, also quarter-size hail, and at the same time, it's nighttime and we've got a ton of rain. So you're not going to be able to see this one coming if it does come. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm watching that northern edge of the bow echo that I mentioned earlier. Now severe warned, very good. There is a spot that's particularly interesting from the Springfield radar. If you kind of play back the loop, you can see it a little bit within that line, right near Shell Knob. That is again on that sort of on the northern side of the bow shape to this. Play back the loop, you can see a tiny little area of circulation that moves due east just north of the town of Shell Knob, whereas you can see the circulation on the line itself being shoved northward by that bow echo that's pushing it outward, and then the stuff to the north. Once those two areas of vorticity or spin consolidate, there's an increased chance for a spin-up tornado right there that would go towards Branson West, Reed Spring, but probably wouldn't last very long. So if in the next couple of scans that pattern recognition comes true, and we do see that come together favorably, a favorable interaction, constructive interference is another way to say it, then we could see a tornado warning that would include Branson West. And those areas right there in front of this line. So if that does happen, be ready for it. If not, then hopefully these two areas of spin kind of shred each other apart and we don't see a spin up tornado.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy, for bringing our attention back over here to the severe thunderstorm warning that's moving. The severe thunderstorm that's moving into Branson West, Reed Spring, Kimberling City, and Coney Island. This is maybe something that we have to watch out for a potential tornado as well. So if you're out here in the Ants Creek area or the Highway 13 Park or anywhere near the Table Rock Lake, make sure you are getting indoors and ready to take shelter just in case that tornado warning does come through. Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
Okay, thank you. I
Sorry.
thought you were talking to a storm chase. No, you're good. You're good. As we wait for that spin up tornado to maybe consolidate here, bringing attention back to Thornfield on Velocity in Missouri here. Again, I was actually looking at a 2-hour-old stability map here. So the instability is actually up north of this now. It's kind of curled around this storm and is now in the path near Mountain Grove, would be closer to where there is actually plenty of instability in an uncapped atmosphere this supercell is moving into. So we're looking at the whole mesocyclone here on Velocity. If you swap over to that, you can see quite a lot of spin there. It'll make your eyes, you'll raise your eyebrows at it. Currently in a capped environment, I bet that this is looking pretty dangerous like this because of that little bit of cold air at the surface that is actually allowing the storm to spin more efficiently since it's not interacting with the surface below it. That cold air is kind of forming a barrier, and all of the slightly warmer air can just spin freely above it without interacting with land and a bunch of friction from all the trees and stuff down there. So this is once it gets into Douglas County, I think it's moving into an area where it will have a chance to produce a tornado. And looking at the sort of signature here, the tornado would be closer to me, my side of the webcam, whereas the whole rotating part of the storm would be the rest of the mesocyclone or the spinning part of the storm. So if there is a tornado, I would expect it to probably be on the southeast side of that rotation. We'll see how it develops as it approaches better environment, despite what it looks like already. So definitely a very dangerous storm we want to be talking about. I do expect another tornado warning, probably out to northern Douglas County and maybe even into southeastern Wright County in Missouri, close to Mountain Grove. So advanced, y'all watch out for this storm. We'll probably be focusing on it quite a bit here.
Thank you very much. Meteorologist Andy Hill talking about this storm that does look very concerning out here near Sweden and Veracruz, coming up into Van Zant, Norwood, Kabul, Missouri. We are going to be watching this one for quite some time as it moves into a more favorable environment for potential tornadoes. Also, we got to watch these storms a little bit farther to the south and west as well, as they're going to continue to try to cause problems. Also, go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. One more thing. The spin-up tornadoes are starting now near LC, Missouri, and Crane. That's to the north of where we were just looking in Shell Knob and Cape Fair here. That's going to be on approach to the Ozark and Highland area. I think that tornado is on the ground, actually, at the moment. There is a debris signature right over LC, Missouri. This is unwarned at the moment, so y'all watch out, please. This is a tornado on the ground right outside of LC, Missouri, crossing Highway 413 and accelerating towards Highlandville and parts of Christian County, Missouri.
Thank you so much, Andy. This is what he's talking about right here. Debris signature near LC, moving over in the general direction of Oto, Quail, and then farther out, we are talking about White City as well, on top of Highlandville and potentially even Ponce de Leon. So you guys make sure you are taking shelter out here, as this looks like it's doing damage as it crosses Highway 265 and then goes over towards Wheeler Road. It's hard to tell how long this will last. However, we're going to assume that it's going to last a while. This looks like a pretty healthy embedded cell right here. You see that? We've got a very strong storm coming right in between Quail and Oto in Missouri. So please take shelter if you are over here in any of these counties, Stone or Berry County, Missouri. We might see a tornado warning issued here soon. Remember, there's not right now. No sirens are going off or anything, but there is a tornado on the ground doing damage right now. We can tell from radar that this is happening. It's getting a little bit closer to Quail now, and then once again, the small communities of Quail and Oto, it's going to go right between those, head over towards Highway AA, and then eventually we are thinking that this might make it all the way over there towards Highlandville. So if you live in the general Highlandville, Hurley, White City area of Missouri, you're in a dangerous spot. Consider taking shelter. Another dangerous spot in
A new tornado warning
Missouri
has been issued.
Is going to be up here towards Theodosia and Notting Hill. You guys also need to continue to be in your spaces, safe spaces. And there you go. We just got a confirmed tornado warning, an observed tornado warning, I guess, over here. This is a radar confirmed tornado warning for Christian, Stone, and Taney counties in Missouri for the storm that Andy was just talking about. So take shelter. They went ahead and actually warned a large portion of the line, not just the little part that we know is producing a tornado up here near Elsie. They've also went ahead and put all of Highlandville under the warning, all of Reed Spring, Merriam Woods, Chestnut Ridge, Spokane, Green Mound Ridge, all the way back there to Christian Center, Missouri. You guys are all under a confirmed tornado warning now, because we know at least one part of this line is producing a tornado right now, and there's all kinds of little kinks here. You see these little divots? Every single one of those has the opportunity to try to produce a tornado as they go through Christian, Stone, and Taney counties in Missouri. So please take shelter if you haven't already, especially if you live near the Watts Smith Airport or the Omar Gibson Vocational School. Those are some of the places near Reed Spring that are going to be impacted here soon. And then our for sure tornado that we know is down, it's still likely somewhere over here between Quail and Oto, moving towards White City. Camera 3 down there is inside of that tornado warning, okay? So we do have, thanks to the Missouri Department of Transportation, we do have traffic cameras down here in Missouri that are helping us keep an eye on things. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Probably a strong tornado just now getting started just east of Squires, Missouri. That has a debris signature now that you can look at. That is quite the signature there. So, like I said, that's just now getting to that unstable air, the uncapped environment, whereas it's still capped to the south of the storm. Now it's in the uncapped environment, and look at that. Wouldn't you know, that actual analysis leads to a tornado ongoing and the reason why. So I fully expect a confirmed tornado, if not a PDS tag with what it looks like already, to be issued all the way out to Norwood and possibly Mountain Grove in Missouri into Wright County. So please expect that warning. Please take shelter and let people know out ahead of this that it's coming their way, especially in Norwood and Mountain Grove, Missouri, well before they have a warning issued. We want an advanced lead time for that. A strong tornado likely just started and ongoing now.
Thank you so much, Andy. This is exactly what he was talking about just, several minutes ago. The storm is getting into that more favorable environment, and it's really taking advantage of it and fast. Big tornado likely down here near Sweden and Veracruz, just to the west of the Ripaye State Wildlife Management Area. Take shelter now if you're in Sweden, Missouri, especially along Highway 14. Veracruz, Taney, and Evans, you guys are all in the path as well. I'm going to really quickly pull up some more detailed information on this, okay? And then, because I think that we're going to be looking at this one for quite some time.
To add to that, Ryan, we've got a tornado warning still active till 6:30 p.m. CST for western Ozark, south central Douglas, and east central Taney counties. A severe thunderstorm's 10 miles southeast of Ava, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour, packing a punch with radar-indicated rotation. Bull Shoals Lake, Bryant Creek State Park, and Theodosia are right in the path. Folks near Tabor Field and those at Council Grove, Pleasant Hill, and East Dogwood schools, heads up. Ripaye State Wildlife Management Area,
A
you're
new
in the zone
PDS
too.
tornado warning
Take cover
has been
now.
issued.
PDS
you, Ryan.
tornado warning is now in effect, just as Andy was suggesting there, for places like, Douglas County in Missouri. We've got several different towns in the path now. Veracruz, Taney, Brushy Knob, Cold Spring, Denlow. This goes all the way out to Filler and Goodville. Doesn't quite make it to Norwood, but Norwood, I would not take my eyes off of this one. This is going to be a problem for you if it makes it up there. So remember, Douglas County, Missouri is now under a PDS tornado warning. Let's wake everybody up. PDS tornado warning means that we've got a particularly dangerous situation on our hands, as a large damaging tornado is doing damage, significant damage near Sweden right now. Let's see here, Evans. So if I'm not mistaken, this tornado just crossed Highway 14 near the Cactus Canyon campground, and it's going to continue to move northeast just past Veracruz, near the the county road 228, and then it's going to go near Taney, near where County Road 228 intersects Highway C. This is a small rural area, but there's stuff out here. I want you to look at the path that this tornado is taking. It's going over little areas like this. So we've got people that live in these kind of remote little hollers out in the middle of the forest. You know what I'm talking about if you live out here. There's not one specific large town that's necessarily in the path, but it's all these scattered out homes and stuff, especially specifically around Highway C and County Road 228 there. So if you know anybody in this general area, please let them know what's going on. Wake them up if they're asleep. That you could literally save a life if somebody has decided not to pay attention to the weather tonight down here in Missouri. Some larger areas that might be in the path here soon include Brushy Knob and Cold Spring and Denlow, Missouri. All right, but right now our tornado is doing damage, significant damage near Sweden and Taney. So make sure you're taking shelter if you haven't already. Pretty rural area that it's in, but once again, it's going to cross over Highway C. If it keeps going on the trajectory that it's on right now, it might make it over there towards the Mission Electric Service and Sturdy Guns. If you know where the Sturdy Guns store is, that's a general area where the storm could be going here soon. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a radar confirmed tornado and a PDS tornado warning for Douglas County, Missouri. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. That big blue dot is how we know that there's a tornado there. There's debris being lofted into the air. There's something in the sky that shouldn't be there, and we've developed, radar technology that tells us that. Something misshapen, something that's not a raindrop or any other sort of hydrometeor, and a lot of it is right here near Sweden, and it's very likely a tornado, as denoted by the velocity signatures. We got a huge area of rotation here. If you're new to this, we got inbound winds coming in this way, indicated by the bright green colors. Outbound winds with the bright red, and that tight counterclockwise rotation near Sweden is another indication that we have a strong tornado going on, and there might even be something of a debris ball trying to show up in the reflectivity. So everything is pointing towards very, very strong tornado here. So I'm just hoping that we're getting everybody to shelter. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, what you're looking at there and you're thinking about it, it is actually two tornadoes, I would say, ongoing at the same time. The eastern one probably is fanned out now, and that's just a debris fallout, meaning the tornado is, progressed and there's still debris swirling up in the air from what it kicked up. But there is another debris ball
A new
to the west
tornado
that is
warning
separate
has
from
been
it,
issued.
and it's actually moving a little bit southeast. So some of the low pressures centralized around these tornadoes are probably pulling them into each other in a sort of minor Fujiwara way. So I think that we did have two tornadoes on the ground, at least for a few seconds simultaneously, and that newer one is on the west side of the circulation here. So quite possibly two tornadoes on the ground at the same time.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. That means that places like Veracruz are, in even more danger now. County Road AB, and then Brushy Knob also. You guys are potentially in the path of this big-time tornado here. So Cold Spring, Denlow, you guys also need to be getting into your safe spots as well. There's a large area of rotation, but as Andy was just talking about, we've got possibly leftover debris from that original tornado that we found over here, and then new debris coming up from a separate tornado to the west of Veracruz. This would be coming up pretty much right along the road there towards Veracruz, and then eventually this could also go up towards Brushy Knob and Cold Spring as well. So that other tornado, if it's still down, if it's still moving around out there, it's going over Hunter Creek right now. And then on its way up to the north, it could potentially go over the Lazy Duck Pastures, Page Hollow, Rail Hollow, Bryant Creek. If any of these places are ringing a bell, if you could drive there relatively quickly, you're too close to this thing, you got to be sheltered. Tornadoes going to the south and east of the Arnica Ranch Airport. PDS tornado warning for Douglas County, Missouri. Now, there was a new warning that was issued. We should go look at it as well. This is for Ozark County, Missouri. Not a confirmed tornado, but certainly it's entering a similar environment, so it's going to be capable of producing a big tornado here as it goes up into Notting Hill, Wilhoit, Romance, and Rock Bridge in Ozark County, Missouri. Some places in the path here include the Caney Mountain State Game Refuge, Upper Brixey School, and Theodosia School as well. Yeah, that's the PDS warning is for Douglas County, Missouri. I'm going to zoom in again here on our storm in question. The velocity scans, maybe the last couple of frames that's come in, it looks a little bit more disconnected, but this could be brief, and we could have another tornado coming together here soon. But the most recent correlation coefficient also shows less signs of debris as well. So let's hope that our tornadoes have lifted, but let's assume that they haven't, and let's stay in our safe spots, especially if we're in Brushy Knob or Cold Spring or any of those areas. It's way too close for us to, get cocky with this one. We don't want to underestimate it. New severe thunderstorm warning that includes a lot of Missouri south and east of Springfield. 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible over the next 40 to 50 minutes for Christian County, Missouri, Greene County, Missouri, Webster County, Missouri, and Douglas County, Missouri. Some places that'll get hit by some of this wind. And also, this is one of those warnings where there's a tornado possible, right? So we have to watch that. We have to watch out for the risk for spin-up tornadoes out here near the Mercy Rehabilitation Hospital, the Flying Bar Ranch Airport, Robert Jones Airport, the Sequoyah Park, and the Tiger Paw School. Keep that in mind. Four tornado warnings currently. What do the colored dots mean? Those are just some of the locations that I'm calling out, like the hospitals and the schools and stuff. Yeah, most recent scans continue to look promising for us hoping that the tornado's lifted briefly here, but we don't want to get too comfortable. Van Zant, Filler, you guys still need to be in your safe spots. The storm to the south is actually looking a little bit more impressive now, so I'm really worried about Notting Hill, Wilhoit, Romance, and Rock Bridge in Missouri. That's in Ozark County, Missouri. We got a lot of cameras in that area, so that's what you're seeing down at the bottom of your screen, live traffic cameras of the tornado warned storm. But our PDS tornado warning continues theoretically for 24 more minutes. We'll see if they downgrade that warning, but even if they do, if they don't, everybody in that polygon needs to be sheltered. Debris on the PDS tornado warning reached about 8,000 feet in the air, according to radar. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I can't remember if I mentioned this in particular, but I am still watching that southern supercell south of the PDS tornado warning. That'll likely be downgraded very soon here as we probably don't have a tornado ongoing any longer. We just have some debris fallout to the south and west of the storm. But that southern warning, I think, is going to have the chance to do something similar. I want to say that explicitly. It's not going to do it right at this point near Will Hoyt. I think you guys will hopefully be okay as it passes by. You are in that warning, though, so please keep taking shelter. Continue to take shelter in the interior most room of your house. What I am concerned about is it hitting that same area of, more of the surface-based instability that is what kicked off our tornado as it entered Douglas County and our PDS warning previously. So I think that this has that potential. Explicitly want to say it has the same potential as the storm we just saw to the north to produce a powerful tornado here, especially into Douglas County once it hits that instability. So right now, I think it's not quite there yet, but I do think it's not far away from it. And we may see the same thing or a similar thing happen with this storm. So got to be very ready, very wary of that in Gentryville and Van Zant in Missouri, especially in those areas. That is closer to where this supercell would track if it does do the same thing in those same conditions. So I always want to talk about these, the potential for something like that to happen, because time and time again, it's that same corridor of favorable conditions. It's still in the same place, and those storms are going to move into it and maybe do the same thing.
All right, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. I want to show you a little bit more about what he is talking about here up close. Big area of rotation just past Notting Hill. This is our Ozark County, Missouri tornado warning, not the PDS tornado warning to the north of here, which likely will be downgraded soon. As this goes over Highway 5 near Wilhoit and Romance, it looks like it's intensifying, and we believe that it's going to continue to try to intensify as it moves into a very favorable environment once again for tornadoes. So we're very concerned about Romance, Souder, and Rockbridge in Missouri, potentially even up here towards Bertha and Blanche. Y'all get ready, Gentryville, you guys as well. As this is coming together quite quickly and quite intensely. We've got our severe thunderstorm warning back here with a tornado possible tag on it, still in effect for areas south and east of Springfield, Missouri, Douglas, Greene, Christian, Webster counties. I think you all need to really watch out over the next hour or so as a potential tornadic situation could arise out of this. We do still have a tornado warning in effect for a little part of that line down here for the next 5 minutes or so. So we'll see if they extend that, but if they don't, just know that this other big polygon here, this other big warning, has the tornado possible tag on it. So we should pretty much treat that as if it's a tornado warning, especially if you're watching this channel. You want to be extra, weather prepared and weather aware. So just go ahead and get to shelter. Better be safe than sorry. The people in the chat are asking what's the difference between a PDS tornado warning and a tornado emergency. To put it very simply, obviously there's more to it than this, but to put it very simply, and the number one thing to understand about that is just it's levels. Think of it as like not how seriously we should take the warning, but how confident we are in our need to communicate to people that they need to take this one seriously. Does that make sense? Whenever people who are making these warnings and designating these warnings are extremely confident that there's going to be some big time problems, then we're going to see a tornado warning, a radar confirmed tornado warning, for example. That's a level above a radar indicated tornado warning. And then whenever we get a radar confirmed tornado warning that looks like it's a really big tornado, we see those big debris signatures. And there's criteria that has to be met as well at the National Weather Service before they can do this. But the next level up would be the PDS tornado warning. And then, the top level, the highest level tornado warning that can be issued is a tornado emergency. Those are rare, and they're usually reserved for situations where we know for a fact that there is a deadly tornado that's about to do damage to an area. So it's just think of it as just the highest level tornado warnings, the PDS and the tornado emergency, and treat them all equally. Unless you're like, if I was somebody that lived out here that got as many tornado warnings as we do out here in Arkansas and southern Missouri, every single one, I would have a designated storm cellar, and I would have my designated phone charger in there, and had me a nice little pillow set up or something. I don't know. Because, you know, you're going to be spending a lot of time in there if you take every warning seriously, as you should. But a PDS tornado warning is a high level warning, and it's not something that you see every day. And our PDS warning has been allowed to expire. So we don't have one of those right now. In fact, all we've got are radar indicated warnings at this point. Nothing to disregard, but a slightly better situation than we were in earlier, so that's good. What direction are these storms going in? They're going generally north and east. I'll put some motion on the radar if you want. Looks like there is a new update from the Storm Prediction Center. Let's take a look at it. We've got ourselves a very skinny enhanced risk of severe weather left. That pretty much goes up and down our line that we're tracking right now. So we continue to have an enhanced risk of severe weather from places around just east of Springfield, Missouri, near Seymour, down through northwestern portions of Arkansas and into extreme northeastern Texas. Still driven by a hatched risk of tornadoes, meaning that the tornadoes that we will still see over the rest of the night are likely to continue to be strong. So we've got a little bit longer to go here, and we can't let our guards down just yet. Springfield, Missouri, you guys just got hit by your storm for the day. I think that you guys are in the clear now. Places like Seymour, I would still be vigilant. The line's still yet to hit you. Ozark, you're getting hit by your storm right now. After this is over, you're in the clear.
Hey Ryan, heads up. Flash flood report just came in for Covington, Texas. It's 7:26 p.m. Central Time. Streets are flooded, some roads are closed, and a few vehicles are stranded. Stay sharp out there. Back to you, Ryan.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I have some more information on the Rogers Little Rock, Arkansas tornado from earlier. So based on new video evidence, which actually just was posted a little bit ago by WeatherBug, they had a tower cam up. The tornado that everyone saw, that like all the photos were coming in from, of the gigantic cone, it was not actually a cone tornado on the ground. The funnel was a cone tornado, but it was more like a very brief, and I mean brief, multi-vortex tornado on the ground for about a minute long. So based on me and Jared in the background here, we've kind of looked at the damage reports that came in. It's about 6 to 7 homes were damaged in about a half a mile area. So what we can tell based on that video is the multi-vortex tornado kind of hit almost in two separate places and spun real quick and then lifted, just based on that video. So it was almost like two tornadoes from the same tornado, really, with the entire middle section not having any damage whatsoever. So that's just based on new evidence. It looks like the tornado was very brief, and what everyone saw for like all of these videos and photos that are on social media right now is a gigantic funnel cloud, basically.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Elijah. Great information there, and keeping us updated on what's been happening. It's I know that like a lot of times in these situations, we have a tornado warning, we have a debris signature, we have a PDS tornado warning, whatever it is. A bunch of people from that area flock to the channel here. We're watching, and then we move on. We have to move on, right? There's other warnings and stuff. So we're super thankful for Elijah and everybody involved for making sure we continue to tell the story of what happened in those areas. Thankfully, so far tonight, we haven't heard of anything. Obviously there's damage. There's been tornadoes. We haven't heard of anything truly, devastating. Thankfully, there's a lot of people who are displaced and not having the greatest time thanks to these tornadoes tonight. But so far, I think we've dodged several bullets. But it's not over. So don't let your guard down. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. One more tornado from our northern tornado warning storm in that south central Missouri area. There is that debris signature right there. I think that was one of those instances of pretty extreme stretching in the storm, where one leg of the storm kind of got stretched and produced a very brief tornado, but one that was able to eat up some trees there and show up on the correlation coefficient product. I believe that tornado is probably already done roping out. It probably looks like a snake flying around in the sky right now because it is no longer together on the velocity. So I believe that we just had a brief tornado there. We may get another upgrade on the warning, or probably an extension of the warning, given that just did damage. The people out in front of this should know into southeastern Wright County and maybe parts of Texas County in Missouri. So if there is another warning issued, that would be the reason why. There is a tornado that just did damage northwest of Van Zant in Missouri and to the southwest of Mountain Grove, and that is headed toward Mountain Grove. But my hope is that it does not continue to do damage, as it was just a brief instance of a tornado. I am still concerned about the storm to the south as well. Again, it is just about to reach that axis of instability, the little boundary there that made this one storm to the north go off the rail. So that is possible. And also, while I'm talking here, the newest scan shows me a new circulation coming together north of Van Zant in that northern warning. So I do expect a warning to include Mountain Grove and Kabul, or areas right around that in Missouri. So please prepare for that. There is a tornadic storm headed your way, and you should be taking shelter in the interior-most room of your house or basement if you've got it.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for taking us back here to this warning in Ozark County, Missouri, or Douglas County, Missouri. Just to the north and west of Pryor and the Davis Roadside Park, there was a tornado moments ago that's kicked up some debris just to the west of Goodville. Now it looks like maybe another one is trying to come together just to the east of Goodville, or just to the south of Goodville, maybe even right over Goodville. So let's get to our safe spots over here near the Pleasant Hill School. And then also we've got to watch out here near Mountain Grove. This is a place that might be under a new tornado warning here soon. Same thing for you guys in Dunn, Kabul, and Sargent. It's something to watch out for as these storms are continuing to pack a punch. We're also watching you guys in Rockbridge. Hopefully you guys are sheltered. If there's a new warning that's issued here soon on this storm, it'll probably include Bertha and Blanche and Richville, Missouri. So you guys get ready to take shelter as well. Lots of lightning, heavy rain with these storms as well, as you can see from our cameras. No lack of energy with these storms. So
a new tornado warning.
There we go.
Has
There's
been
an
issued.
observed warning right there. And then also, I believe Andy's got another update for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, that new observed warning, of course, is for the one tornado just happened, but the circulation I noted north of Van Zant has also produced a tornado. So there you can see, once again, those two debris signatures right next to each other. Even if the velocity is unimpressive, there is some very efficient stretching of, rotating and rising air into this storm right here. And that's why we're seeing these quick tornadoes, one and done. So any one of those can impact your house if you live in Mountain Grove or surrounding areas here in Missouri, and that's why we want you to take shelter. One more spot I'm looking at right now is near Sparta, Missouri. This is back in the line, south of Rogersville. That could come together to make a quick spin-up tornado, sort of a break in the line there that you can see. So I'm watching that closely. Not currently tornado warned, but we'll see if it does produce a spin-up tornado.
All right, thank you, Andy. So we've got to watch out in Sparta, also all the way over here to Fordland, Marshfield, Northview, Diggins, Tigris, Missouri. You guys are all under a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible indicator on it, meaning that this line is going to be capable of spinning up tornadoes all up and down here, maybe more immediately near Sparta and areas south of the Robert Jones Airport. Our confirmed tornado warning, once again, for Douglas, Wright, and Texas counties in Missouri. Several potential areas of concern in here. We had a tornado on the ground moments ago that we saw from the correlation coefficient. You saw the little debris signature down here, and then then we had another potential tornado over here near Goodville. This is going to be one of those situations where several different instances like that will be happening over the next little bit, and we want everybody in the polygon to respect it, including everybody in Mountain Grove. As this is one of the larger areas that these storms have tried to interact with. Everybody in Mountain Grove needs to take shelter as if a tornado was barreling right down on them, because there could be one doing just that. So keep that in mind. And then that's all of our tornado warnings. We do have several severe thunderstorm warnings. We talked a lot about the ones in Missouri. I want to make sure that we don't leave anybody out. And we go all the way back here to the west of Austin, Texas, and talk about this severe thunderstorm warning, because there is a severe thunderstorm warning for Blanco and Kendall counties in Texas, just to the west of Austin. Some quarter-size hail is going to be the main threat here, especially around the Rocky Top Ranch Airport. Get ready in Johnson City. You guys are next in line. I think that these storms will impact Austin, but it'll be a minute. They're going mostly due north right now. Whenever the line starts moving more east later tonight, you guys will get in on some storms in Round Rock and Austin. But right now it's going to mostly stay off to your west. So we're going to come back up here to Missouri and monitor our tornado warnings and our embedded potential tornadoes over there in that line of storms that's now approaching Sparta and Fordland. Yep, so the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook does still have a hatched risk of tornadoes tonight. So keep that in mind. We are not out of the woods.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Here comes another tornado warning. Wow, big one. So never mind on that tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. Let's just go ahead and do the whole thing as a tornado warning. Webster, Christian, and Douglas counties in Missouri, you are under a tornado warning now for, let's see here, the next 35 minutes. This includes Fordland, Marshfield, Seymour, Sparta, and all these places. And the reason they did this is exactly for what Andy was just talking about. We've got a couple different areas that could produce a tornado here soon. Why not go ahead and get that tornado warning out there, get the sirens blaring, so that instead of issuing warnings after we see the debris signatures, which is what happens a lot of times whenever we have these linear modes like this. Let's just go ahead and assume that we're going to see a couple of those and get everybody into their safe spots just in case. So the time is now to go to your storm cellar or your basement or your bottommost floor in your most interior room. If you're in Marshfield, Fordland, Seymour, Sparta, in Webster Christian, or Douglas counties in Missouri. Our cameras are in that tornado warning. And by the way, there was a new severe thunderstorm warning that I want to go check in on real quick. This is for Pushmataha and McCurtain counties in Oklahoma. We got 60-mile-per-hour winds coming into our Pickens, Bethel, and Sherwood areas. Get indoors. It's going to be a loud storm coming through. A lot of people are asking about their specific locations. I'm not going to be able to go through all of them, but I will mention once again, if every time I show the radar tonight, look for this line. This is our main mode of storms, okay? This line that goes through Springfield right now. If you're behind the line, you're good. You're done for the night. If you're ahead of the line, we still got a couple hours to go before we can say that things are really starting to calm down. Let me turn on a different radar for you here so you can see that line even better. Big line. Let's turn on. Let's even hide the lightning. Let's hide the warnings. Let's turn everything off just so we can see the line right here. You see that? Actually, let me draw it more like this. If you are behind that line, you're done for the night. If you're ahead of the line and maybe inside of this box here, we've still got storms to go through tonight. So some places that are not done include, honestly, Dallas. Like there's some, stronger storms still floating around there. But maybe like Bridgeport and Denton and Weatherford, you guys are done. But around Dallas, over towards Kaufman and Gun Barrel City and Corsicana, we still got some storms to go. Same thing for you guys over here in Austin. Round Rock, we're in front of that line. Tyler, we're in front of that line. Mount Pleasant, Texas, we're in front of that line. Some places that are in the clear, though, include Sherman, Gainesville, Texas, Ardmore, Oklahoma, Sulphur, Oklahoma, Shawnee, Oklahoma, Henrietta, Oklahoma, Muskogee, Tulsa, Cherokee Nation, Miami, Veneta, Oklahoma. Most of Oklahoma is done with the severe weather for tonight, except for extreme southeastern Oklahoma, maybe around the Broken Bow area up towards Heavener. So Rogers and Bentonville, Arkansas, you guys are done for the most part tonight. Springfield, after this storm goes by, you're done. So we're mostly concerned now about Seymour, Missouri, maybe Harrison, and Russellville in Arkansas. Maybe you guys have got a couple more storms to go. So we're not done yet, but a lot of people are out of the woods. We are down to 2 tornado warnings, 4 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. So is St. Louis good for the night? For the most part, yeah. The storms are going to lose a lot of their oomph by the time they get to St. Louis. But there probably will be some storms. St. Louis is in a marginal risk for severe weather tonight. So wouldn't rule out some damaging winds, maybe some hail. A very slight chance that we get some sort of tornadic action, but can't rule it out in a system like this. Yeah, that big tornado warning does include Marshfield. I saw somebody talking about that in the chat. We got a new tornado warning that was just issued, and it does have an observed tag on it, I believe. Or was that a false? Hold on, give me just a second. Did you get that, Andy, or was that just a weird thing here on my end? Nothing new? Okay. All right, well, never mind. I don't know what's going on there, but our lights flashed and everything. But yeah, everything's still the same. We've got a tornado warning for Webster, Christian, Douglas, Wright, and Texas counties in Missouri. I don't know what the heck that was. Radar indicated. But things are getting really intense there in Marshfield. This is one of those places that's included in the tornado warning along that big line, specifically right there along Interstate 44, which is where this camera is. Honestly, it's one of the places that we would be looking for to see maybe a tornado trying to form. Right now, I'm just seeing some really strong winds right there around the Hidden Waters Nature Park. And this is what it's going to look like in downtown Marshfield soon. That looks unpleasant. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's really coming down there. Once again, this is Marshfield, Missouri. Same thing can be expected in Niangua. Hey, Marshfield, Missouri, just to the north and east, we've got Niangua. How do you say that? How do you say that like a local?
All right, Ryan, you say it, Negoa. Just roll it off your tongue, nice and smooth. Locals got it down pat. Back to you, Ryan.
Is that true, y'all? Or is it full of it again? Anyways, you know what I'm talking about up there near Johnston, Ford, and Bracken. I love the y'all bot memes. No, okay, I figured it got it wrong. That's hilarious. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, with one of those tornado possible tags on it. So we'll look at that. They went ahead and issued a huge severe thunderstorm warning for Lebanon, Missouri. You're included in this. Also, the counties of Wright, Dallas, Webster, Camden, and Douglas in Missouri. 60-mile-per-hour winds, potential spin-up tornadoes, all possible here. Niangua. Niangua, something like that. Yeah, y'all probably didn't know what I was talking about. I said it so wrong that it's probably trying to tell me how to correctly pronounce a different town. Yeah, I lost that battle for sure. If you're just now tuning in, we're tracking this tornado warning coming through Webster, Christian, and Douglas counties, Missouri. That's our last one. Wait. I don't want to say last one. It's our only remaining one. There will be more tonight. We never want to say last one. That's how you get. That's worse than saying the Q word around here. But the tornado warning for Kabul and the Van Zant area, that one has been allowed to expire. We've just got the one now for Seymour, Missouri. Hopefully, we'll have a moment here where we don't have any tornado warnings. That's always the goal. Lots of people are asking about tomorrow's forecast. We'll go over that right here in a second. Tomorrow is election day. Lots of people are, interested in that. So I will show you the latest future radar HRRR simulation here, just so I can show you how likely non-eventful tomorrow will be. It's not going to be non-eventful, but it's not going to be anything like today, that's for sure. Here's what the radar could look like tomorrow. As we go into about 11 p.m. tonight, the storms are going to be mostly linear. Big wind makers, and the tornado threat's going to go down significantly here as the storms get closer to St. Louis, as they get closer to Little Rock and eastern portions of Texas. The severe weather threat as a whole will be very much diminished by the time we get into the early morning hours. So 3 or 4 a.m. Somewhere in there, even the damaging winds will be less of a problem. However, flash flooding is going to be a big problem because you can tell that the line kind of stops moving for a little while, and it moves over the same areas over and over again. It actually, it's close to getting to St. Louis at 2 a.m., but it actually doesn't move through St. Louis until 9 a.m. So it's very slow moving. Lots of flash flooding will be possible, but the severe weather is going to be, minimal at best. Things might pick up again a little bit tomorrow during the heating of the day around 3 p.m., especially over there near the Boot Hill of Missouri, southern Illinois, down towards Memphis and the Mississippi River Valley. But we're talking about some rumbles of thunder and a gust of wind. We're not talking about significant severe weather to any degree tomorrow. So it's going to rain from Chicago all the way down to Houston and everywhere in between. The most significant weather I think that we're going to see on election day is going to happen back here in Montana, over towards Utah, Colorado. It's going to be really windy. We've got a lot of high wind watches and warnings in place. And we've got winter weather advisories that are actually already in effect for this, storm. that will be bringing some heavy snow and a lot of wind into places like Denver and Arizona, New Mexico, Montana. So that'll be the most interesting thing that happens tomorrow, I believe. So yeah, from starting about right now onwards, we are on a downward trend as far as the severity of these storms go. I think there's still going to be a couple more tornado warnings. There might even be a couple more tornadoes that we really have to, watch out for. But we're getting close to the end, and thankfully, because it'll be a few days before we have to worry about severe weather again. Our focus is going to shift to Rafael. As we go into, tomorrow, we'll have a video tomorrow, and we're going to be talking about Tropical Storm Rafael, which is once again expected at this point to make landfall in Cuba as a Category 2 hurricane. And then it's going to go into the Gulf and be a Category 1. We still expect it to become a tropical storm up here as it gets closer to Louisiana. However, that will likely change. We don't know exactly what's going to happen with it in the Gulf. There's a bunch of different potential things that could happen. But one thing's for certain, I don't think it's going to rapidly intensify all the way up to landfall. Waters are a little bit cooler than they were with some of these other storms that we were tracking earlier in the season, and lots of wind shear. There's going to be, it's not going to be as much of a favorable environment for a hurricane up here. But with that being said, I still don't necessarily 100% believe that our only ending scenario is that we have a tropical storm heading for the U.S. There's still an opportunity for a hurricane up here, so that's what we'll be tracking and keeping up with as time as we progress through the week. Once again, it'll be November 9th. That's when it's going to be up here in the Gulf, so at least until November 10th or 11th, this is what we're going to be talking about. Yeah, we do have hurricane hunters out there getting some data. Nothing significant to talk about right now. But we'll keep you updated on it, of course. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I do have damage reports on two separate of the tornadoes that have happened. Starting off with, we have some damage photos that we can show on stream from Idabel, of the southeast autoplex in Idabel, Oklahoma. It looks like there is some significant structure damage to the building. At least part of the brick wall was completely collapsed. And then south of Springfield, Missouri, we have a house that was damaged and a resident was lightly injured, but they refused to go to the hospital. So at least one injury so far from the tornado.
All right. Thank you, Elijah, for that information. Unfortunately, we've got some injuries out there. Thankfully, though, still, I don't think we've heard anything quite at the level that we could have. We've seen a lot of damaging tornadoes today. We've seen a lot of debris signatures that have led to devastating stories in the past. We've all seen them here on this channel. So far, though, I think that everybody in the weather industry has done a good job of getting these warnings out, and I think a lot of people are paying attention, taking shelter, and also I just think that a lot of these went through more rural areas and missed some neighborhoods. So luck's been on our side tonight. It's not over though, and of course we want to stay vigilant while these warnings are still in place. But so far, I'm thankful that it hasn't been as bad as what it could have been. Lots of damage reports coming in from all of the places that we were talking about earlier in the night, though. And thank you, Joshua, for sending that in. Amy Davis, thanks for the 5 gifted, and thank you for the very generous super chat. Amy is our moderator extraordinaire, has been here since the beginning. Her message says, special shout out to all of the folks behind the scenes on Ryan's YouTube and Discord channels. You guys rock, and we couldn't do what we do without each of you. Thank you. Also to our rockin' community, love y'all. Amy is awesome. And yeah, huge shout out to everybody behind the scenes and everybody in the Discord server and our community. Wouldn't be able to do any of this stuff if it wasn't for all of us, together. We raise thousands and thousands of dollars for every, disaster, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars in the case of, some of these hurricanes this year. We're able to help people and we're able to get out life-saving information faster than, a lot of other channels that deliver this information. And it literally is just a big team effort. So thank you all for being here. And of course, we got to say thank you to Y'all too for being super annoying. Street Soldier, thank you. Amy's been a member for 41 months. Dang. A reminder that as the tornado risk starts to go down a little bit, the flash flooding risk is not going down. We still got that moderate risk of excessive rainfall tonight for southern Missouri, northwestern Arkansas, and eastern Oklahoma. Don't let your guard down. Flash flooding will be a big problem tonight, I promise. Donna says, so thankful for all of you. We live in New Jersey where there's no rain, but we are happy to support you. Donna, thanks for being here for 14 months. I don't know how you feel about snow, Donna, but I really hope that we're talking about you a lot this winter. I love my nor'easters. I know that you probably don't, but man, they're my favorite storms to track, and it's been a second since we've had a good one. Eminent, thanks for being here for 17 months. Judalyn, thank you for that. Ivan's been here for 18 months. No camping by the creeks tonight. Yeah. If you had any plans for that, undo them. Zen's been here for 9 months, says, thanks for all you do. I can't believe it's been almost a year since I've been a member. Jorn's been here for 30 months. James B. Always appreciate the work you and your team puts into keeping people safe. Thank you, Lauren. Motorsports, 27 months. Man, some of you guys have been here forever. I can't believe you ain't got tired of me yet. I can't believe that we've been doing this long. It feels like just the other day we decided to do a weather YouTube channel, and here we are. Still got that one remaining tornado warning for Seymour, Missouri. I don't see any more notable areas of rotation. However, there are a couple of places that we should keep an eye on, all within that warning. So it's not time to come out of the shelter just yet. Yeah. Yeah. We also we just got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Wow, this is exciting. This is the biggest hail we've seen today, with any of our warnings. Potentially golf ball size hail coming into Blanco, Texas. Also, this is a storm that we got to watch for some interactions here. This could potentially be a tornado producer. It's not likely, but certainly going to watch it. Mostly, though, for the golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds coming into Candalia, Twin Sisters, and Blanco, Texas. This is going to be a really intense storm for you guys over the next 37 minutes or so. Where are you located, Ryan? I am in eastern Kentucky. Up in the middle of nowhere on top of a little mountain here near the West Virginia and Virginia border. It's a random place for us to headquarter what we're doing here, but it works. Yeah, the storm that's coming into Lebanon, it's really starting to show its severe side here. This is a live look at a traffic camera near Lebanon, Missouri. I know we got a lot of people watching up here. This is along Interstate 44. Some of those strong winds, those severe winds are moving in now. This is some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Similar sights to this will be seen in places like Russell, Carroll Junction, and Oakland, Missouri here very soon, within the next 30 minutes or so. Denise, thank you so much for the super chats. Been here for 2 years. Thanks to you and your team for all that you do. Denise, thank you. And I see Bash. Bash is here. She's been an official sponsor for a really long time. 34 months. Was old when I joined, ancient now. Nice to see you, Bash. And Darren175. Got lightning here in O'Fallon, Missouri, hoping for some action tonight. Oh, you'll get something. Lots of lightning in Missouri, as you can tell from the traffic cameras out there. Reed Timmer's got a really good video of his, the tornado that we saw briefly through Chris Hall's stream earlier. I'm retweeting a video of that over there on X. Probably some of the better footage today, I think, that was captured of one of these storms. Some of the bigger ones weren't really captured on video that much, from what I've seen. Like really good video. But I haven't got to go through a lot of it, so. Haley, thanks for becoming a member. Is that hurricane getting close? It's not getting close right now, but it could be getting close to the U.S. Later this week. Joseph, thanks. I'm glad that we could help ease your storm anxiety. That's a big thing that we hear a lot from people who watch the channel. You'll hear two things. People who don't watch the channel will say that we're big-time fear-mongers and we just want to scare people. People who do watch the channel will say, I used to be scared of storms, and now I'm not. So I don't know where the disconnect is. But it's definitely two different camps out there. More info means less scared. Yeah, usually people are more afraid of things they don't understand or they don't have a full context of or aren't prepared for. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I do have another damage report now. In Titanic, Oklahoma, there was a tornado there earlier. Some chicken houses were damaged. The roof off the chicken houses were ripped off, and a small brick house was also destroyed. I don't have much more damage info, and that is a good thing because the fact that we're not hearing a lot of damage info is really, really good. For reference, the National Weather Service of Springfield, Missouri, which is where all these recent tornadoes just occurred that we were talking about an hour ago on stream, there has not been a single report in the last hour on Twitter to the National Weather Service. Not of a tornado photo, not of a tornado video, not even of a damaged photo or a damaged location. So we're not hearing a lot of damage yet from those tornadoes. So that's either really, really good or that could be really bad. If someone was cut off from like access to the internet, if cell phone signal was down, we still might not be hearing anything. So I don't really have any info. That's why you've not really heard from me a lot today. So hopefully that clears up something. If anyone was wondering why we've been having so many tornadoes, but you've not been hearing a lot of damage, it's because there's not damage reports coming in yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Elijah, for that. So yeah, it's either a good thing or a bad thing. I'm leaning towards good thing. I'm leaning towards I'm hoping anyways that this has been a successful day where we've gotten the warning out in time for people and people took shelter and we don't have to deal with the unfortunate reality that usually comes along with a lot of these debris signatures and stuff that we've seen today. So, but of course we'll learn more, and even in our video tomorrow, if we have more information, we'll share the latest updates with you there. The perfect timing for this one, because the last tornado warning, or the only tornado warning that we had in place did just expire. So now we'll see if the curse. We'll see if it happens. I don't know. I don't know if we've got any areas of interest that are worth warning right now. Sometimes, we'll get a precautionary warning for something like this, but like we had a tornado warning in Seymour for that. And it looks like they didn't think it was necessary to continue it. So hopefully that was the last tornado warning of the night, but we certainly can't say that with any sort of confidence that it was.
Ryan, heads up. Flash flooding in Mountain View, Hawaii. As of 8:19 p.m. Eastern Time, Enos roads shut down both ways. Mauna Loa roads also closed due to flooding since 8:16 p.m. Earlier, Nofikulani Road and Kahikopele Street got shut down too. Back to you, Ryan.
It's flooding in Hawaii. Thank you, Yalpa. Strong storm coming through Rolla, Missouri. Once again, this is up there with our severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for places like Wright, Webster, Laclede, Douglas, and Camden counties in Missouri. Here, let's fly to our flooding in Missouri here. Or not Missouri, but Hawaii. Flash flood warning for Hawaii County, Hawaii. Radar indicated Volcano, Hilo, Pahala. All these places are included on the eastern side of the Big Island. Strongest storm that we have to watch right now is in Texas. Blanco, you're getting smashed by golf ball size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. It's going to keep moving up into the Peyton, Texas area here over the next little bit. This is all happening in Austin. If you're in Austin, Texas, and you look to the west, you can probably see a lot of flashes as these storms are getting pretty tall and producing a lot of lightning. The only thing I said right was volcano. Yeah, my bad.
Hey Ryan, heads up. We've got
There's
flash
more.
flood reports in Hilo, Hawaii. East Kawailani Road is shut down in both directions, and same deal for Pauahi Street. Both closed due to flooding as of 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Emergency
Why does she
managers
sound
on
so
it.
distressed?
Stay dry. Back to you, Ryan.
That's different. Yeah, so lots of flood reports coming in from Hawaii. That's actually where most of our reports are coming from right now. That's crazy. More from Hawaii than what we're really looking for. Elijah's digging through the deepest corners of the internet for stuff out here from our big storms. And here we've got like 78 flood reports just coming in from Hawaii. It must be pretty significant, actually. Severe thunderstorm warning for Pulaski, Miller, Laclede, and Camden counties in Missouri. Let's go check it out. St. Robert, Iberia, St. Elizabeth, you guys are all included in this. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Watch out over there near the General Leonard Wood Army Community Hospital. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I do have something actually for you. The Storm Prediction Center's website finally actually loaded. It took forever, but I just sent you a link to their interactive map to see the very few reports we have today. It's not many. In fact, we actually have 4 hail reports only. We have, I think, 13 wind reports and 7 tornado reports. That's it today. It's not been a heavy report day. So that's kind of a good thing, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Elijah. Thanks for sending the map. Most of our tornado reports have come in from this corridor right here, from south and east of Muskogee up through Rogers, Arkansas. That's all of our tornado reports, really. And then most of our hail reports have came down here around Dallas. And yeah, that's it. I think we'll get some more reports in, but for the most part, things have been relatively quiet compared to what they could have been. Certainly has been a busy day. It's been there's been a lot of damage from the tornadoes that did happen. But yeah, I think that I'm trying to look on the bright side here. I think that we've done well today. Ryan, what radar are we seeing? We're looking at the Springfield, Missouri radar right now. We got 4 severe thunderstorm warnings and no tornado warnings. The weather intensity score is at an 82. We peaked out at a 205 earlier with the PDS warnings. So things definitely got intense there for a moment. Cool Cat says, thanks, Ryan. I listened all day. Oh, I said the Q word. My bad. Here's an interesting piece of information. National high-low temperatures for Monday, November 4th, 2024. So it was 100 degrees today at Faith Ranch, Texas, and negative 16 degrees in Peter Sinks, Utah. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. I was going to not mention this spin-up tornado potential because I was hoping it would just go away, and it hasn't quite consolidated yet. But you said the Q word, so I'm going to talk about it now because, Hartville, Missouri is in that severe thunderstorm warning east of I-44 in Springfield. There's a little bit of area of spin there that's been persistent. You can see even a little appendage coming out of the line there of storms. So there is a chance that being a focused area for a spin-up tornado that would pass maybe right near Hartville and then Dawson, Missouri, in Wright County. So no tornado warning with that, but that's the most conducive area for tornado genesis that I have seen in the last 30 minutes or so. So there you go.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for calling us back down here to the Hartville area. I will avoid saying that word again. It slipped. So hopefully we won't have to deal with anything here. But just in case, our folks that are watching in Hartville, Missouri down here in Pulaski, Miller, Camden counties in Missouri. We should be watching out here. This is a tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning. At least 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to come through here soon. At most, a spin-up tornado, so we have to take that seriously and plan to take shelter if that ends up happening. So right here's the area of interest. So we're going to keep an eye on it over the next little bit. Otherwise, just get ready for those strong winds. This warning is going to last for another, what do we got here on that one? 18 minutes. So, we'll see what happens with it if they decide to expand it or whatever. If they do, we might see a new warning for Rubidoux and Upton here soon in Kabul. Gary, been here for 17 months, says, yo, we just survived in Marshfield, Missouri. It was pretty crazy. Thanks for what you do. The yard is flooded, but we're fine. I'm glad you're fine. Thanks for being here for 17 months, and I'm glad you got through that big storm. It definitely looked like a significant storm from what we could see through the traffic cameras around you. Branson, Missouri, the storm that you're seeing right now. So somebody's asking in chat, is Branson, Missouri safe for the night? Unfortunately, I think that you are going to be stuck in a loop of strong storms hitting you over and over again. You're probably going to be in a pretty dangerous spot especially if you're in a flood-prone area. The tornado threat's going down a little bit, but no, you're not good for the night. Definitely make sure you've got a way of getting warnings, and you got a way to seek higher ground if it starts flooding up there. Branson's in a train of storms. We've raised over $1,000 today for the Y'all Squad. Thank you guys for going over to the y'allsquad.org and submitting a tax-deductible donation. Also, we've got snow. All right, we've got the snow. Hold on, look at this. Oh, crap, I lost it. Kenzie, our marketing director, our social media extraordinaire, is once again asking me to talk about the Y'all meters, begging me over here. And we've got a perfect reason to, because we do have snow to talk about. Look at this. Lots of people are actually asking about this in the chat. Snow tonight and tomorrow in Colorado. Mostly it's going to take place in extreme southeastern Colorado, more eastern portions of New Mexico. We are looking at winter storm warnings in effect out here for all of these places from Pueblo down into the east central portions of New Mexico, even the plains, even like the low-lying areas of eastern New Mexico, extreme western side of the panhandle of Oklahoma could be getting in on some accumulating snow tonight. It's not going to continue into Kansas or Nebraska, though. However, look at this. Next shot of snow that comes in tomorrow is going to bring blizzard conditions into portions of Montana. It's going to bring another round of heavy snow into Colorado, and then maybe a real life, a little bit of a snowstorm in Nebraska Nebraska and Kansas here as some cooler air works down on November 6th. So snow is a big thing that we're going to be talking about here as the channel goes forward. We do have snow happening right now in Colorado. Once again, this is what it looks like out there on I-70 eastbound. This is cotrip.org, Colorado Department of Transportation cameras. Once again, on I-70 at mile marker point 213. So, yeah, snow is on the table, and that means that Kinsey is reminding me once again that you should go check out our Yala meters over on shopryanhall.com. You can measure snow with them. That's what they're for. And whenever we do our blizzard snow coverage this year, whenever we hey, listen, and this is one of the places where we could be covering, like, every once in a while, we're actually due for a big blockbuster snowstorm from about Oklahoma City up to St. Louis. All right, we got a lot of people watching right now that you might be watching us again this winter during an ice storm or a snowstorm. We do winter coverage as well. If you've got a Yala meter, all right, you can send in your snow reports and stuff, and we do this fun thing at the end of those streams where we give somebody $1,000 that sends in a snow report. So our goal is to build a huge database of snow reports, and it's fun to do it with these big, bright, colorful, 4 foot tall. In some cases, you can get a small one too. Yala meters, and it helps us fund everything that we do here without having to run a bunch of commercials and sell our souls to corporate America and all that good stuff. So we appreciate y'all for buying our snow sticks. And there we go. Was that good, Kinsey? Was that good? Did I do a good job? I hope so. I love winter weather. I can't wait for the snow streams. Yeah, we do snowman contests too. I will critique your snowman in front of tens of thousands of people. If you dare send me a photo of your well-constructed snowman, I will tear it apart as if I'm Gordon Ramsay. I'm the Gordon Ramsay or Simon Cowell of snowmen. Yeah, we've got no tornado warnings, and we are down to one severe thunderstorm warning. And that's the one that we've been tracking here in Missouri. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So this is actually kind of a unique thing here. The Storm Prediction Center reports that you pulled up earlier, 2 of them are actually from mesonet stations. So near Christie, 4 miles northeast of Christie, Oklahoma, where a tornado hit earlier, a wind gust of 76 miles per hour was recorded at a mesonet station. And they say it could have been from the nearby tornado. They need to go back through and do analysis, obviously, to confirm that. And then near Rogers County, Oklahoma, they actually specifically note that the mesonet station was potentially impacted by the tornado. The mesonet was near I'll just read it. It's kind of poor grammar on the report, but mesonet was near the radar indicated circulation with an observed pressure drop. So there is a chance that one of the mesonet stations actually got hit by a tornado and got some valuable data. So I will try to figure out more of that. Obviously, we're not going to know that information tonight because it will take the Oklahoma mesonet at least 24 hours probably to go assess the stations and double check all the data. So when I find out that information, I will be posting it in our Discord server. So if you are not already in the Discord server, go ahead and join the Discord server. I will let you know when we have that kind of data on what those 2 mesonet stations actually reported.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. And yeah, good call out there. Anybody that hasn't joined our Discord server yet, you can do that right now. There's a link in the description. The mods are going to put it in the, oh man, I'm starting to forget words. They're going to put it in the chat. And you can click on it there. And Elijah's in there. I'm in there. Andy's in there. Everybody's in there. And as well as 30,000 other weather nerds. Who are always just geeking out about the weather. There could be a slight downpour in Utah tomorrow night at 3 a.m., and somebody's in there talking about it. Okay? It's the most active weather community on the internet, I would say. Yep, 1 severe thunderstorm warning. We do have 7 flash flood warnings, though. And a lot of those are kind of in a corridor between Springfield, Missouri, Fayetteville, Arkansas, all the way down towards Idabel, Texas. This area right here is getting hammered by very intense rainfall. And we expect to see some life-threatening flash flooding tonight. So make sure you don't don't disregard that. That's going to be a pretty significant deal tonight as the rain keeps coming down. We're going to see lots more in some of these places. Yeah, you can go to bed if you're in St. Louis. You've got some storms coming, but I don't think they're going to be anything worse than what you've seen before. If you've slept through a severe thunderstorm before, then you can sleep through this one. I would just try to have some way of getting warnings. We've got Yala meters over on shopryanhall.com, but another thing that we've got that I like to mention every once in a while is a weather radio. If you've got one of those, plug it in, put some batteries in it, and it'll wake you up if there's a tornado warning. You can program it to do so. NOAA weather radios are life-saving things. But if you don't have one of those and you don't want to buy one, you turn on your alerts on your phone, call a buddy that works night shift and have them wake you up if there's a warning. There's ways. I never recommend people stay up all night and obsess over the weather. That's never healthy. What if we stay up all night because we love the weather? That's different. If you're staying up all night for fun because you're a big weather nerd, I mean we're all in the same boat. I've been drinking water. I've got water. I've got various drinks around me. I've got, you've seen the Red Bull. You've seen the Diet Coke. But we've got water with liquid IV in it over here. I'm going back and forth. Whatever I need, I've got it. No significant severe weather expected tomorrow. Yeah, Steph, we're just waiting on 75 or less. It's the rule. I mean, I don't make the rules. Actually, I do, but I already made them. Can't change them. Yeah. Also, for anybody who hasn't heard us talk about it, I want to give you a brief update on Tropical Storm Rafael as well. This will be in a video tomorrow. We'll have the latest on this. But hurricane warnings are in effect for portions, or hurricane watches are in effect for portions of Cuba. Tropical storm watches are in effect for the Florida Keys. Hurricane's going to be in the Gulf Friday, maybe tropical storm when it gets closer to Louisiana. But right now, it's hard to say whether or not it'll be a tropical storm. I think there's a chance that it remains a little bit stronger than that. Some of the models are painting a potential major hurricane making it up there towards Cuba, and if that happens, that's going to change some things about how it's going to act in the Gulf. So lots to talk about for the rest of the week, and that's probably going to be the focus from here on out. Braden says, how did you fall in love with weather? What's your story, Ryan? I just was born this way. I don't know. Something's wrong. Yeah, you ask anybody here on the team, we've all got a similar story. It's just some people are bitten by the bug, like clouds and radars and, tornado sirens and all kinds of weird stuff. It works out, though, in today's day and age. It's a beneficial interest to have. We've been able to help people, so that's super awesome. Oh yeah, that flash flood warning is going to add a couple points. I already made the rules though. Oh. Tell them about PC clothes. Yeah. So the story, I was born, loving the weather and all that stuff. But what led to what you're seeing right now is in high school, I made a website called PC Closed, where I forecasted the probability of school closings the next day. And it became like a huge deal. All the teachers and principals and superintendents from various school districts around the state promoted it. And it got like tens of thousands of hits. I was like 14 years old and doing like forecasts for snow that people who decided whether or not school was closed were paying attention to this. So like that was fun and that was awesome, and that really solidified my interest in I think communicating weather. And there's a lot of other stuff that goes into it too, and that leads to us being here. But that was a big one. That was a unique thing. And look, we got a severe thunderstorm warning. it's happening. Things are still happening. 44 minutes. We've got more wind and rain coming to places like Vienna, Missouri, St. James, and Rolla. Rolla was one of the places that we were just looking at on the cameras. We still got it pulled up there. 60-mile-per-hour winds from Marys and Phelps counties in Missouri. Get ready. Some places in the path here are the Rolla National Airport, the Upper Mill Creek School, and the Spring Creek Gap Roadside Park. All right, so things are definitely calming down, though. As you can see here from our weather intensity score, we're on a downtrend, and I think that downtrend is going to continue for the rest of the night. We will see severe thunderstorm warnings all the way out there, probably to St. Louis, though, before things are over, and we can't rule out an isolated tornado or two, but I think that we are able to call it a night. I'm going to go home, spend what's left of the evening with the weather wife, Steph, who's been holding the fort down for 2 days of live streams. Everybody, big shout out to Steph, the weather wife, for being at home with our two wonderful but highly energetic kids. So we're going to go, finish the evening off, and then you will see me tomorrow. Oh wait, and also a couple more days too. Let me give you a forecast for how often you're going to see me, and then we'll call it a night. I promise. Y'all scan blah 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 blah. Okay, as of right now, this is what we're looking like. Okay, obviously we had our live stream today. Very small chance that we go live tomorrow, but we're probably doing a video. Even smaller chance that we go live on Wednesday, but we're maybe doing a video. Okay, maybe doing a video on Thursday as well. I honestly think we'll probably do a video every day up until this tropical system is either dissipated or it has made landfall. If there's an elevated chance of a live stream at all, it's going to be probably Saturday or Sunday or beyond that. So it's not going to pop up on this just yet, but nonstop content from the channel here. Make sure you subscribe, turn notifications on. We are going to be watching these storms as they come in nonstop. Thanks for being here. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for supporting. And that's it. That's all I have for you. Thank you for being here. Thanks for giving us the best job in the world. I will see you all in the next one. Goodbye.